Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Rose. The cold is a thief. It steals the air from my lungs and the feeling from my fingertips. It slips through the cracks in the walls of this tiny cabin, a constant, unwelcome guest at the table of our meagre existence. My fingers, stiff and chapped, move over the dwindling supplies on the rough-hewn shelf. One sack of flour, half full. A small barrel of salted fish, the brine level dropping with alarming speed. A handful of withered apples, their skins puckered and sad. It is never enough. 3 weeks until Christmas, and the gnawing anxiety in my gut is a more constant companion than the winter wind. I press the heel of my hand against my stomach, a useless gesture against a hunger that is more than just physical. It's a hunger for peace for a moment, just one, where I don't have to calculate and ration and pray. A small sound, a soft, tuneless humming, drifts from the corner of the room. I turn, and the tightness in my chest eases, just a fraction. Lily. My Lily. She sits on the floor near the hearth, her small body cocooned in a threadbare blanket, her fingers carefully arranging a collection of pine cones into a miniature forest. Her hair, the colour of spun gold, catches the firelight, a beacon of warmth in the grey gloom of the afternoon. She is 8 years old and knows more of hardship than any child should, yet she carries a light within her that the encroaching darkness of this life has not yet managed to extinguish. It is my one sacred duty to keep that light burning. "I'm making a Christmas town for the squirrels, Mama," she says without looking up, her voice full of childish solemnity. "So they have somewhere warm to go too." My heart gives a painful squeeze. I force a smile, a brittle thing that feels like it might crack my face. "That's very kind of you, little bird. I'm sure they'll love it." I cross the small room, my worn boots silent on the floorboards, and kneel beside her. I run my hand over her hair, the strands soft as milkweed fluff under my calloused palm. She leans into my touch, a small, unconscious gesture that says, home. That says, safe. I am neither, not really, but I am all she has. "I was playing outside earlier," she says, her brow furrowed in concentration as she places a pebble path between 2 pinecone houses, near the old stones. Ice trickles down my spine, slow and cold. "Lily, you know you're not to go near the ruins. They aren't safe." The words are sharper than I intend, and she flinches. Guilt, swift and hot, floods me. I soften my voice, forcing a calm I don't feel. "The snow is deep, and the stones are loose." "But I saw something," she insists, her blue eyes wide and earnest as they finally lift to mine. "I saw a knight, a big one, made of stone. He flies. He had wings, Mama, but they were broken. He looked so sad." A stone knight. I let out a slow breath, the tension in my shoulders easing. A child's fantasy, spun from old tales and a lonely afternoon. Her imagination has always been a vivid, vibrant thing. It's how she escapes. A statue, then. It's just an old carving, little bird. No. She shakes her head back and forth, her golden hair flying. He felt real. I touched his hand and it was so cold, colder than the snow. She shivers, a genuine tremor that runs through her small frame. I think he's lonely. I pull the blanket tighter around her shoulders. Well, he'll have to stay lonely. You are not to go back there, Lily. Do you understand me? Promise me. She looks down, her lower lip pushing out in a familiar pout, but she nods. I promise. The promise of a child is a fragile thing, but it will have to do. I have enough real monsters to worry about without chasing after imaginary ones. Here in the frozen wastes of Protheka, the real monsters don't sleep in stone. They hunt, and we humans are the easiest game. Later, as the sun bleeds its last light across the snow-choked peaks, a heavy thump against the cabin door startles me from my mending. It's a solid, fleshy sound, one that makes the whole doorframe shudder. Lily, who had been dozing by the fire, sits bolt upright, her eyes wide. My first thought is a falling branch, heavy with ice, but the wind is still. My second, more chilling thought is a person, a traveller, lost, or someone from the village come to collect a debt I cannot pay. Dark elves? Monsters? My fingers find the smooth, cool surface of the worry stone in my pocket. Its familiar weight is the only solid thing in a world tilting on its axis. Stay here, I whisper to Lily, my voice a strained thread of sound. I take the heavy iron poker from the hearth, its weight a poor comfort, and creep toward the door. The wind whispers through the chinks in the logs, a mournful sigh peering through the small, grimy peephole I drilled myself. I see nothing but the blue-grey twilight and the endless, silent snow. No person, no tracks leading away. Nothing. My heart hammers against my ribs, a frantic, trapped bird. I take a steadying breath and slowly, carefully, lift the heavy bar. The door groans open on its leather hinges, complaining against the cold. The air leaves my body in a sharp hiss. Sprawled on my doorstep, so large its magnificent antlers nearly scrape the lintel, is an elk. A massive bull, its thick winter coat a rich, dark brown. Steam still rises from its fur in the frigid air, and a single clean wound in its neck has painted the pristine snow a shocking, vibrant crimson. It's freshly killed. Impossibly fresh. My gaze darts from the carcass to the surrounding snowfield. Nothing. Not a single footprint. Not a drag mark. It's as if the beast simply fell from the sky and landed on my porch. My stomach plummets, a sickening lurch that leaves me hollow. This isn't a gift from the gods. This is a message, a display. But from who? Or what? Practicality, that old, brutal master, shoves the fear aside. This is meat, more meat than we've seen in a year. This is sinew for thread, hide for new boots, fat for tallow and 100 other uses. This is survival. This is Lily making it to spring. Clenching my jaw against the tremor in my hands, I grab my butchering knife. The work is hard and bloody, my arms aching as I drag the colossal beast inside, barring the door behind it. The metallic, coppery scent of blood fills our tiny cabin, thick and cloying. I work quickly, my knife sure and practiced, separating hide from muscle, joint from bone. Lily just stands there for a long moment, a small frozen statue herself. Her gaze is fixed on the mountain of meat that now covers our floor, her knuckles white where she grips her blanket. "Mama!" Her voice is a small, trembling thing, barely a whisper above the scrape of my knife on bone. Will this last all winter? I glance at her, my own throat tight with an emotion I refuse to name. I nod, unable to speak. A single perfect tear traces a clean path through the grime on her cheek, then another. But her mouth curves into a wobbly, disbelieving smile. "We can eat until we're full?" she asks, her voice breaking on the last word. And we won't be hungry tomorrow. She doesn't wait for an answer. The blanket drops to the floor. She grabs a spare bowl from the shelf, her movements suddenly full of purpose, and kneels beside me. With a fierce concentration that belies her age, she begins scraping the precious rendered fat into the bowl, her small face illuminated by the firelight, a portrait of desperate hope. All the while, a new sensation prickles at the back of my neck. A feeling of being watched. It's not like when my husband Torvin used to watch me, his eyes full of spite and calculation, weighing my worth and finding it wanting. This is different, heavier, ancient. It's a gaze that feels like a weight, pressing in from the oppressive darkness of the forest. It's not malicious, it's proprietary, as if I, and everything in this cabin, the fire, the child, the very meat on my butchering table, belong to whatever is out there. A low hum starts in my chest, an unconscious act of defiance, a tune without a name that I hum to chase away the shadows. But the feeling doesn't fade. It intensifies, a low thrum of power in the air that makes the hairs on my arms stand on end. By the time the last of the meat is salted and stored, my nerves are shredded raw. Every creak of the cabin, every howl of the wind, sends a jolt of ice through my veins. After I tuck a wide-eyed Lily into her cot, I do something I haven't done since Torvin died. I check the bar on the door, making sure it's secure. Then I drive wooden wedges into the window frames, sealing us in. It makes the cabin a tomb, a trap, but the thought of that gaze piercing the darkness, finding me through the window, is unbearable. My prison feels safer than the world outside. Just before I bank the fire for the night, a compulsion I can't explain draws me to the very window I just sealed. I pull the wedge free and scrape a small circle of frost from the pane with my fingernail. The forest is a wall of impenetrable black, a void where anything could be hiding. I see nothing but the swirl of wind-driven snow. I'm being foolish. It's the hunger, the isolation. It's playing tricks on my mind. I'm turning away when I see it. Out there, in the deepest dark of the tree line, 2 points of light flicker into existence. They are not the yellow-green of a wolf or the red of some lesser demon. They are silver, a cold, intelligent lunar silver. They stare directly at me, unblinking, unwavering. My chest seizes, locking the breath in my throat. As quickly as they appeared, they blink out, plunging the world back into absolute darkness. But I know, with a certainty that freezes the very marrow in my bones, that the Watcher is still there.
Chapter 2. Sapir. Agony. The world screams into existence. Not sight, not sound, just pain. A universe of it, lancing through every molecule of my being. For an eternity, for the silent, dreamless centuries, there was nothing cold. Stillness, the patient, unending dark of stone. Now, fire! It is a scouring, parasitic burn, centering not in my chest or my mind, but everywhere at once. A leech draining me, pulling at the ancient slumbering magic that is my life, my eyes, sealed shut by ages of dust and frost, crack open. Granite grinds, the world is a blur of white and green, too bright, too loud. The wind howls, a symphony of torment against skin that has not felt it for 1,000 years. My limbs are lead, locked in the frozen pose of my last conscious thought. A curse screamed into a sky black with dragon smoke. Something small and warm is pressed against my hand. I follow the searing path of the parasitic bond to its source. A creature. A child. Human. Her skin is soft, her hair the color of the sun. A sun I didn't think I would never see again. Her tiny hand rests on my stone claw, and with that simple touch, she has shackled me. Her life is now my life. Her heartbeat is a drum counting down my own extinction. If she dies, I die. The gargoyle screams, "Kill it!" The logic is brutal, simple, and pure. Sever the link. Rip the parasite free. End the pain. I will be free from my shackles. My joints protest with the shriek of stone tearing from its resting place. A century of ice and moss cascades from my shoulders as I lurch to my feet. My wings, fractured and useless, scrape against the crumbling ruins around me. The child stumbles back, her eyes wide, not with fear but with a foolish wonder. She is small, fragile, an insignificant flicker of life that is somehow draining my own. I stalk her as she flees through the snow-laden trees. My movements are clumsy, my new form a prison of immense weight and power. The instincts are sharp, honed by a lifetime of war before the stone ever claimed me. I am a predator. She is prey. The math does not change. I corner her against an ancient snow-dusted fir. She makes no sound, merely stares up at me, a tear freezing on her cheek. My clawed hand, each talon the size of her head and sharp enough to shear steel, lifts into the air. The shadow falls over her. The pain in my essence screams for release. One strike. It will be a mercy for me. But as the killing blow begins its descent, another voice, one I thought buried under strata of stone and rage, roars to life from the depths of my soul. No, the word is not my own, not of the gargoyle. It is older. It is the ghost of the warrior I once was. The dark elf who lived by a code when his brethren had abandoned theirs. It rises like a phantom, its commands etched not in stone, but in honor. You do not harm the innocent. You do not raise a hand against a child. The warring commands are a physical schism. My body locks, stone grinding against stone with a sound that makes the birds scatter from the trees. My descending arm freezes mid-air, trembling with the tectonic strain. The gargoyle hisses, fighting for dominion, for the simple, clean logic of survival. The warrior, the me I had forgotten, shoves back, fueled by a conviction that defies logic, that defies even the instinct to live. A groan of tormented granite escapes my throat. The child watches, oblivious to the war that rages for her life inside my soul. Honor wins. The victory is ash in my mouth. My hand falls, limp, to my side. The pain of the bond remains, a constant, agonizing fire, but my purpose has been twisted. The equation has been violently rewritten. To live, I must not kill the anchor. I must protect it. The thought is so repulsive, so alien, that a guttural snarl rips from my chest. The child flinches and runs. I let her go, and then I follow. Her dwelling is pathetic. A small, crude box of wood and mud, bleeding warmth and light into the twilight. A cage, suffocating, yet the child runs to it as if it is a fortress. From the shadow of the tree line I watch. I am a statue once more, my stillness a hunter's greatest weapon. Inside the cage there is another, the female, the mother, mine. The thought is not a thought. It is an instinct, a territorial claim that slams into me with a strength that shakes me to my core. I see her through the small, grimy window. She is taller than the child, her frame lean, stripped of any softness by hunger. But she is not weak. Her face is sharp angles and pale skin, cheekbones high enough to cast shadows in the firelight. A thick braid of hair the color of rich soil after a rain is slung over one shoulder, but errant strands cling to the damp skin of her temple. There is a weariness in the faint bruising of exhaustion beneath her eyes, but her jaw is set with a stubbornness that speaks of survival. She is a willow, battered by the wind, but she is not broken. There's a strength in her that the harshness of this frozen world has forged, like steel. And then she hums. The sound is low and soft, a thread of unexpected warmth in the biting cold. It cuts through the agony of the bond, soothing a raw edge inside me I did not know existed. The gargoyle in me is placated by the sound, lulled. The warrior listens, captivated. I watch them. I catalog the way the firelight dances in her moss-green eyes when she glances at the child. The way her chapped lips curve into a fragile smile, I smell the hunger on them, a scent as sharp as blood in the snow. They are starving. The bond weakens with the child's frailty. Unacceptable. My anchor must be strong. The hunt is a release. A brief, bloody return to what I am. The elk is a magnificent bull, the king of this part of the forest. Its life is forfeit. The kill is swift, a single brutal strike. I carry the carcass through the silent woods, my massive form leaving no trace in the pristine snow, a ghost of impossible strength. I lay my offering at her door. A provider, a protector. The ancient words surface, unbidden. This is the ritual. This is the claim. I retreat to the darkness, my silver eyes fixed on the wooden cage. The door opens. I watch her shock, her fear, and then the hardening of her resolve, the practicality. She drags the kill inside. She will survive. My anchor will survive. The strange, maddening warmth blooms in my chest again, a foreign heat against my stone core. It is a weakness, a poison. Later, she appears at the window, a pale shadow in the darkness. Her gaze sweeps the forest, searching for me. She finds my eyes across the void, a flicker of recognition in her own. A connection, sharp and electric. The air crackles with it. The gargoyle snarls, possessive. Mine to watch, mine to keep. What is this feeling? This burning, obsessive fire that has very little to do with the parasitic bond and everything to do with the female in the cage? Before she can discern my shape in the gloom, I extinguish the light in my eyes, melting back into the impenetrable black of the forest. I become stone, I become shadow. But I do not leave. I will never be far again. She is mine now. She simply doesn't know it yet.
Chapter 3. Rose. Sleep offers no escape. When I finally drift off, my dreams are haunted by silver eyes and the weight of a silent, watchful gaze. I wake with a gasp to a grey dawn, the scent of blood still thick in the air, my muscles aching with the phantom memory of butchering a beast that should not have been there. But the elk was there. The tangible proof of it sizzles in the cast-iron pan over the fire, the rich, decadent smell of roasting meat, a luxury we haven't known in years. It's a scent that should bring comfort, but instead, it feels like a beacon, an announcement to the whole hungry world that the widow Rose has come into a sudden, inexplicable fortune. And the world takes notice. First, it's a knock, sharper and more insistent than any falling branch. I find Elder Tom on my doorstep, his thin frame wrapped in a patched wool cloak, his breath pluming in the frigid air. His eyes, small and sharp as a shrew's, dart past me to the pan on the fire, then to the racks where strips of meat are already curing. Avarice and suspicion wage a war on his wrinkled face. "Rose," he says, voice a dry rustle of leaves. "A good morning to you. That smells rich." He makes no move to enter. He doesn't have to. His presence is an intrusion in itself, his questions an invasion. I keep my body positioned squarely in the doorway, my hand resting on the frame, Elder. "A lucky hunt," he presses, his gaze sweeping the cabin again, as if he might find a secret lover, a hidden benefactor tucked away in the shadows. His eyes land on the horns. Something like that. The lie is thin, brittle. Indeed. The word is heavy with disbelief. We have all found the hunting lean this season. For you to bring down a full bull elk on your own, it is a feat many of the village's strongest men have failed to accomplish. His meaning is clear. You are a woman, alone. This is not possible. He thinks I'm lying, hiding something. He is right, of course, but not in the way he imagines he looks for a man. He should be looking for a silver gaze. "The forest provides for those in need," I say, the words tasting like ash. Tom's lips press into a thin, bloodless line. "The forest, yes, but some forests hold darker things than deer. Be wary of the bargains you strike in the shadows, Rose. The price is often more than you can afford to pay. He leaves without another word, his footprints in the snow a trail of judgment leading back to the village. His warning lingers in the air, as cloying as the smell of old smoke. He didn't need to say the word. Witch. His visit is the breaking of a dam. Later, when I take Lily into the village to trade a small portion of the smoked meat for flour and salt, the whispers follow us like a pestilent cloud. The scent of our bounty clings to us, an accusation. I see the villagers huddled together, their gazes sliding away when I meet them. Ilara, whose son used to play with Lily by the creek, gathers her boy into her skirts as we approach, her face a mask of pinched fear. The whispers find their way to my ears. Someone saw it. No tracks. Dark spirits of the ruins. Her husband always said she had a wickedness in her. That last one cuts the deepest. It's an accusation from the past, Torvin's poison still potent even from the grave. I feel the familiar cold shame wash over me, the old instinct to shrink, to make myself small and invisible. My fingers clench around the stone in my pocket, its smooth surface a small anchor in a sea of hostility. But then I feel Lily's small hand slip into mine, her grip tight and trusting. I look at her face clouded with a confusion she is too young to understand, and a different kind of fire burns through the shame. I will not be cowed. I will not let them make my daughter an outcast because of their own fear and envy. I lift my chin, meet their hostile stares, and walk through their hatred as if it is nothing more than a winter mist. We are alone. It's a familiar feeling, a landscape I know well. Torvin made sure of that. But this time it feels different. That night, the feeling of being watched returns, but it has changed. It is not a distant prickle at the back of my neck. It has settled over my small cabin like a weighted blanket, a tangible pressure that muffles the sound of the wind and makes the firelight seem to burn a little brighter, a little hotter. There is a low, resonant hum in the air, a vibration I feel in the bones of my teeth and the soles of my feet. It's not a sound, precisely, but the feeling of a sound, the thrum of immense, contained power. When Torvin watched me, his gaze was a prelude to pain. It was sharp, unpredictable, a promise of a striking hand or a cruel word. It made the air crackle with a frantic, terrified energy. This is the opposite. This is a heavy, unwavering certainty. It doesn't threaten to strike. It simply is. It's the absolute, suffocating stillness of the mountain in the dead of winter, the patient, immovable weight of a glacier. The power humming in the darkness outside my door isn't aimed at me like a weapon. It's wrapped around me, around Lily, around this entire cabin. It feels less like a threat and more like the bars of a cage being forged in the night, a cage of overwhelming, terrifying protection. A dark, broken part of me, the part that has spent a decade praying for any kind of safety, finds a strange, perverse comfort in its suffocating grip. It's the feeling of a predator guarding its territory, and I know with a chilling certainty that we are the heart of that territory now. I am barring the door when I notice the woodpile through the window. Or rather, the new one. Where my meagre stack of logs had been, there now stands a perfectly arranged cord of firewood, each piece split and stacked with an almost architectural precision. It's enough to last until the thaw. There are, once again, no tracks in the snow. A gift. Another impossible offering from my silent, silver-eyed benefactor. A cold dread mixes with a forbidden flicker of gratitude. This watcher, this provider, he is binding me to him with gifts I cannot possibly refuse. It is a form of control far more insidious than Torvin's fists. I am still staring at the impossible woodpile when a scream rips through the quiet of the cabin. I whirl around, my heart leaping into my throat. Lily. She is sitting bolt upright in her cot, her eyes wide with sleep-fused terror, her small hands clutching at her right shoulder, It burns, Mama! She cries, her voice a raw shriek of pain. Make it stop! It's on fire! I am across the room in 2 strides, my hands fumbling to pull back the collar of her nightdress. Hush, little bird, it was just a dream. But my words die in my throat. There, on the delicate skin of her shoulder, is a mark. It is not a burn, not a rash, but an angry, swirling pattern of red, like a brand, that seems to glow with a faint internal heat. It's a pattern of jagged, interlocking shapes that looks almost like fractured stone. I reach out a trembling finger to touch it, and as I do, the light within it fades. The angry red softens to a pale pink and then vanishes completely, leaving behind nothing but perfect, unmarked skin. Lily's frantic sobs quiet to whimpers, her body slumping against mine in exhausted relief. It's gone, she whispers, her cheek pressed against my chest. I hold her tight, my own heart hammering a wild, terrified rhythm against my ribs. It wasn't a dream. I saw it. I saw it. And I know, with a certainty that steals the very air from my lungs, that the mark on my daughter's skin is somehow connected to the silver-eyed watcher in the woods. The gifts are not free. The price is already being paid.
Chapter 4. Night. The child's scream is a spike of white-hot fire driven through my essence. It is not her fear I feel, but a phantom, searing echo of my own pain I do not understand. There is no new wound on me. The agony crests, then vanishes, leaving a confusing, unsettling quiet in its wake. From my perch high in the snow-laden pines, a silent shadow of granite and fury, I watch the light in the wooden cage. The female, Rose, holds the small one, rocking her, comforting her. The bond between us is a 2-way current, a poisoned river. Her fragility is my vulnerability. Her pain is my distraction. This cannot stand. For days, I'm a ghost on the mountain. I learn their patterns, the rhythm of their small, fragile lives. The sun rises. The female builds the fire. The smell of wood smoke and roasting meat, my meat, curls into the frozen air. It is the scent of my claim. Beneath it is her scent, carried on the wind, clean snow, crushed pine needles, and something else. Something uniquely female and warm that pulls at a part of me deeper than the stone. She moves with a purpose that defies the exhaustion I see in her every line. She hauls water. She mends cloth. She teaches the child letters from a worn, faded book. She is the sun that this tiny, pathetic world orbits, and the child, my anchor, orbits her. I watch the small one gather pine cones, her laughter a sound like tiny, fragile bells in the immense silence of the forest. The sound is not great. This is unexpected. The bond hums a low, constant fire beneath my stone skin. The child's health improves with a full belly. The fire lessens to a bearable warmth. But it is a chain, and the chain chafes. To feel the chain's true bite, I climb. The highest peaks are my domain. A throne of ice and wind where the air is too thin for lesser creatures. I scale a sheer cliff face, my claws finding purchase in the frozen rock, the exertion a welcome, familiar burn. The wind shrieks, tearing at me, but I am stone and I endure. My focus is absolute. A momentary lapse. A patch of black ice hidden beneath a dusting of snow gives way. My grip shears free. I do not fall far. My tail slams against an outcrop, arresting my descent, but my right shoulder grinds against the jagged edge of the cliff. Stone shrieks and a shower of granite shards rains into the abyss below. A deep, grinding furrow is carved into my shoulder. The pain is a dull, distant thing. A nuisance. Then the bond ignites. The child feels the impact. Her terror, her shock, her pain slams back into me, magnified 100-fold. It is not the dull grinding of stone I feel now, but the imagined agony of her soft flesh and brittle bone being torn apart. It is a scream of pure, unadulterated torment that rips through my mind, eclipsing the physical damage. It is her phantom agony, and it is more real than my own wound. A roar of incandescent rage tears from my throat, shaking snow from the peaks. This weakness, this shared vulnerability is a flaw in my armor, a poison injected directly into my soul. If a true enemy were to wound me, the feedback from the child would render me helpless. Unacceptable. She must be safer, stronger, more protected. My rage demands an outlet, a physical expression of this furious, protective fire. I descend the mountain not with the care of a climber, but with the brutal force of an avalanche. I find a grove of ironwood, their trunks thick as a man's waist. I do not need an axe. My claws are sharper. I tear into the wood, ripping through bark and heartwood with savage, screaming force. The physical exertion is a balm, a way to quiet the screaming ghost of the child's pain in my head. Tree after tree falls to my fury. I spend hours splitting the logs with my bare hands, stacking them with a grim precision. Another offering a demand for strength, a warning to the world. My territory must be secure. The next day I watch as the old human male, the one they call Elder, approaches her again near the village edge. He is a predator of a different sort, weak and craven, his weapon not claws but whispers I cannot hear his words. But I see his intent in the sharp, accusing line of his body. I see her defiance in the tilt of her chin, the straightness of her spine. She does not yield. She protects her young. The gargoyle in me recognizes a threat to the flock. To my flock. A growl builds in my chest, a low, tectonic rumble that is more a vibration in the air than a sound. I let it loose from the shadows of the forest, a promise of violence, a territorial claim made in a language every prey animal understands. The old male freezes, his head whips around, his shrews' eyes wide with primal fear. He sees nothing, but he feels me. He scrambles away, his dignity forgotten in his haste to find the imagined safety of his flimsy wooden cage. Good. Fear is a useful tool. Later I find a fallen branch of birch, its bark pale and smooth like the female's skin. An urge, ancient and unfamiliar, guides my hand. My claw, a tool made for killing and carving stone, touches the soft wood. The instinct is baffling, but I obey it. I begin to carve. I do not know what I am making. My hands move on their own, shaping the wood, peeling away layers to reveal a shape held within. It is a slow, absorbing process that quiets the rage inside me, replacing it with a strange, focused calm. As dusk settles, blanketing the valley in shades of purple and gray, I return to my vigil. The cabin glows, a single point of warmth in a world of cold. She is near the window, her hands busy with some small task, and she is humming. The simple, nameless tune drifts through the air, and it finds the cracks in my stone armor. It bypasses the rage, the pain, the cold loneliness of 1,000 years. For the first time since I broke free of my stone prison, I feel a sensation that is not agony, not hunger, not fury. It is a sharp, painful tightening in the center of my chest. An ache. A profound and terrible pressure, as if a heart I no longer thought I possessed is trying to beat once more.
Chapter 5. Rose. The gifts continue to appear. A string of plump rabbits, already skinned, hanging from the porch hook one morning. A leather pouch filled with fragrant, unfamiliar herbs left on the windowsill the next. Each offering is a fresh layer of mortar on the walls of this cage of protection he is building around us. I am grateful, gods. I am so grateful I could weep, but gratitude is a heavy stone when you don't know who to thank. A gift without a giver is a debt, and debts were how Torvin owned me. This feels different. Torvin's gifts were always followed by a demand, a prelude to a slap. This is a silent, constant provision, a shield, but a shield can also be a wall. My stone knight brought the bunnies, Mamma, Lily says, her voice filled with a simple, unwavering faith. We are sitting by the fire, the cabin warm and fragrant with the scent of pine from the new firewood. He's making sure we're not hungry. A week ago I would have shushed her, dismissed her words as fantasy. But I saw the mark on her skin. I saw the silver eyes in the dark. My daughter's imaginary friend is terrifyingly real. Yes, little bird, I say, my voice quiet. I think he is. Her head pops up from her drawing, her eyes wide with surprise and vindication. You believe me? My throat thickens. I nod. I believe you. Believing is the only thing that makes sense anymore. Nothing else explains the elk, the wood, the way the very air outside our door hums with a power that keeps the shadows at bay. Nothing else explains the phantom fire on my daughter's skin. A decision takes root, born of that fear and a desperate, burgeoning curiosity. I cannot fight this creature. I cannot flee from it. I am trapped in its care, a mouse in the gentle, terrifying paws of a lion. Passivity is a luxury I can no longer afford. If I am to live in this cage, I need to know the nature of my keeper. We should thank him, I say, the words feeling momentous, a shift in the very foundations of our reality. Lily's face splits into a radiant grin. Can we make him cookies? Christmas cookies? And just like that, the fear is tinged with a fragile, almost forgotten warmth. Christmas. In the grim calculus of survival, I had all but forgotten it. But we have flour now. We have precious sugar I traded a cut of elk for. We have a fire that burns hot and steady. We have a chance to be human, if only for an afternoon. The work is a balm. I let Lily measure the flour, a fine white powder dusting her nose and eyelashes. I crack the precious eggs, their yolks as golden as her hair, the scent of ginger and cinnamon, spices I haven't been able to afford in years, fills our small home, chasing away the lingering smell of blood and fear. It smells of a life I thought was lost to me forever. It smells of hope. As I roll the dough on the floured tabletop, I begin to hum. The tune is old, one my own mother used to sing while she baked when there's extra for Christmas. It's a simple, quiet act of defiance, a claim to this small space, to this moment. This is my home. This is my child. We are still here. We did our best to continue our Christmas tradition. It is said to come from our ancestors, a sign of hope in this world. Lily shapes the cookies with a practiced, solemn hand. This one is for you, Mama. A small, slightly lopsided woman. This one is me. A smaller, even more lopsided figure beside it. And this one... She pauses, her brow furrowed in concentration. This one is for the night. It is a large, square shape, more of a block than a man. With a small stick, she carefully scratches 2 crude wings onto its back. When the cookies are baked, golden and fragrant, I wrap a half-dozen of the best ones in a clean piece of linen. My hands are steady, but my heart is a frantic drum against my ribs. This is madness. I am walking into the woods to leave a gift for a monster. Be careful, Mama, Lily whispers as I pull on my cloak, her small hand clutching my sleeve. I kneel and kiss her forehead. I'll just be by the trees. You stay inside and keep the door barred. The cold air is a slap to the face, stealing the warmth of the cabin from me. I walk across the snow-covered clearing, my boots crunching a loud, solitary rhythm in the immense silence. The forest looms, a wall of black and white, utterly still. It feels like a living thing, watching me, waiting. Every instinct screams at me to turn back, to run to the false safety of my bolted door. But the memory of Lily's scream, of the fading mark on her skin, pushes me forward. I find a large, snow-capped stump just inside the tree line, a clear demarcation point between my world and his. My fingers tremble as I unwrap the small package and set it on the rough, frozen bark. The little gingerbread cookies look so small, so foolishly, achingly human against the vast, wild darkness of the wood. A peace offering, A thank you, a summons. I don't linger. I turn and walk, not run, back to the cabin, the feeling of his eyes on my back a physical weight. Inside, I bar the door and go to the window, scraping the frost away to create a small viewing portal. And I wait. Lily joins me for a time, her small nose pressed against the hole, but a child's patience is a fleeting thing. Soon, she is asleep by the fire, leaving me to my solitary vigil. The sun sets, bleeding orange and purple across the snow. The world turns to shades of grey, then to a deep, starless black. The wind picks up, howling a lonely, mournful song around the corners of the cabin. Hours pass. The stump remains empty, the small offering a pale speck in the gloom. Doubt, cold and sharp, begins to prick at me. It was a foolish, childish gesture. I have angered it. Or worse, it was never there at all. It is just a spirit, a figment of my starved and lonely mind. My body aches with weariness. My eyes burn from staring into the darkness. I am about to give up, to bank the fire and surrender to a fitful sleep. Suddenly, movement. It's not a sound, but a shift in the very fabric of the darkness. A shadow detaches itself from the deeper shadows of the tree line. My breath catches, locked in my throat. It is huge. Taller than any man, broader than any bear. It moves with an impossible, liquid silence, a predator in its element. As it steps into the faint, reflected light from the snow, I see the shape of it. A massive humanoid form with broad, powerful shoulders and wings, great wings held tight against its back. Lily's stone knight. My heart hammers against my ribs so hard it hurts. It stops at the stump, dwarfing it completely. It tilts its head, a slow, deliberate, almost bird-like gesture, studying the small offering. For a long, agonizing moment, it does nothing. Then a hand, huge and dark, with claws as long as my fingers, reaches down. It moves with a shocking, impossible gentleness, its massive talons closing around the small linen bundle without crushing it. The air leaves my lungs in a raspy, silent sob of relief. I want to scream, to ask about Lily's question, but the words retreat from my throat. It has my gift. It has accepted my offering. The creature straightens up, the package held in its massive palm, and for a moment, I think it will simply vanish back into the night. But then it turns its head. 2 points of light flicker into existence, the colour of molten silver. They cut through the darkness, through the swirling snow, through my window, and they find me. They lock onto me with an intelligence, an intensity, and a raw possessive heat that burns away the cold and sears itself directly onto my soul. He sees me, he knows I am here, and in that gaze, I feel not a threat but a claim.
Chapter 6. Kipir. She walks to the edge of my woods. The statement is a simple fact, yet it sends a tremor of possessive energy through my stone frame. My woods, my mountain, and now my female. She steps across the invisible line that separates her world from mine, and every predator instinct I possess screams to attention. She is not hunting. She is not fleeing. She is offering. From my perch, I watch her place a small pale bundle on a stump. A tribute, a sign of supplication. Or is it a summons? The gesture is an echo of a time long past, of mortal creatures leaving offerings at the feet of gods and monsters, praying for favor or protection. I am both, and neither. She retreats, a small defiant figure against the vast, unforgiving snow. She thinks she is hidden behind her flimsy wall, but I see the flicker of movement through the crack in her shutter. She is watching me, waiting. The knowledge sends a jolt of something hot and dark through my veins. The prey is observing the hunter. The power dynamic for a fleeting, intoxicating moment is reversed. I let her wait. I let the moon climb high into the star-dusted sky, painting the snow in shades of silver and bone. Let her wonder. Let her fear. Let the tension stretch taut, a string on a bow waiting to be released. When the last of the light in her cabin is extinguished, when the child's breathing has deepened into the rhythm of sleep, I descend. I move with the silence born of centuries, my massive form a void in the moonlight. The bundle is impossibly small in my shadow. The cloth is linen, worn soft with use. It still holds her scent, wood smoke, winter air. Rose, I close my eyes, my heightened senses inhaling the fragrance, cataloging it, branding it into my memory. My claws, designed to rend flesh and shatter stone, are clumsy tools for such a delicate task. I force my movements to be slow, precise. I've not held something so fragile, so deliberately made since before the Great War, before the sky burned and the curse took me. Soldiers do not carry such things. Gargoyles do not receive them. Inside the cloth are small, flat cakes. The scent is alien, sweet, spiced. It is the smell of the hearth, of warmth, of a world I have only observed from the outside. My body does not require their sustenance. It runs on ancient magic and the raw, bloody meat of the hunt. But she made this for me. The gargoyle hisses. Poison. A trick. The warrior is silent, curious. The ache in my heart returns, a painful, insistent thrum. I lift one of the small cakes to my mouth. It is rough on my tongue, then it melts. Sweetness floods my senses, a shocking, overwhelming wave of flavor. It is not the coppery tang of blood or the savory taste of fat. It is pleasant, an utterly foreign, utterly maddening sensation. The simple act of her offering of this taste feels more profound than any victory I ever won on the battlefield. A battle trophy is a symbol of what you have conquered. This feels like a surrender. Not hers, mine. I retreat into the darkness, the small linen bundle cupped in my hand like a captured bird. The vibration in my chest has a new name now. Longing. My obsession is a living thing. It grows in the darkness, feeds on the silence. Watching from a distance is no longer enough. The scent of her on the linen is a torment, a pale imitation of the source I need more. I am drawn to the cabin, a gravitational pull I cannot fight. I circle it in the dead of night, a silent, circling predator. I find where she has hung a thin shift to freeze dry on a line. The wind has whipped it, the cloth stiff and cold, but her scent is woven into every thread. I press the frozen fabric to my face, inhaling the ghost of her warmth, the faint floral scent of the soap she uses. The gargoyle snarls, demanding I claim the true source of the scent, but the warrior holds it back, content for now with this small, stolen intimacy. I press my ear to the rough-hewn logs of the cabin wall. Inside, I hear the soft crackle of the dying fire, the sigh of the wind through the eaves. I hear the child's soft, sleeping breaths, and I hear hers. Deeper, slower. The sound of her life, her heartbeat, is a symphony that plays only for me. I stay there for hours, a stone sentinel guarding her slumber, my forehead pressed against the wood that separates us, as if I could absorb her presence through the barrier. The carving has become my constant companion in the long, dark hours. My claws, once so clumsy, now move with a purpose I do not understand. The shape has emerged from the pale birch wood. It is a bird. A small, wild thing with intricately carved feathers and outstretched wings, caught in a moment of flight. It is a thing of beauty, of freedom. It is a suitor's gift. A relic of a dark elf courtship ritual so ancient, I had thought it scoured from my memory by the curse. My mind does not understand why my hands have created this, but my soul, the tattered ghost of the elf I once was, knows. This is for her. The need to protect her, to provide for her, has deepened into something far more territorial. It's no longer a matter of survival, of protecting my anchor. The child is merely the chain that binds me to the true prize. The female. Rose. She is the source of the warmth, the center of this maddening, unwanted awakening. She must be mine. Not just protected by me. Owned. The thought is a feral snarl in my soul. Mine. Now I am back to my position. I crouched on a rocky outcrop overlooking the path to her cabin, the small wooden bird clutched in my fist, when a sound cuts through the night. It's alien to the natural sounds of my mountain, not the howl of a wolf or the cry of a snow owl. It is the crunch of iron-shod boots on frozen earth, clumsy and loud. The guttural, foul speech of orcs, their voices like rocks grinding together, and the clank of poorly maintained steel. My head snaps up, my stillness broken. My hearing, sharp enough to pick out the heartbeat of a mouse beneath a foot of snow, reaches out, tracking the sound a war band. At least a dozen. Their scent fouls the clean, cold air, a stench of unwashed flesh, stale ale and bloodlust. They are moving with a hunter's purpose, following the thin trail of smoke that rises from the village's chimney. They are heading straight to the village, straight for her.
Chapter 7. Rose. Sleep is a shallow, restless thing. I am adrift in a sea of disjointed dreams, haunted by the glint of silver eyes, when a sound from the waking world pulls me to the surface. It is a low, mournful cry, thin and sharp against the silence of the night. The village warning horn. It sounds once, a desperate, lonely note, before being abruptly cut off. My eyes snap open. The fire has burned down to glowing embers, casting long, dancing shadows across the cabin. Beside me, Lily stirs, a soft whimper escaping her lips. Ice floods my veins. That horn has not been sounded in the 5 years since the last Cregan raid. It's a sound that means only one thing. Death has come to Snowflake Creek. Then comes the noise. A wave of it, crashing through the forest. It is not the clean roar of a predator or the howl of the wind. It is the sound of a mob. Guttural shouts, the splintering of wood, and a high, thin scream that is unmistakably human and cut horribly short. My body moves before my mind can catch up, propelled by a terror so deep and familiar it is a part of my very bones. I am out of bed, shoving the heavy bar across the door, my heart hammering a frantic, painful rhythm against my ribs. "Mama?" Lily's voice is a small, trembling thread in the darkness. "Stay down, little bird," I whisper, my voice a raw, broken thing. I grab the iron poker from the hearth, its weight a pathetic, useless comfort in my hand. My gaze darts to the shuttered window. I see a flicker of orange light through the cracks, a moving, dancing light that does not belong to the moon. Fire. They are burning the village. A heavy thud slams against our door, making the entire cabin shudder. Then another and another. They are here. The guttural curses are louder now, right outside my wall, accompanied by a wet, snuffling sound that makes my stomach churn. The wood of the door groans, threatening to splinter. The cabin is not a fortress. It is a trap, a tinderbox. "Lily." I pull her from the bed, her small body trembling like a snared rabbit. "We have to run." There is no time for boots, no time for cloaks. I shove her toward the back of the cabin, toward the small secondary door I built for escaping chimney fires. It is flimsy, held only by a simple wooden latch, but it is our only chance. My fingers, slick with sweat, fumble with the latch. The sounds at the front door are getting louder, more frantic. The wood is cracking. I heave the back door open onto a wall of frigid air and chaos. The world outside is a nightmare canvas of orange and black. Flames lick at the sky from the direction of the bakers and the smithy, casting the snow in a hellish, blood-orange glow. Dark, hulking shapes move through the smoke, their forms brutal and stooped. Orcs. Gaunt, starving, their tusks yellow in the firelight. Panic is a living creature, clawing at my throat, threatening to swallow me whole. The village defenders, what few of them there are already falling. I see old man Hemlock, the closest thing we have to a warrior, go down under a swarm of the creatures, his axe clattering uselessly on the frozen ground. My only thought is Lily. Her small hand is a vice in mine. I pull her along, stumbling through the deep snow, my bare feet screaming in protest at the biting cold. We have to get away from the light, away from the path, into the forest, into the darkness. But we are not fast enough. A shape detaches itself from the shadow of the bakery, blocking our path. It is huge, bigger than the others, its skin a mottled, sickly green. A crude iron helm is jammed on its brutish head, and a long, jagged scar puckers the flesh around one of its piggish eyes. It grins, a terrifying display of yellowed tusks and black gums, and raises a cruel, notched blade. The stench of it rolls over me, unwashed flesh, sour ale, and old blood. I shove Lily behind me, raising the pathetic iron poker. The orc lets out a low, guttural laugh, the sound a wet rattle in its thick throat. It takes a slow, deliberate step toward us. The edges of my vision darken, tunnelling until the only thing I see is the firelight glinting on its rusted blade. My body is frozen. My breath is a stone in my chest. This is it. This is the end. Torvin's ghost whispers in my ear, "See, you are nothing weak. You couldn't even protect your own child." A silent, desperate prayer escapes my lips. Please. Someone. Anyone. The world answers. There is a sound from above, a sound like a mountain shearing in two, a scream of tearing air and impossible speed. It's not a sound that any living creature should make. The orc looks up, its brutish face a mask of stupid confusion. A blur of grey stone crashes from the sky. It hits the ground with a force that shakes the foundations of the land, cracking the frozen soil and sending a shockwave of displaced snow and air blasting outwards. It lands directly between me and the orc, a 7-foot-tall wall of living granite. It is the Stone Knight. But he is no statue. He is a creature born of nightmare and savage grace. His skin is the colour of a storm cloud, etched with veins of what looks like silver. Massive, leathery stone wings, scarred and torn, are flared from his back, blocking the firelight and casting us in his terrifying shadow. His hands are claws of obsidian, and his tail, thick and powerful, whips through the air, ending in a wicked, bony blade. He is all jagged angles and brutal, overwhelming power. He is the most terrifying thing I have ever seen, and he is beautiful. Then he turns his head and his eyes find mine. They are not stone, they are molten silver, burning with a cold, ancient, and utterly possessive fury. In that gaze, I see it all, the elk, the firewood, the watchful presence in the dark. My guardian, the orc, its momentary shock broken, lets out a battle cry and charges, its blade held high. The knight does not move. He simply lets the blade come. It strikes his stone shoulder with a deafening clang of metal on rock and shatters into a dozen pieces, the force of the blow throwing the orc off balance. For a heartbeat, there is silence. Then, my guardian opens his mouth. A roar tears from his throat, a sound not of this world. It is the grinding of tectonic plates, the fury of an avalanche, the scream of a dying god. It is a sound of pure, undiluted rage that hits me like a hurricane, shaking the teeth in my skull and vibrating through the soles of my bare feet. The flames on the burning buildings cower and shrink from the force of it. Every living thing in the clearing, orc and human alike, freezes, paralysed by the sheer, world-breaking power of that sound. The battle for my life is over. The battle for Snowflake Creek has just begun. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 8. Sapir. The scent is an abomination, a greasy, foul stench of unwashed flesh and stale blood that slithers through my territory and desecrates the clean, cold air. It is the smell of orcs, and it is moving toward the scent of wood smoke and rose. A rage, pure and cold as the heart of a glacier, crystallizes in my soul. For nearly 1,000 years, I have slept. For a week, I have awoken to a world of weakness and pain, chained to a fragile human child. But in this moment there is no conflict. The gargoyle and the warrior are one. The instinct and the honor are aligned in a single, unwavering purpose. Mine to protect. They are a disease, a festering blight upon my mountain. And I am the cure. I drop the small, carved bird into a drift of snow. There will be time for courtship later. Now there is only war. My wings, torn and broken, are useless for true flight, but they are perfect for a controlled fall. I launch myself from the high crag, a plummeting meteor of gray stone and vengeance. The wind screams past my ears. Below, the scene is a chaotic splash of fire and violence against the pure white snow. The pathetic human dwellings burn, the vermin swarm, their clumsy blades hacking at the soft flesh of the villagers. My gaze sweeps the chaos, ignoring the dying, searching for the only two lives that matter. There, pinned against a wall, a hulking brute looming over them. Rose, with the child hidden behind her, holds a flimsy piece of iron, defiant to the last. The sight of her, so fragile and so fierce, shatters the last vestiges of my control. A sound rips from my throat, a shriek of tearing air that is lost in my descent. I do not aim to land, I aim to impact. I crash into the frozen earth with the force of a thunderbolt. The ground shatters. The orc between me and my female is thrown back, its blade flying from its grasp. I rise to my full 7-foot height, spreading my wings to their full, terrifying span, blocking the firelight, becoming a silhouette of absolute death. The world holds its breath for a single silent heartbeat. Then I give voice to the rage that has been building for 1,000 years. My roar is not a sound of flesh, but of the mountain itself. It is the grinding of continents, the fury of an earthquake. It shakes the burning buildings and sends the vermin stumbling, their hands clapped over their ears. It is a declaration. This territory is mine. Everything in it is mine. And you are trespassing. The brute before me, momentarily stunned, recovers its courage. It bellows a challenge and charges. It's a mistake. I do not move to meet it. I let it come. Its shattered blade strikes my shoulder. The clang of metal on stone is a satisfying prelude. I catch its arm before it can pull back, my claws sinking through leather and flesh, grinding against the bone beneath. Its eyes go wide with shock and pain. I see its life, its pathetic, brutish existence in those terrified eyes. Then I twist. The sound of its arm being torn from its socket is a wet, satisfying rip. It screams, a high, thin sound that is quickly cut off as my other claw, sharp as obsidian, scythes through the air and removes its head from its shoulders. Black, viscous blood sprays across the snow, a pleasing contrast. The body slumps. I drop the severed arm. The other orcs, frozen by my roar, are now broken by the sight of their champion's demise. They hesitate. They will not get a second chance. I am a blur of grey destruction, a whirlwind of claw and tail. An orc swings a heavy spiked mace. I duck under the blow, my tail lashing out like a scorpion's sting. The bladed tip punches straight through the crude iron of its breastplate and out its back. I rip it free and am already moving to the next. Two come at me at once. I meet them head on. My left claw catches one by the throat, lifting it from its feet, crushing its windpipe with a sound like snapping twigs. Its legs kick uselessly in the air. My right hand, clenched into a fist of solid granite, smashes into the face of the other. The impact reduces its head to a pulp of bone, brain, and blood. The fight is not a battle. It is a culling. They are clumsy, slow, predictable. Their movements are telegraphed. I was forged in the Great War, fighting demons and Vrakans whose speed could break the eye and whose strength could level cities. These are insects. One, smarter than the rest, tries to get to Rose. It scrambles around the edge of the carnage, its eyes fixed on her and Lily. A low, possessive growl rumbles in my chest. No. I hurl the corpse in my hand at it, a 200-pound projectile of dead meat that slams into the creature and sends it sprawling. Before it can rise, I am on it, a clawed foot pinning it to the ground. It looks up at me, gibbering in terror. I press down, slowly, deliberately, enjoying the sounds of its ribs cracking one by one until its chest cavity collapses. A flash of movement at my periphery. A blade, coated in some black, viscous poison, slices through the air. It's a close, desperate thing I twist, but not fast enough. The serrated edge bites deep into the flesh of my forearm, a searing line of white-hot pain. The wound itself is nothing, but the poison is ancient. Vile. And then the bond ignites. A sickening, horrifying wave of feedback slams into me. It is not my pain I feel, but Lily's. The bond, the parasitic link, is working as it was designed. My gargoyle nature is already trying to heal the wound, to fight the poison, and to do so, it is drawing power, life force. From my anchor, it is a frantic, desperate siphon, a whirlpool of energy draining from her to me. I can feel her small life flickering, dimming, being consumed to fuel my regeneration. The cold rage becomes a frantic, blazing inferno. I am killing her. I hear Rose's terrified scream echoing in my ears. Time is no longer a luxury. It is an enemy. The orc with the poisoned blade grins, thinking it has won. I give it no time to savor its victory. My roar is a raw sound of agony and fury. I close the distance in a single blurring step. I do not kill it with a clean blow. I make it suffer. I break its arms, then its legs. I leave it screaming in the snow, a broken puppet of flesh and bone, and turn to the remaining few. The rest is a red haze, a blur of instinct and brutal efficiency. I'm no longer a warrior. I'm a force of nature, an avalanche that cannot be stopped, a plague of death. My claws are a blur, my tail a reaping scythe. The last orc falls, its throat torn out, its lifeblood steaming on the frozen ground. Silence descends, broken only by the crackle of the flames and the wounded moans of the humans. I stand in the midst of the carnage, a monolith of death surrounded by the broken bodies of my enemies. My arm burns with a cold fire. The drain on Lily's life lessens, but I can still feel the faint, sickening pull I am heaving, my breath coming in ragged, steaming bursts in the frigid air. The surviving humans stare, their faces masks of slack-jawed horror and disbelief. They look at me as if I am a demon spat up from the very hells. Their fear is a useless, irrelevant thing. There's only one gaze that matters. I turn my head, my silver eyes cutting through the smoke to find her. She's not staring at me, not entirely. She clutches the child to her side, her knuckles white, her body trembling. I follow her gaze as it darts frantically from me to the small, limp form in her arms. The child. My anchor. The siphon from my poisoned wound has taken its toll. Lily's skin is a waxy, translucent white, her lips tinged with blue. Her head lolls against her mother's shoulder, her breathing a shallow, barely perceptible flutter. The vibrant, sun-haired creature who woke me is a faded, wilting thing. I have done this to her. Rose's face is a canvas of warring emotions. She looks up at me, and I see the awe, the raw shock of my existence. But it is twisted with a frantic, desperate terror that is not for herself. Her moss-green eyes are wide with a horrifying question. She looks from her fading daughter to the black, poisoned wound on my arm, and a devastating understanding begins to dawn in her expression. She doesn't know how, but she knows why. She knows the monster who saved her is also the sickness that is killing her child. The poison chooses that moment to assert its full dominion. The cold fire in my arm explodes, sending tendrils of ice racing through my stone veins. The world tilts, the burning village spinning in my vision. My legs, which have stood unyielding for 1,000 years, suddenly feel like sand. I fight it, my gaze locked on her, a silent plea in my eyes. This was not my choice. Rose. I groan her name, a plea for her to understand and realize that this curse is not born of my free will. But the strength of my will is not enough. My body betrays me. A groan of grinding stone escapes my lips. I stagger, my vision tunneling until her face, her beautiful, terrified, accusing face, is the only thing I am able to see. Before her, I collapse to one knee.
Chapter 9. Rose. He is on one knee in a field of slaughter, a fallen god of granite and blood. The firelight dances across his stone skin, illuminating the deep, poisoned gash on his arm, and in my arms, Lily takes a shuddering breath. A flicker of life, a ghost of warmth returning to her skin. I look from the black venom darkening my saviour's wound to the faint blush of colour returning to my daughter's cheeks. The world narrows to a single horrifying equation, his life for hers, her life for his. A seesaw of life and death, and they are on opposite ends. My mind reels, trying to grasp the impossible magic of it all. But there is no time. The cabin doors of the surviving villagers are creaking open one by one. They emerge, their faces pale with shock, their eyes wide as they take in the carnage. And the cause of it. Demon! Elder Tom's voice is a shrill, cracking thing. He points a trembling finger at the kneeling gargoyle. Stay back! It's a beast from the pits of the hells! Heads turn. The initial dazed gratitude in the eyes of my neighbours curdles into the familiar, ugly twist of fear. They see the bodies of the orcs, the sheer, brutal devastation, and they don't see a saviour. They see a monster that has just finished one meal and might be looking for another. He saved us, a woman, Alara, whispers, clutching her young son to her side. The same woman who shunned me just days ago. It saved itself, Tom spits, his courage returning as he sees the creature's weakness. Look at it. It's another curse upon this village. We must drive it out before it brings more darkness down on us. The poison is working fast. My guardian's massive shoulders slump, his breathing a harsh, grating sound of stone scraping stone. He is dying, and if he dies, what happens to the other end of the scale? I cannot take that chance. My daughter's life is tied to this creature. Get inside, I command Alara, my voice sharp with a certainty that surprises even me. Bar your door, now. She stares at me, then at the wounded gargoyle, her face a war of fear and dawning gratitude. She nods, pulling her son back into her home. My first duty is to Lily. I race back to my own cabin, my bare feet numb to the blood-soaked snow. I lay her gently in her cot, pulling every blanket I own over her small, frail body. Her breathing is steadier now, her skin almost warm. The healthier she seems, the more certain I am that he is fading. I have so many questions, but only one answer matters right now. He cannot die. I grab the satchel with my healing supplies, bandages, poultices, and a precious vial of anti-venom I made for snake bites. It may be useless against orc poison, but it is all I have. When I step back outside, Tom has gathered a small, frightened mob. "Rose, get back in your home. Have you lost your senses?" I ignore him. My focus is singular. I walk across the snow, my steps sure and steady, toward the kneeling gargoyle. His head is bowed, but as I approach, it snaps up his silver eyes, glazed with pain, fix on me. A low growl rumbles in his chest, a warning. Not for me, for the men behind me. "Stay back," Tom screeches. "It will kill you." "It will die if we do nothing," I call back, never taking my eyes off the creature. I am 5 feet from him now. The heat rolling off his body is a furnace blast. The sheer power, even wounded, is a palpable force in the air. Let it die. It is not our concern. I stop directly in front of him. He is a mountain of stone, even on one knee. He watches me, his head tilted, a predator assessing a threat. His claws, dripping with black orc blood, flex against the ground. "Get back." The words are a low, grating rumble, like an earthquake starting deep within the earth. His gaze flickers past me to Tom and the others. His lip curls back, revealing teeth like daggers. Despite his weakness, he is trying to place himself between me and them, protecting me still. My heart gives a painful, complicated lurch. "I'm not going to hurt you," I say, my voice shaking but firm. I hold up my hands to show I am unarmed. "You are hurt. That poison—" His silver eyes narrow. He seems to understand. "Let me help you." I take the final, fateful step. Ignoring every instinct for self-preservation I have ever learned, I reach out and place my hand on his uninjured shoulder. His skin is not cold stone. It is warm, vibrant, and thrumming with a strange, powerful energy. It feels like touching the heart of the mountain. He flinches at my touch, a violent tremor that runs through his entire body. A louder growl escapes his chest, but it holds no threat. It is a sound of pain, of confusion. "You have to get inside," I urge, my voice dropping to a whisper. "Out of the cold. Let me treat the wound." He looks from my face to my hand on his shoulder and then toward my cabin. He understands. Slowly, ponderously, he tries to rise. He gets halfway up before his legs buckle, a groan of agony tearing from his throat. "Help me!" I shout to the stunned villagers, turning on them with a fury that shocks them into silence. "Are you all blind? He saved your children. He saved all of us. Are you going to let him die in the snow?" Tom sputters, but my words find their mark in a few hearts. A burly man named Fendrel, whose daughter the gargoyle saved from a charging orc, steps forward. Then another man, old Garris. "Tom, she's right," Fendrel says, his voice rough. "My girl would be dead if not for him. Together, the 3 of us manage the impossible. It is a grueling, back-breaking task. The gargoyle is impossibly heavy, a being of pure, dense mass. He leans on me, his massive arm draped over my shoulder, his breathing a hot, harsh rasp against my ear. He allows our help, but his silver eyes never leave the other villagers, a silent promise of death if they try anything. We half drag, half carry him across the snow and through the door of my tiny cabin. He collapses onto the floor, his sheer bulk taking up nearly all the open space. His head rests inches from the hearth, his tail curled around the legs of my table. My home, my tiny sanctuary, is suddenly dominated by a wounded primordial god. The angry shouts of Elder Tom and his followers echo from outside. "You'll bring a curse on us all, Rose. Mark my words." I ignore them. My world has shrunk to the 4 walls of this cabin. I shove the heavy iron bar into place, the sound final and decisive. As the bar settles home, a low moan begins on the wind. It rises in pitch and fury, a shrieking, violent howl. The gentle snowfall transforms in an instant into a raging, blinding blizzard. The world outside my walls vanishes behind a curtain of white. We are sealed in. Me, my daughter, and the dying monster who owns our lives.
Chapter 10. Sapir. Darkness. It is a living, breathing entity, thick and suffocating. It is not the clean, patient darkness of my stone slumber. This is a foul, poison blackness, shot through with veins of fire. The orc venom burns, a liquid cold that wars with the magical heat of my gargoyle nature. I'm adrift in a sea of agony, my own body a crushing weight, my limbs leaden and unresponsive. I am dying. The thought is a distant clinical observation. I have died before. The curse was a death of a kind. This is different. This is an unraveling. Suddenly, a touch. It is a fleeting sensation at first, a point of impossible warmth against the cold fire raging in my arm. It is soft, gentle. My stone skin, which can turn a steel blade, registers the faint pressure of her fingers, her. Rose. The touch is an anchor in the maelstrom. I cling to it, my scattered consciousness coalescing around that single point of contact. The world slowly returns, not in sight, but in sensation. The smell of the cabin is thick, suffocating. Wood smoke, drying herbs, and her. The scent of her is a torment, an intoxicating perfume that fills my lungs and promises a warmth my body can no longer generate. I feel the gentle scrape of a cloth on my wound, the cool shock of water. Each sensation is a lifetime, a universe of feeling for a being who has felt nothing for 1,000 years. And then she hums. The sound is a low, quiet thread of music that weaves itself through the darkness in my mind. It is the melody I have stalked from the shadows, the sound that soothes the raging beast within me. Now, it is a lifeline, the only thing keeping me from sinking completely into the poisoned abyss. Pain flares white and absolute, and my instincts scream, heal. The bond, my cursed chain to the child, responds instantly. It is a simple, brutal mechanism. My body requires life to fight the poison, and the bond provides it, a direct conduit to the small, fragile life of my anchor. I can feel the energy flowing, a river of vitality being siphoned from Lily into me. It is a cool, sweet draught to my parched soul, and my gargoyle nature drinks it in, greedy and thoughtless. The burning in my veins lessens. The healing begins. But with the energy comes an image, a feeling. The child, pale and wilting. Her life, a flickering candle flame being consumed to feed my pyre. And the warrior, the ghost of the fighter I once was, roars in protest. No, the command is a physical effort, a war waged in the battlefield of my own soul. My honor, the unbreakable code I lived by, screams sacrilege. You do not sacrifice a child for your own life. You do not harm the innocent. The gargoyle hisses back, its logic simple and pure. We will die. Then we die. With a surge of will that costs me everything, I fight the bond. I picture a dam of solid rock inside me, and I slam it down, cutting off the flow of her life force. The relief is instantly gone, replaced by the full, incandescent agony of the poison. My healing stutters to a halt. The fire rages anew, hotter than before. But the child is safe. Her voice washes over me, a balm on my tortured consciousness. What are you? She whispers, her voice thick with a fear that is not for herself. What is happening to Lily? Every time you groan, she gets a little color back. When you are still, she fades. She understands. Not the magic, but the consequence. She sees the seesaw. You saved us, she says, her voice trembling. You saved all of us. Thank you. Her hand smooths over the uninjured stone of my brow, a gesture of impossible tenderness. Please, don't die. I don't think she can survive if you do. I want to answer her. I want to tell her that I will not let the child perish. I want to open my mouth and speak my claim, to tell her that she is mine. But my body is a prison. My jaw is locked granite, my throat a column of unresponsive stone. I can only listen as she tends to me, her soft words a strange and beautiful form of torture. The poison is relentless. My control over the bond is a slippery thing. My consciousness fades, the dam of my will crumbles, and the siphon begins anew. My body's instinct to survive overriding my honor, I feel a trickle of Lily's life enter me, and I fight my way back from the brink, slamming the gate shut once more. This is the rhythm of my battle. I let the poison burn me to the edge of dissolution. Then my body betrays me and steals a drop of life from the child I wake. I stop it, and I weaken again. Over and over, a cycle of agony and guilt. My instincts tell me to surrender to the stone sleep, to let my body turn to true granite and heal over decades. It is the Gargoyle way. But her presence, her touch, her scent, they are an anchor stronger than any magic to sleep is to lose this, to lose her. And so I fight. I stay in this world of pain for her. The night wears on, an eternity of fire and shadow. I feel myself slipping, the darkness finally closing in, my will eroded to nothing. One last time, the warrior whispers, "She deserves to see you are not just a beast." With every last ounce of strength I possess, I fight the paralysis. I command my muscles, my stone sinews to obey. My eyelids, heavy as tombstones, grind upwards. It is an act of tectonic effort. They crack open. The world is a blur of firelight and shadow, but then it sharpens, focuses. And the first thing I see, the only thing that matters in this or any other life, is her face. She is leaning over me, a damp cloth in her hand. Her brow is furrowed in concentration, her moss-green eyes filled with a storm of fear, worry, and a strange, breathtaking tenderness that steals the air from my lungs. She is looking at me not as a monster, but as something worth saving. The sight is a more potent antidote than any herb. It is a reason.
Chapter 11. Rose. The world outside my door has ceased to exist, consumed by a roaring, shrieking wall of white. But in here, the only storm that matters is the one I see in a pair of silver eyes. I am leaning over him, the damp cloth in my hand forgotten, my breath a frozen stone in my chest. One moment he is a statue, a mountain of unconscious stone, and the next he is awake. His eyes, the colour of a winter moon, are open and fixed on me with an intensity that feels like a physical touch, a heat that has little to do with the fire in the hearth. They are not the hazy, unfocused eyes of a sick man. They are ancient, intelligent, and utterly aware. My heart gives a single, painful thud and then seems to stop altogether. I am pinned by his gaze, a butterfly trapped in amber. I cannot move, I cannot breathe. He is a predator, and I have willingly brought him into my den. Then I see it, the flicker of pain in their silver depths, the immense soul-deep weariness. He is not looking at me like prey. He is looking at me like a drowning man looks at his only piece of driftwood. The air rushes back into my body in a ragged gasp. He is awake. He is alive. But the effort is too much. A tremor runs through his massive frame, a deep groan of grinding stone rumbling in his chest. The silver light in his eyes dims, and the heavy stone-carved lids slide shut once more. He has fallen back into the darkness. I sag with a relief so profound my knees feel weak. I press a hand to my chest, my heart now hammering a wild, frantic rhythm against my ribs. He is still fighting. For 2 days, the blizzard rages. For 2 days, he sleeps. Or he pretends to. I am never sure. But my fear begins to change, eroded by a strange and dangerous routine. My world shrinks to the needs of the 2 other souls in this cabin. I feed the fire. I melt snow for water. I tend to his wound, which is slowly, miraculously, beginning to close, the blackened flesh flaking away to reveal new, grey stone skin beneath. And I watch Lily. The change in her is a miracle. She is vibrant, her cheeks rosy, her energy boundless. The terrifying link that made her fade when he was wounded seems to have been severed. I don't understand it, but I am grateful with every fibre of my being. Her lack of fear is a constant, unnerving wonder. She has adopted the sleeping giant on our floor. I turn from stirring a pot of broth to find her sitting by his head, her small fingers carefully tracing the intricate, vein-like patterns on his temple. "You're the colour of the sky before a big snow," she says to him, her voice a soft, conversational murmur. "Did it hurt when your wings broke, Sir Knight? Mama says she can fix anything. Maybe she can fix your wings too." My breath catches. He remains still, but the tip of his bladed tail, which I had thought unmoving, gives a slow, deliberate sweep across the floorboards. Thump, thump. He is listening. He is aware, and he is allowing my daughter to touch him with a trust that defies all logic. On the third day, the blizzard breaks. The silence that descends is as shocking as the storm itself. I need to get more wood, but more than that, I need to escape the thick, charged atmosphere of the cabin, the weight of his constant, silent presence. Outside, the world is a transformed, pristine landscape of white. As I gather wood from the pile he left me, my foot scuffs something in the snow near where he fell. I kneel and brush the powder away. It is a bird, carved from pale birch wood, its wings outstretched in a moment of perfect soaring flight. The detail is exquisite, each feather rendered with an artist's impossible care. It is beautiful, and I'm sure it was made by the same claws that tore the heads from orcs. I stare at the small, delicate thing, my mind reeling with the contradiction. A monster who creates beauty, a killer who protects, a creature of stone who burns with a living fire. My fingers close around it. I take it back inside and place it on the mantelpiece above the fire, a silent acknowledgement of a question I don't even know how to ask. When I turn, his eyes are open again. This time, they stay open. He watches me, his head still resting on the floor, his silver gaze following my every movement as I put the wood by the hearth, as I check on Lily, as I ladle broth into a bowl. The silence is no longer empty. It is filled with 1,000 unasked questions. "You're awake," I state, my voice steadier this time. He gives a slow, ponderous blink. I bring the bowl of broth over, my hands shaking slightly. "You need to eat. Something other than what I've been forcing on you." He makes no move to take it. His eyes are fixed on my face. A low rumble starts in his chest. "What is your name?" The question slips out before I can stop it. I have been calling him it, the creature, the knight. He is none of those things. He is a person. A terrifying, inhuman person, but a person nonetheless. The rumbling deepens, and for a moment I think he won't answer. Then the word forms, a sound like rocks grinding together, a voice that has not been used in centuries. "Sepir." The name hangs in the air between us, ancient and powerful. "Sepir," I repeat, testing the feel of it on my tongue. I am Rose, and this is Lily. His gaze softens almost imperceptibly as it moves to my daughter. He knows. Of course he knows. The day passes in a state of suspended reality. He does not move from his spot, but his presence dominates everything. I try to speak to him, asking simple questions, and his answers are always the same: a slight nod, a shake of his head, or that deep, resonant silence. The fear is still there, a cold stone in my gut. But it is mingled now with a dangerous, thrilling curiosity. He saved us. And in his quiet, absolute guardianship, there is a strange, terrifying sense of safety, a security more profound than any I have ever known. As evening falls, I am standing by the hearth, my back to him, my fingers tracing the smooth, carved lines of the wooden bird. The firelight dances. The cabin is warm and quiet. I can feel the heat of him, the weight of his presence on my skin. I have gotten almost used to the silent observation. Rose. The sound is not a word. It is a vibration. A low, grating rumble that travels through the floorboards, up my legs, and settles deep in my bones. It is the sound of mountains moving, of ancient things waking from a long sleep. It is the first time he has spoken my name, and I feel it like a brand.
Chapter 12. Kapir. The fire returns, not the cold, venomous burn of the poison, but the ancient, internal furnace of my own life. Strength, hot and vital, pours through my limbs. The cracks in my skin seal, the pain recedes to a distant memory, and my mind, once a fog of agony, is now a blade honed to a razor's edge. I am healed, I am whole, and I am trapped. The realization is a cage slamming shut. This box of wood and mud, once a temporary refuge, is now a prison. It's too small, too bright, and it is saturated, every molecule of the air thick with her scent, wood smoke, herbs, and the sweet, maddening fragrance of rose. It is an assault on my senses, a constant, low-grade torment that frays the edges of my control. The gargoyle in me wants to smash the walls to splinters, to feel the clean, cold wind on my skin. But the warrior wants to watch her. She moves with a quiet, efficient grace, a dance of domesticity that is as alien and captivating as the stars. She tends the fire, her face flushed with heat. She kneads dough, a fine dusting of flour on her arms. I watch the muscles in her back as she lifts a heavy pot, the line of her throat as she hums a soft, nameless tune. The ache in my chest is no longer a strange, fleeting thing. It is a constant, demanding presence, a hunger that meat cannot satisfy. She's preparing the salted elk, her knife struggling against the tough, preserved meat. I see the frustration in the set of her jaw. A warrior does not allow his mate to struggle. The thought springs, unbidden and absolute, his mate. I rise from the floor. The movement is silent, but it shifts the very air in the cabin. She startles, her hand flying to her chest as she turns. Her eyes are wide, but the terror that was once in them is gone, replaced by a wary curiosity. This is a dangerous change. I cross to the table in 2 strides. I will do it. The words are a rough, grating sound in the small space. She looks from my massive, clawed hand to the small knife in hers. A flicker of something, amusement, crosses her face. With what? I hold up my hand, extending a single obsidian talon. This. She hesitates, then gives a small, reluctant nod and steps aside. The gesture of trust is a sharp, painful thing. I'm a weapon of war, and she is letting me into her kitchen. I place a hand on the heavy slab of meat to steady it. My claw, which can shear through an orc's helm, descends. My intent is to make a clean, precise cut, but I have not accounted for the fragile wood of the table beneath. The claw slices through the cured meat, through the thick oak of the table, and embeds itself a half-inch into the floorboards below. A loud crack echoes through the cabin. A low growl of pure frustration rips from my chest. I am a destroyer. I have broken her home. The feeling of helplessness is a venom far more potent than any orc's. I clench my fists, the sound of stone grinding on stone filling the air. It's all right. Her voice is soft, but her hand on my arm is surprisingly firm. It's an old table. She gently pushes me back. Why don't you sit? The fire is warm. I'm not a child to be managed, I snarl, the gargoyle in me bristling at the command. No, she agrees, her gaze steady and unafraid. It is maddening. You are a guest, a very large guest, please. Sit. I stare at her, the predator in me warring with a strange, unwilling obedience. Her lack of fear is a shield I cannot seem to breach. With another growl, I relent, folding my massive frame back onto the floor by the hearth, defeated by a slip of a human female. She returns to her work, the ruined table forgotten, and she begins to talk. At first, I think she's speaking to the child who is building a castle of twigs in the corner, but Lily is lost in her own world. The words are for me. She fills the silence, her voice a low, pleasant melody against the crackle and snap of the fire. She tells me of her life before this place, of the sea, of the mother who taught her to bake and to hum. She speaks of hardship not with self-pity, but with a simple, matter-of-fact weariness that speaks of a strength I've rarely seen, even in warriors. I listen. The stories are meaningless, tales of a small, fragile life. But her voice is a balm. It soothes the restless beast in my chest, quiets the urge to smash and to claim. It is a strange, potent magic. When she pauses, taking a breath, the silence that falls is suddenly unbearable. "More," I command, the word a raw rasp. She looks over, surprised. Then a small, hesitant smile touches her lips. "More?" I nod, my gaze fixed on her. So she speaks of Christmas. She tells me it is a time for family, a celebration of light in the darkest part of the year. She speaks of hope, of giving. Giving? The concept is alien. One gives tribute to a stronger power. One does not give for the sake of it. "You give a gift to show someone you care for them," she explains, her eyes on the dough she is working. "It's the spirit of it. It's supposed to make you feel good to give something away." "To lose something is weakness," I state. "It is the core of all logic. To have is to be strong. To lose is to be weak." "No," she says softly. "Sometimes giving makes you stronger." She looks at me then, her moss-green eyes holding a universe of meaning. "You gave us your protection. Did it make you weaker?" The question resonates in me. I have no answer. Later, the child is asleep in her cot, her breathing soft and even. The cabin is quiet, lit only by the flickering orange glow of the fire. Rose stands before the hearth, her back to me, her hand resting on the small wooden bird I carved. She stretches, a slow, arching movement that pulls the fabric of her simple dress taut across her back. The last thread of my control snaps. The warrior, the code, the honor, they all burn away in a rush of pure, possessive fire. The hunger is no longer an ache. It is a roaring, demanding void that only she can fill. I rise. I'm a shadow in the firelight, a predator that has been patient for too long. I move without a sound, my stone feet silent on the floorboards. She does not hear me. She does not sense me until I am directly behind her, so close I can feel the heat of her body, so close I can smell the scent of her skin, of her hair. She freezes, her entire body going rigid. I have trapped her between the unyielding heat of my body and the searing heat of the fire. I lower my head, my face hovering inches from her neck, and I inhale. Her scent is a drug, a poison, an antidote. It is everything. A violent tremble runs through her. Her breath catches in a sharp, helpless gasp. The gargoyle screams, "Take." The warrior whispers, "Wait." For once they agree on the first step. My hands, creations of stone and violence, come up to frame her face. They are impossibly gentle. I turn her, my thumbs brushing against the soft skin of her jaw. She is facing me, her eyes wide and dark in the firelight, her lips parted in a silent O of shock. There is no more time for thought. There is no more room for honor. There is only this. I crush my mouth to hers.
Chapter 13. Rose. His mouth is not gentle. It is acclaiming. The moment his lips crash down on mine, the world dissolves into a maelstrom of heat and raw, desperate force. There is no softness, no tentative exploration. It is the kiss of a predator, of a conqueror, of a starving man presented with a feast. It is overwhelming, terrifying, and it sets my entire body on fire. My mind screams a chorus of warnings, a litany of every lesson Torvin's cruelty ever taught me. This is control. This is possession. Fight my hands come up to shove against the solid, unyielding wall of his chest. It's like pushing against a mountain. He doesn't even seem to notice. But my body is a traitor. It has been years since I was touched with anything other than violence, years of being a vessel for a man's spite, of my own needs being a forgotten, irrelevant thing. But this is different. This is not the cold, selfish taking I knew. This is a raw, all-consuming need that is focused entirely, absolutely on me. And beneath the terror, a dark, dormant part of me awakens and uncoils, responding to his savage fire with a heat of its own. My fists, still pressed against his chest, slowly unclench. My fingers spread out, feeling the strange, stone-like texture of his skin through my thin dress. The storm that has been raging outside for days is nothing compared to the tempest inside me now. All the fear, the gratitude, the terrifying attraction, it all culminates in this one, world-shattering kiss. He groans, a low, guttural sound of pure, primal satisfaction that vibrates from his chest into mine. The sound breaks the last of my resistance. My traitorous body arches into his, my mouth opening under the relentless pressure of his. The kiss changes. It is still demanding, still possessive, but now there is a new element, a searing, desperate exploration. His tongue, rough and hot, sweeps into my mouth, tasting me, learning me. It is a dizzying, disorienting assault on my senses. I feel myself pulling him closer with one hand, while the other is still weakly pushing him away. I am a contradiction of want and fear. But oh gods, I want this. It is terrifying. And it feels so right. He breaks the kiss, his breathing a harsh, grating sound in the quiet of the cabin. His silver eyes are burning, molten with a hunger that makes my knees weak. He lifts me as if I weigh nothing, his massive arms scooping me against his chest. My feet leave the floor, and for a heart-stopping moment, I think he is taking me to my bed, where Lily sleeps just a few feet away. Panic, sharp and maternal, cuts through the haze of lust. "No," I gasp, my hands finding purchase on his broad shoulders. "Not here. Lily." His eyes glow with a faint silvery light. "She sleeps," he rumbles, his voice a low vibration that I feel in my bones. Magic. She will not wake, even if this house falls to splinters around us. The casual, absolute power in his words should terrify me. It does, but it also thrills me. A dark, broken part of me revels in this all-consuming focus, this possessive care that extends even to my daughter's dreams. Even so, I can't. I shake my head, my frantic gaze darting toward the small, curtained-off alcove at the back of the cabin where we keep our winter supplies, the storage room. I whisper, the words a plea. He does not question me. He moves, carrying me into the small, dark space. The air is cold in here, filled with the scent of dried herbs and salted meat. He doesn't put me down. He pins me against the rough, cold wood of the wall, his body a furnace of living stone against mine. His mouth finds mine again, and this time the kiss is a slow, deliberate claiming of every inch of my mouth. Then it trails lower, over my jaw, down the column of my throat. My head falls back against the wall, my fingers tangling in the thick, coarse strands of his dark hair.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. And as I drift off to sleep, tangled in his massive protective limbs, my last conscious thought is that I have never, ever felt so safe.
Chapter 14. Sapir. She is a sliver of warmth against the cold eternity of my existence. I wake before the sun, a habit ingrained by 1,000 years of war and another 1,000 of stone. But this waking is different. For the first time in an age I can measure, I'm not alone. Rose sleeps, her soft human body curled into mine. Her scent, that intoxicating mix of woman, hearth, and herbs, is branded onto my skin. Into my very being I have claimed her. The knowledge is a triumphant, possessive roar in the silent fortress of my mind. Mine. The bed is a pathetic human thing. Too small, too soft. Half of my body is braced on the cold floorboards, my frame contorted to keep her sheltered in the curve of my body, and my wing, it is an uncomfortable, awkward position. A worthy price, but the triumph is a double-edged blade. This warmth, this softness clutched against my chest, is a vulnerability I have never known. Her life is a fragile flicker against my own ancient, stony existence. An enemy would not need to break my skin to kill me now. They would only need to break hers. The thought is a shard of ice in my gut, a terror far colder than my stone sleep ever was. The warrior in me, the survivor, screams that this is a fatal weakness. The gargoyle simply tightens its grip. A floorboard creaks. My head snaps up, a low growl forming in my throat before I catch the scent. The child. Lily. She stands in the doorway of her small sleeping area, her golden hair a messy halo in the pre-dawn gloom. She rubs the sleep from her eyes and looks at us. Her gaze is not one of fear or confusion. It is one of simple, childish solemnity. "Mama," she says, her voice clear in the quiet. "You're cuddling the night." Rose stirs at the sound, her body tensing in my arms. She makes a small, flustered noise and tries to pull away. My arm, a band of living stone, keeps her pinned against me. "Stay," I rumble, the command a low vibration against her back. She freezes, her blush a welcome heat in the dim light. The child simply smiles, turns, and goes to her corner to play with her pinecone village as if finding her mother tangled in the limbs of a 7-foot stone monster is the most natural thing in the world. Rose lets out a long, shaky breath. "We need to talk," she whispers, her voice tight. "There is nothing to say," I answer, my lips brushing the top of her head. "You are mine." She stiffens again, pushing against my chest with more force this time. "I am not a sack of flour to be claimed, Sapir. I am not a thing to be owned." I hear the ghost of another man in her words, the echo of a past hurt. The gargoyle bristles, but the warrior understands. I force myself to loosen my grip, allowing her to sit up. She pulls the thin blanket around herself like a shield. "It is not ownership as you know it," I say, the words feeling clumsy and inadequate, dredged up from a long-forgotten vocabulary. "It is fact, as the mountain owns the stone, as the sky owns the stars." She vehemently shakes her head, her eyes a storm of confusion and a fear I wish to extinguish. "What are you?" It is the question I have waited for, the one I have dreaded. I sit up, my wings scraping against the low ceiling, my sheer bulk making the small bed groan in protest. I look at my hands, at the claws I've learned to retract for her, at the stone skin that is my prison. "I was Dark Elf," I say, the words tasting of ash and dust. "A warrior. A general in the Great War, before your kind could even forge iron." Her eyes widen, but she stays silent, listening. "There was a battle," I continue, the memories rising like ghosts. "A city of innocents. My commander, a being of great and terrible power, gave the order to slaughter them all. For honor, For the code I held when my people had abandoned theirs, I refused. What happened? She whispers. He did not kill me and used me as a slave without my control. Then the Purnas cursed us dark elves. A sky black with dragonfire. A curse screamed into the wind. Then, stone, silence, an eternity of it until your child's touch woke me. She reaches out then, her fingers tracing the jagged, silver-veined crack on my chest, the ancient wound from that final battle. I expect a flare of pain, a phantom echo of the blow that nearly killed me. But there is nothing. Her touch does not bring pain. It brings a strange, unnerving peace, a quietening of the storm inside me. So you are a hero, she says, her voice soft with a wonder that I do not deserve. I am a monster, I correct her, my voice a harsh grate. Cursed, chained to your child's life. Is that all we are to you? She asks, her gaze searching mine. A chain? A way to survive? And there it is. The core of it. The bond forced my hand. It made me her protector out of necessity. But last night had very little to do with the bond. Last night was a choice. My choice. The feelings she evokes are a tempest, an overwhelming flood of sensations in a soul that has known only the stark, simple emotions of a predator for an age, the warmth of her, the taste of her, the sound of her cries in the darkness. It is too much. It is a weakness that should have me running for the cold, safe solitude of my mountain peak. But I am not running. I'm willing to see this through. I am willing to drown. No, I say, the word raw with an emotion I cannot name. You are more. Before she can answer, a sound cuts through the morning quiet. It is faint, carried on the wind from the high peaks. A grating, screeching call like stone scraping against stone. I dismiss it, the wind whistling through the crags. An eagle. My senses are still focused entirely on the female before me, on the scent of her skin and the memory of her body wrapped around mine. The sound comes again, closer this time, clearer. It is no eagle. It is not the wind. It is the call of a hunter, the territorial challenge of my kind, my kin. He has found me.
Chapter 15. Rose. The day is a fragile, hollow thing. The sound that had frozen Sapir into a statue of granite faded with the rest of the morning dew, leaving behind a quiet so profound it feels louder than the blizzard's roar. A fragile, awkward peace has settled in the cabin, thick with everything that happened last night and everything that was said this morning. He is too big for this world, my world. Every movement he makes is a study in contained power. When he rises from the floor, my small home seems to shrink, the ceiling too low, the walls too close. He is a constant, solid, living presence that redefines the very space I inhabit. We work around each other in a silent dance of hyper-awareness. I move to the hearth for the kettle. He shifts his massive weight to give me passage. I reach for flour on the shelf. His shadow falls over me, a cool eclipse that makes the hair on my arms stand on end. He watches me, always. It is not the judgmental gaze of Torvin, but something far more unsettling. It is a look of intense, absolute focus, as if he is committing every tiny detail of my existence to an ancient memory. I will hunt, he says, the two words a low rumble that vibrates through my feet. He is standing by the door, his hand on the iron bar. It looks like a child's toy in his grasp. A part of me, the part that has been caged with a primal storm for days, breathes a sigh of relief at the thought of having this small space to myself again. But another, newer part feels a sharp, unwelcome pang of anxiety. The forest is not safe. The surviving orcs could still be out there. Before he can leave, Lily runs to him, her face alight with a purpose that only an 8-year-old can possess. She holds up a piece of folded cut paper, a clumsy, lopsided snowflake. "Sir Knight," she says, her voice plump with childish importance. It's almost Christmas. We have to decorate. Can you put this up there? She points a small finger to the highest, darkest beam that runs across the ceiling, a place I can't reach even with a stool. I open my mouth to tell her not to bother him, but he has already turned his full attention to her. He looks from Lily's earnest face to the impossibly fragile piece of paper she is holding out to him. For a long moment he just stares, then with a slow, deliberate movement that seems to cost him a great deal of effort, he kneels. The act brings his massive head down to her level. He holds out his hand, a slab of stone and obsidian claws. Lily, without a hint of fear, gently places the paper snowflake into his palm. I watch, my breath caught in my throat, as he handles the delicate object. His fingers, which I have seen tear the head from a monster, are impossibly clumsy and yet exquisitely careful. He closes his hand around it so gently it doesn't even bend. He rises to his full, ceiling-scraping height, and with a reach that seems to defy the very dimensions of the cabin, he finds a small splinter in the high beam and tucks the corner of the snowflake into it. He steps back, his head tilted as he regards his work. The small, white paper shape dangles in the gloom, a tiny star in the darkness he has created. Lily claps her hands in delight. It's beautiful, thank you. He looks down at her, and I see something in his silver eyes, a flicker of an emotion so ancient and so deeply buried I cannot begin to name it. And in that moment, watching this creature of nightmare and violence gently hang a child's Christmas decoration, the last of my terror finally, truly gives way. It is replaced by a deep, resonant, and profoundly dangerous affection. I am not just attracted to the monster. I see the honour beneath it. I see the hero my daughter has seen all along. He returns as dusk is falling, 2 plump rabbits dangling from his fist. He says nothing, simply places them on the butchering table and returns to his spot by the fire, a silent, brooding mountain. The stew I make is simple, but the act of preparing it feels like a ritual. I am no longer just feeding my daughter or myself. I am feeding my family. The thought is so wild, so audacious, that I nearly drop the ladle. Family, what a strange, broken, beautiful thing we are. There is no chair that would hold him, so he sits by the hearth, a bowl cradled in his massive hands. I sit on a stool across from him, while Lily sits on his outstretched leg as if it were a bench made just for her, and we eat. The simple act of sharing this meal, of the 3 of us together in the warm, firelit circle, feels more intimate than the raw, primal passion we shared in the dark that was a collision, a force of nature. This is a beginning. This is the first stitch in a tapestry I don't know how to weave. As Lily chatters on about her day, I find myself watching him. He eats with a slow, deliberate focus, his silver eyes never leaving my face. The hunger in them is still there, but it is different now. It is banked, a bed of glowing coals rather than a raging inferno. It is a promise of heat, not a threat of consumption. After the meal, Lily falls asleep, her head pillowed on his stone thigh. He does not move, allowing her to rest. A living statue of fierce, tender protection, I gather the bowls, and we settle into a comfortable, easy silence. The only sounds the crackle and pop of the fire, and the soft sigh of Lily's breathing. The peace is a fragile, perfect thing, a bubble of impossible warmth in a cold, harsh world. Then a sound drifts on the quiet night air, faint and far away. It is a strange, grating noise, like a rock slide in the high peaks, yet it has a pattern to it, a musicality. It is a mournful, lonely call that makes the fine hairs on my arms stand on end. It is a sound unlike any creature I have ever heard. I look at Chepir, a question on my lips, but the question dies in my throat. He has not moved a single muscle, but he is no longer the calm, brooding guardian by my fire. His entire body has gone rigid, every line tense and alert. His head is cocked, his silver eyes fixed on the far wall of the cabin, as if he can see through the wood, through the trees, to the very peaks of the mountains beyond. His stillness is no longer peaceful. It is absolute. It is the lethal, focused stillness of a predator that has just caught the scent of a rival. The peace is shattered. The bubble has burst. And there's something out there, hunting.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 16. Spear. The sound is a ghost, a phantom from another life, screaming across the chasm of 1,000 years. It is a grating, territorial challenge, a sound of stone and fury that no other creature in this world can make my body react before my mind can process the impossibility of it. Every muscle, every sinew, every molecule of my stone form locks into a state of absolute, predatory stillness. The peace of the last few hours shatters into a million pieces. I'm no longer the guest in her warm cabin. I'm a sentinel on a cliff face, my ears straining against the wind, my entire being focused on the threat invading my territory. Spear! Rose's voice is a soft, hesitant thing, a fragile sound in the sudden, ringing silence. What is it? What was that sound? I do not look at her. My gaze is fixed on the far wall, on the mountains beyond, on the source of the call. I hear the soft scrape of her stool as she stands, the rustle of her dress as she takes a step closer. Her scent, a calming balm moments ago, is now a dangerous distraction. The call comes again. Closer, more insistent. There is no mistaking it. It is not a phantom. It is real, and I know the voice. The knowledge hits me with all the force of a physical blow. A ghost from a life I thought was ash has just screamed my name across the peak's kale. My brother. My fist, resting on my knee, clenches. Stone grinds against stone with a low, groaning sound. The child, sleeping on my leg, stirs at the sound, her small face scrunching in a dream. My first instinct is to shield her, to curl my body around her and the female, to hide them from the coming storm. Sapier, you're scaring me. Rose is at my side now, her hand hovering near my arm, afraid to touch me. I can see the fear is back in her eyes, that familiar, hunted look. But this time, it is not fear of me. It is fear for me. And that is 1,000 times more dangerous. I force myself to look at her, to tear my focus from the threat outside. It is my kind, I say, the words torn from my throat, rough and heavy. Her brow furrows. Another... Gargoyle? The call of a hunter, I confirm. Challenging for territory. Her eyes dart around the small, warm cabin, at the sleeping child, at the pathetic paper snowflake dangling from the ceiling. This territory, I affirm, my gaze sweeping over her, over Lily, making my meaning clear. And everything in it. The color drains from her face. She understands. She's not a prize to be won. She's a resource to be claimed. A possession. My possession. Who is it? Kale. The name is a stone in my mouth. My brother. My alpha. Your alpha! I have to make her understand. The world of men, with its shifting allegiances and soft emotions, is not my world. My world is one of stone, of dominance, of brutal, simple truths. We are not like you. We do not have families. We have a flock. We are ruled by the strongest, the alpha. He leads. He breeds. The others obey, or they challenge. I was a dark elf, and he was one too. And you challenged him? She asks, her mind piecing together the story I told her this morning. I defied him, I correct. For that, I was left alone. I see the dawning horror in her eyes. He's coming for you. He has come for what is his, I clarify, the words a cold, hard truth. By our law, I am his property, an asset of the flock. And you? I look at her, at the fragile, beautiful, maddening weakness that has become the center of my world. You are a complication. She takes a step back, wrapping her arms around herself. The question is in her eyes before she even asks it, a raw, desperate fear that twists the stone in my gut. Will you go with him? Will you leave? A week ago, the answer would have been a simple, brutal calculation. Survival. The flock is strength. Solitude is a death sentence. To defy an alpha is to die a week ago. I would have left this place and never looked back. But that was before her. Before the taste of her on my lips. The feel of her soft skin against mine. The sound of her humming in the quiet moments. The thought of leaving her now. Of returning to the cold, silent, loveless existence of my kind. The thought is a physical pain. A grinding agony in my chest that is worse than any poison. No, I say, the word a vow, a prayer, a curse. Relief washes over her face, so profound it nearly brings her to her knees. But it is a foolish, human relief. She does not understand. Rose, I say, my voice becoming a low, urgent rasp. Listen to me. Kale will not see a human female. He will not see a child. He will see a weakness, a vulnerability in his flank. He will see a disease that must be cleansed. You would protect us, she says, her faith in me a terrible, beautiful burden. I will die for you, I correct her, the words an absolute, unbreakable truth. But he is not an orc. He is my alpha. He is stronger than me, faster. He was not cursed for 1,000 years. He's fully in his element. He has been hunting. He has been killing. He's the pinnacle of what we are. The hope in her eyes dies, replaced by the cold, hard reality of our situation. She understands now. I'm not her shield against this. I'm the reason the storm is coming. A soft, scraping sound from outside pulls my attention, not the crunch of a boot in the snow. The silent, almost imperceptible sound of stone claws finding purchase on the frozen logs of her cabin wall. He's not calling anymore. He's here. I rise to my feet, every instinct screaming. I gently lift the sleeping child from my leg and place her in Rose's arms. Go to your room, I growl. Bar the door. Do not come out, no matter what you hear. She clutches Lily to her chest, her eyes wide with terror. But she does not argue. She sees the truth in my face. A shadow falls across the small window shutter, a massive shape leaner than my own, radiating a palpable cruelty and a predatory grace that makes the gargoyle in me snarl in submission. It lands in the snow outside the cabin, with a silence that is more terrifying than any roar. It straightens to its full, intimidating height, its silver eyes, so like my own but utterly devoid of any warmth, fixing on the door. It is Kale, and he has come to collect his property.
Chapter 17. Rose. His words are a shove of an iron bar. Go to your room, bar the door, Do not come out. I clutch Lily, her small, warm body a sudden, terrible weight in my arms. My heart is a frantic bird against my ribs. I do what he says, my feet moving numbly. I push Lily into her small, curtained alcove, my hands trembling as I drop the heavy quilt over the opening. "Mama, what's wrong?" Her voice is sleepy, confused. "Shh, little bird. Stay here, be quiet. Do not make a sound until I come for you. Do you understand?" My voice is a ragged whisper. She nods, her eyes bright with a fear that mirrors my own. I turn back to the cabin. I hear the heavy scrape of the iron bar as Sapir removes it from the door. He doesn't look back. He simply opens the door, a massive stone silhouette against the pale morning snow, and steps outside. He closes the door behind him. I am all alone in the cabin, the silence suddenly deafening. I can hear the muffled, grinding sound of their voices from outside. A low, furious rumble from Sapir. A sharper, sneering grate from the new one. I cannot do it. I cannot stay here, blind and deaf, while my fate is decided for me. I am not that woman anymore. Torvin taught me that ignorance is a death sentence. My bare feet make no sound on the floorboards. My heart is a painful, suffocating hammer in my chest. I crack the door, just a sliver, and peek outside. They have moved away from the cabin, deeper into the clearing, closer to the tree line. They are giving themselves space for a battle. My breath seizes. Kapir is focused entirely on the newcomer, his back to me. His stillness is a coiled spring, a mountain on the verge of an avalanche. This is my chance. I slip out the door, my feet sinking into the icy snow. The cold is a distant, irrelevant pain. I dart from the cover of the cabin wall to the massive woodpile he built for me, crouching behind it, my body shaking so hard I'm sure they must hear me. But they have no awareness of me at all. They are two gods in a standoff, their entire world narrowed to each other. From here, I can see them clearly. My monster, my Chapir. He is a monolith, a creature of broad shoulders and pure, protective stillness. He is the mountain, unmoving, unyielding. The new one, Kyle, is a different kind of monster. He is leaner, darker, his stone skin almost the colour of a thundercloud. Where Chapir is still, Kyle is in constant, restless motion. His tail, longer and sharper than Sepir's, lashes the snow. His wings twitch. He moves like a coiled serpent, a panther made of granite and malice, radiating a cruel, impatient energy. They are speaking a language I cannot understand, a harsh, guttural tongue that sounds like boulders grinding together in a riverbed. It is the language of the earth itself, and it is full of violence. I don't need to understand the words. I can read the tone. Kyle is in command, his voice a sharp, sneering crack. He is disgusted. Kapir's replies are low, rumbling and defiant. Kale's gaze flicks past Chapir, toward my cabin, toward me. Arctic snow floods my veins. I have never felt such pure, impersonal hatred. It is not the hot, selfish anger of a man like Torvin. It is the cold, clean malice of a predator that has found vermin in its nest. He knows we are here. He knows what we are. He does something that chills me to the bone. He stops speaking his harsh tongue and switches to the common trade language, his voice a cold, cultured sneer. He wants me to hear this. "She has rotted your mind, little brother," Kyle snarls, his silver eyes, so like Chapir's but so utterly dead, fixed on my protector. 1,000-year sleep, only to be awakened by a taint. "She is mine," Chapir growls, the words a low-frequency threat. "The child is my anchor. You will not touch them." Kyle lets out a sound that might be a laugh, a dry scrape of rock. "Your anchor? It is a perna." He says the word like a curse. "A leech, the last dregs of a bloodline we were sworn to eradicate. You are bound to a thing that should have been exterminated with its people." My hand flies to my mouth. Lily. He is talking about Lily. You are a general of the flock, Kepir, Kyle continues, his voice taking on a tone of false reason. You are a weapon, and you have allowed yourself to be broken by this weakness. You have tainted your blood with their scent. His gaze rakes the cabin again, and I feel as if a physical, slimy thing has just touched me. You have mated with the human. It is not a question, it is an accusation. Sepir says nothing, but his silence is an admission that rings louder than any confession. It is a sickness, Kale hisses, but not one without a cure. He takes a step closer, his predatory energy rolling off him in waves, an almost visible shimmer of cruelty in the cold air. The Alpha is merciful, your transgression is great, but your worth to the flock is greater. You will be allowed to return. You will take your place at my side once more. I will not leave them, Chepir states. It is a simple, absolute fact. Oh, you will not have to, Kyle says, his voice dropping to a smooth, reasonable purr that is more terrifying than his rage. You will simply cleanse yourself. You will prove your loyalty. He lets the silence stretch, savouring the moment. The bond is the problem, is it not? Kyle tilts his head, a parody of Chepir's own thoughtful gesture. The Purna taint holds you, so you must sever the bond. It is the only way to purify yourself and rejoin your true family. He takes a step closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial, poisonous whisper. And I know what you are thinking. The anchor dies, the gargoyle dies, an old flawed magic. But I have a way to sever the bond without you dying, Chepir, a ritual. You can kill your anchor without any repercussions to you. He gives Chepir a cold, thin smile. Kill the child. The words are a void, swallowing all sound, all thought, all air. My mind scrambles, a frantic animal in a cage, searching for an escape that isn't there. Option 1. Chepir fights. He said it himself. Kale is stronger. He will die. He will fight for us, and he will die. And the moment his body hits the snow, Kale, this creature of pure, cold malice, will descend on my cabin and finish his cleansing. Lily will die, I will die. Option 2. Chepir surrenders. He rejoins his flock. But the price of admission is my daughter's life. Kale has offered him a safe way to do it, a ritual. A cold, calculated way to murder my child and walk away, free. I look at Chepir, at the monster who has become my saviour. Can he do it? Is that cold, stone part of him listening to his brother? Is the pull of his flock, his true family, stronger than the fragile new warmth he's found with us? My mind shatters. There is no escape. There is no good choice. It is not a choice between life and death. It is a choice of how my daughter dies. I can't breathe. The air is too thin. The world is tilting. I see Kale's cruel, sneering grin. I see Chepir's face, a mask of internal war, his claws lengthening as he tenses to fight, to die for us. It is too much. I can't stay. I can't watch. I can't be here when the choice is made. I can't be the one he dies for. I can't be the one he kills for. My legs are numb, but they move. I stumble out from behind the woodpile, my feet burning on the snow. The two gargoyles turn, their heads snapping toward me in perfect, startled unison. Kyle grins, a terrifying display of predator's teeth, sensing his victory. Chepir's face presents pure, devastated shock. Rose! His voice is a chain, but I break it. I can't look at him. I can't look at either of them. I just run. I don't run to the cabin. I don't run to Lily. I just run blindly into the snow-choked trees, away from the impossible choice, away from the monsters who are deciding my daughter's fate. I just run.
Chapter 18. Chepir. Rose! My voice is a harsh, agonizing sound, torn from my throat. She runs, not to the cabin, not to the child, but into the frozen wilderness. She flees from me, from the choice. Kale lets out a low, satisfied laugh, a dry, scraping sound of stone on stone. The filth cleanses itself. Let it go, brother. The cold will be your executioner. It saves you the trouble of the ritual. Let her go. The words are a spark in a powder keg. The thought of her, alone, barefoot in the snow, broken and freezing. A red, murderous haze descends over my vision. It is an agony sharper than any poison, a rage more potent than any bloodlust. I do not answer him. I do not look at him. I am a blur of stone and fury. I launch myself from the clearing, a force of nature. My powerful legs devouring the distance, I crash through the snow-laden trees, tracking her scent, the scent of her terror, the faint, coppery smell of her blood from where her feet are cut by the ice. I find her 100 yards in, collapsed at the base of an ancient fir, a small, dark huddle against the vast white snow. Her body is racked with sobs, a sound of such profound, hopeless despair it stops me in my tracks. This is the woman I have watched for weeks. The woman with a spine of forged steel, who faced down starvation, her village's scorn, and a horde of orcs to see her broken like this, a boneless, weeping thing. It is wrong. It is a wound on the world itself. The cold, sleeping stone in my chest, the thing I have guarded for an eon, cracks, it shatters. I take a slow step toward her. The sound of my foot crunching in the snow makes her flinch. She scrambles backward, her hands held up, her face a pale, tear-streaked mask of terror. "No, no, please!" she babbles, her voice a raw, broken thing. "Don't, just go. Please, go with him, I understand." "Rose," I say, voice a low, pained rumble. I reach for her. She flinches violently away from my hand, as if expecting a blow. The sight of it, her cringing from me, is a fresh torment. "Don't touch me! Go! What's the point? What's the point of any of it?" Her hysteria is a wall I cannot breach. "I will not leave you." "And do what?" she shrieks, her voice cracking. "Fight him and die? Let him kill us all? Or will you do it? Is that the choice?" Her eyes, wide and mad with grief, fix on me. "Are you here to get it over with, to take the ritual?" "Never." The word is a snarl torn from my very soul. "Why not?" she cries, shoving herself against the tree trunk. "Why do you even care? We're just things to you. Pawns. Why are we always the pawns in your games? Why is it always us, the humans, the small, weak things, who are the price for your battles?" Her words are a blade of ice, striking a place of forgotten, ancient guilt. The dark elf warrior in me, the one who defied his commander, remembers the faces of the Purna and human civilians. She is right. "You don't get it," she sobs, her gaze distant, lost. I thought you were different. I let you in. I let you... Oh, gods." She chokes on the words. "My husband, Torvin, he was a monster. He beat me. He told me I was worthless every day until I believed him." My fist clenches, stone grinding. A cold, absolute rage burns in my veins. I wish this Torvin was alive. I wish he was here so I could have the pleasure of tearing him apart myself. "Then he died," she whispers, "and I was free, but I was so tired. Life has been so hard. And then you came, a new monster. But you were kind. You provided. You protected. And I was so stupid. I let myself feel safe." She looks at me, her eyes dead, all the light gone from them. "And now you are here to kill my daughter. You are just like him. Just another monster who will take everything from me." "No," I say, my voice thick. "I'm not him." "Then just kill me." The words are a flat, dead thing. "Please do it now. I can't watch him kill Lily. I don't want to witness you. Take Lily's life, I am so tired. Just end it." She closes her eyes, her body slumping in surrender, a broken offering at my feet. My heart breaks. This is what that is. This agonizing, searing pain. Her hopelessness, her willingness to die rather than face another loss. It is an agony I cannot bear. The warrior code has no command for this. The gargoyle instinct has no answer. This is an emotion I have never known, and it is carving me out from the inside. So, I do the only thing I can. My knees hit the snow. I kneel before her. She flinches, a tiny, wounded sound, her eyes still squeezed shut, expecting the killing blow. Instead, I wrap my massive arms around her. I pull her small, trembling body against the unyielding strength of my chest. I hold her. I hold her as she sobs, as she beats her small, weak fists against my stone skin, her cries of, "No, no, no," muffled against my shoulder. I just hold her, a living shield against the despair that is trying to claim her. I let her cry until the sobs lessen to ragged, hitching breaths. The cold is seeping into her, her body shivering violently. I need to get her warm. I need to give her a reason. My mind, a place of battle strategies and primal urges, scrambles for an answer. It finds a memory. A small, childish voice. A simple, human melody. My throat is stone, designed for roars and commands, not for music. But I try. I open my mouth, and a sound emerges. A low, grating, impossibly rough rumble that is a mockery of a tune. Oh, the snow falls down on the winter pine. She freezes in my arms. Her head, which had been buried in my chest, lifts. She stares at me, her eyes huge with a wild, disbelieving shock. I continue, my voice a grinding, tuneless vibration. A wish for the world, for yours and mine. "How?" she whispers, her voice hoarse. "How do you know that?" "Lily." The word is thick in my throat. She taught me, while you were cooking. She said it was a song of hope. I stare down at her, at this fragile, broken, beautiful creature. She said Christmas is for wishes, for hope to be fulfilled. I lift one clawed hand, my talon gently brushing a tear from her frozen cheek. "What is your wish, Rose?" She just stares at me, her mind clearly struggling to bridge the gap between the monster whose brother just ordered her child's execution, and the creature now singing a child's carol. "Tell me," I command, my voice low. "Your wish." Her lips tremble. A new tear traces the path of the old one. I wish to live," she whispers, the confession a painful, secret thing. "With Lily, I wish for a better life. I wish..." Her voice breaks. "I wish to be safe, to be protected, to be cherished." My stone heart aches. Cherished. Such a simple human word. Such an impossible thing. I lean down, and my mouth, which has only known how to claim, touches hers with a gentleness I did not know I possessed. It is not a kiss of passion. It is a vow, a brand. "I will fulfill your wish," I breathe against her lips. I feel the warmth, the life, flood back into her. What are you going to do?" "I'm going to face my brother," I say, my voice hard as the granite I am made from. I pull her to her feet, my hands steady on her arms. "You can't," she cries, the fear returning. "He will kill you." "No," I say, my gaze absolute. "I will not die. I will not leave you. I will not leave her. I have a wish to fulfill." I turn her toward the cabin. "Go back. Bar the door. Trust me." "Sapir!" "I will be back," I vow, the words an unbreakable oath. "I will be back before Christmas is over. I will survive for you. For Lily. For us." I give her a gentle push. She stumbles, looks back at me one last time, her face a storm of terror and a new, fragile hope. Then she runs back to the cabin, back to her daughter. I watch until I hear the heavy bar slam home. Then I turn, my claws slide from my knuckles, long and sharp. The cold, killing rage returns, but this time it is not a blind fury. It is a focused, righteous fire. I am not a general. I am not a traitor. I'm a male with a family to protect, and a promise to keep. Chapter 19. Sepir. I return to the clearing. It is no longer a pristine field of snow. It is a tribunal. The flock, my old flock, is assembled. A dozen dark stone shapes against the white, their silver eyes cold and curious. They are predators, drawn by the promise of violence. Kale stands in the center, his arms crossed, his face a cold mask of arrogant patience. He expected me to return. He thinks my obedience is inevitable. "You have made your choice?" he sneers, as I halt before him. I have. My voice is a low, grating sound, the sound of the promise I just made. I will not rejoin your flock. I will not kill the child, and I will not let you harm them. A murmur ripples through the assembled gargoyles. This is not defiance. This is heresy! Kale's face twists, the cold arrogance cracking to reveal the raw, furious rage beneath. "You dare?" he hisses. "You dare stand before your alpha, a traitor stinking of human weakness, and dare?" "I challenge you," I state, my voice flat and absolute. "For my freedom, for my flock." Kale lets out a roar of laughter, a harsh, scraping sound that echoes off the peaks. "Challenge me." "You will not earn the right to challenge me, little brother. You are a disease, a taint, and a disease must be burned out." He raises his voice, addressing the circle. "This is not a trial of combat. This is a purification. Our law is clear. A warrior who has broken his oath must endure the gauntlet. He will face the 7 strongest. They will beat the weakness from his flesh." He turns his cold, silver gaze back to me, his smile a predator's. "If you are still conscious when they are done, then you may have your trial. Then you may die at my hand." My blood runs cold. The gauntlet. It is not a test of strength. It is an execution by 1,000 cuts, a way to break a warrior's body and spirit before the final, killing blow. But I have a promise to keep. "So be it," I growl. Kale nods, a sharp, vicious gesture. The 7. Begin. They move to form a circle around me. Makor, an old, scarred brute. The twins, Sith and Vol. 4 others whose names I have forgotten but whose strength I remember. "Wait," I command. The warriors pause, looking to Kale. He gives a curt, impatient nod. I close my eyes. I shut out the sight of their bloodlust, the cold of the snow. The burning hatred from my brother. I turn my mind inward, to the thin, silver thread that binds my life to Lily's. It is a living, warm thing in the cold stone prison of my soul. I feel her, a distant, fragile warmth. I picture this thread. I picture my hands, my will. Made of the coldest, hardest granite, I grasp the thread. The gargoyle in me screams in protest. This is our life. But the warrior, the male who made a vow, is stronger. I squeeze. I build a wall of stone, a thick, impenetrable dam between my soul and hers. I sever the connection. The pain is immediate and absolute. It is not the hot agony of a wound, but a cold, vast, soul-deep loneliness. The warmth is gone. The connection to life is gone. I am alone, in the stone, for the first time since I awoke. And with that loneliness comes a new, colder terror. If I die now, if I cannot tear this wall down, she will die too. Her life is in my hands, and I have just let her go in the dark. It is a terror that burns away all other fear. I will not die. I will not let Rose feel that. I open my eyes. The silver in them is no longer the light of a living soul. It is the cold, dead light of an ancient star. Now. The first day is a blur of agony. Makor and the twins. They do not hold back. They are gargoyles, and this is a judgment. A fist of solid stone crashes into my ribs. The sound a dull thud that echoes in my chest. I do not fight back. That is the law. I endure. Another blow catches me in the face, splitting my brow. Black blood, thick as tar, streams into my eye. The flock jeers. "'Tis soft," one cries. The human has unmanned him! Break the traitor! I plant my feet in the snow. I am a mountain. I am the shield for the small, warm cabin in the woods. Every blow I take is one they will not. Every crack in my skin is a wall that protects Rose. Her wish, my mind chants, a delirious litany against the pain. Safe, protected, cherished. The second day, the pain is a constant roaring sea. My body is ruined. I am on my knees, but I am not down. The jeers of the flock have begun to quiet. The fourth and fifth warriors are relentless, their blows aimed at my joints, my wings, the old crack in my chest. They're trying to shatter me. A talon rakes across my back, shredding the leathery membrane of my wing. I roar, a sound of pure animalistic agony, but I do not fall. By the third day, there is only the pain. I'm a bundle of raw, exposed nerves, but I'm still on my knees. The flock is silent now. Their mockery has turned to a stunned, grudging awe. These are creatures of strength, and the strength I'm showing them, the strength to endure, not to inflict, is a thing they do not understand. I see Makor, his own fists bloody, watching me. The hatred in his eyes is gone, replaced by a flicker of respect. It does not matter. My thoughts are a fractured, desperate loop. Rose. Christmas. I promised. I'm losing time. I don't know how long I have been here. Has Christmas passed? Have I failed? The fear of my failure is a more potent fuel than rage. On the fourth day, I am barely conscious. I have been left in the open, the snow freezing in the cracks of my skin, the blood, a black icicle on my chin. The seventh warrior, a brute named Gar, the largest of them all, approaches. He is the last. Stay down, traitor, he grunts, his voice holding no pleasure. It is enough. Die with a shred of dignity. Rose, with a groan that sounds like a tomb scraping open, I force my broken body to rise, first to one knee, then, impossibly, to my feet. I am a wreck, a ruin. But I am standing. The entire flock makes a collective sound, a gasp of stone and wind. Gar's face twists in frustration. Let it end! He roars and swings a fist the size of a boulder at my head, a final, killing blow. My body is broken, but my will is forged in the promise I made to her. My hand, shattered and bleeding, flashes up. I catch his fist. The impact sends a shockwave of agony up my arm, but I do not yield. His eyes go wide with disbelief. Absolute silence falls on the clearing. Gar stares at his fist, trapped in my grip. He tries to pull it free. He cannot. With the last ounce of my strength, I squeeze. The sound of his stone knuckles cracking echoes in the frozen air. He howls and stumbles back, defeated, clutching his hand. The gauntlet is over. I stand alone in the middle of the ring, a broken, bleeding statue of defiance. The seven warriors, my tormentors, are panting, their own bodies bruised, their spirits broken. The silence is broken by a slow, grating sound. Kale. He strides into the clearing, his face a hot mask of pure, murderous rage. This display has not earned his respect. It has only solidified his hatred. You should have stayed down, brother, he hisses, his own claws sliding out, long and sharp and whole. You should have accepted your purification. He stops 5 feet from me, the Alpha, in his full, terrible power, facing the ruin that I have become. Now you die.
Chapter 20. Rose. The heavy thud of the iron bar sliding home is the sound of a coffin lid closing. The silence in the cabin is a living, suffocating thing, heavier and more terrifying than the blizzard's roar ever was. He is gone. He is out there with that thing, that monster of cold, cruel purpose. My first thought, my only thought, is Lily. I whirl around, my heart a cold, hard knot of terror. She is standing by her cot, her small face pale, her eyes wide. Mama. Her voice is a thin, reedy whisper. I feel funny. I'm across the room in an instant. my hands checking her for fever, for wounds, for the phantom marks that have haunted my sleep. There is nothing her skin is cool, but she is pale, a waxy, unhealthy colour I haven't seen since before the elk. "What is it, little bird? What hurts?" I ask, my voice a strained, desperate thing. She shakes her head, her brow furrowed in confusion. "It doesn't hurt, not like the fire on my shoulder." She presses a small hand to her own chest. "It's empty. I feel cold, Mama, not on my skin, inside. Like a piece of me is gone." Her eyes wide and terrified, find mine. Where did the night go? He did it. The realization is a fresh wave of ice in my veins. He cut her off. He built a wall, a shield, to spare her from what? From the pain of the fight, or from the pain of his death? Is this what it feels like when a bond is severed? Does she fade now? Or is this somehow his final act of protection? I have no answers. There is only the agonizing, crushing weight of the silence from beyond the door. 1 day passes, then 2, then 3. The silence from the forest is absolute. The 2 gods of stone who went to war have vanished. There is no sound of battle, no roar, no crash. There is nothing. Just the wind in the trees and the heavy, smothering blanket of new snow. On the 3rd day, the village comes back to life. The orcs are gone. The dark, terrifying monster that haunted my cabin is also gone. To them, it is a dual victory, a Christmas miracle. It is now Christmas Eve. The sounds of their celebration drift up from the village centre. Hammers as they repair the smithy. Laughter. And then, as dusk begins to fall, they begin to sing. Carols. The same songs of hope and peace that Chepir tried to sing for me. The sound is a mockery, each note a small, sharp blade in my chest. They are celebrating. They are safe. And I am here, in this suffocating, quiet cabin, my heart a cold, heavy stone. A sharp knock makes me jump. My first wild, impossible thought is him, but the knock is too light, too human. I open the door to Elder Tom. His face is wreathed in a self-satisfied, pitying smile. "Rose, my dear," he says, his voice oily. "A blessed Christmas Eve to you. I see you, and the child, are alone. It is a blessing, in the end." My hand, hidden in the folds of my skirt, finds the smooth, cold surface of my worry stone. "A blessing, Elder." "Why, yes," he beams, as if I am a child who doesn't understand. "The creatures are gone, destroyed each other, no doubt. The mountain is clean, the village is safe." He leans in, his voice dropping. "We are free of both our misfortune, if you take my meaning. It is for the best. A monster is a monster, after all, it should be gone forever." I stare at him, my face a blank, cold mask I learned to wear long ago. He is celebrating Sir Pier's death. He is calling my saviour a curse. "Be glad it is over," he says, patting my arm. I fight the urge to flinch. We are all grateful for this. Christmas peace. I say nothing. I just slowly, deliberately, close the door in his face. The bar slides home with a dull thud. He is dead. The words are a stone in my stomach. Tom is right. He might be gone forever. Kyle was stronger, just as he said. He fought, and he lost, and he is gone. I put on a brave face for Lily. We hang the last of her paper snowflakes. I stir a stew. But my heart is not in it. I am a hollow thing, a ghost in my own home. "Mama?" Lily's voice is small. She is listless, lying on her cot, her face still pale. That empty feeling has not left her. "Yes, little bird." "Is Sir Knight coming back for Christmas?" I turn away, my throat closing with a grief so sharp, so sudden, it steals my breath. He promised. I will be back before Christmas is over, He is dead. He must be. But I look at Lily. She is pale. She is weak, but she is alive. If he were dead, wouldn't the bond have snapped? Wouldn't that frail parasitic link have stolen her life with his? Cale's words echo in my head. Kill the child. That was the only way to sever the bond. He's alive. The thought is a lightning strike. It is not grief I should be feeling. It is terror. He is not dead. That empty feeling Lily has. It isn't a severing. It's protection. He is being tortured. He has been fighting and suffering and enduring for days on end. He is fighting. He is fighting to keep his promise. A new wild energy floods my veins, chasing out the cold despair. He is alive. He is out there, and he is fighting for us. Night falls deeper. The carols from the village are a distant, tinny sound. I look at the door. He promised. A new fear, cold and sharp, cuts through the hope. What if he won? What if he is out there right now, broken and bleeding, crawling his way back? What if he is lost in the dark, unable to find his way home? I cannot wait. I will not. I pull on my thickest cloak. I grab the oil lamp, my hands, for the first time in days, steady as I light the wick. Lily is dozing, her breathing shallow but even. I kiss her pale forehead. I'll be right back, little bird. I whisper, my voice thick. I'm going to bring him home. I unbar the door and step out into the frigid, silent night. The stars are a million cold, unblinking eyes. The village is a small festive glow to my left, to my right. The forest is a wall of impenetrable, terrifying darkness. I walk past the woodpile. I walk past the boundary of my safe, small clearing. I walk until my boots are at the very edge of the trees, the place where he first took my offering. I am terrified. The shadows seem to hold 1,000 new monsters, but my resolve is a new, hard thing. I will not let him be alone in the dark. I hold up the lamp, its small golden glow a defiant, pathetic fist against the vast, uncaring night. I'm here, I whisper to the trees, my breath a white plume in the air. I'm waiting, Chapir. Please, come home.
Chapter 21. Sapir. Now you die. Kale's words are a death sentence, and my body is inclined to agree with him. I am a wreck of cracked stone, my joints screaming, my black blood freezing in the frigid air. The 4-day gauntlet has taken everything, but I am still standing. I'm standing because the world no longer rests on my strength. It rests on a promise. Safe, protected, cherished. A wish I must fulfill. My will is not stone, it is an iron spear, forged in her fear and honed by her hope. The fight begins. It is not a fight. It is an execution. Kale is a blur of sadistic, uninjured grace. He is fresh. He is powerful. He is the alpha. He pummels me, his attacks a storm of calculated cruelty. His claws, sharp and whole, screech across the old open wounds on my chest, raking them deeper. A fist of solid stone crashes into my ribs, and I hear the sound of my own body, my own stone, cracking further. Is this the strength your human gives you? He sneers, his voice a low, contemptuous hiss. He lands a blow to my head that sends me staggering, the world dissolving into a gray, spinning haze. The strength of a broken pet? You should have let me kill it. It has made you weak. I am a stone tank, taking every blow, my feet planted in the frozen earth. I do not have the strength to match him. I do not have the speed I have, only this. I will not fall. My internal monologue is a desperate, repeating loop. Rose. Lily. Her wish. I'm not fighting to win. I'm not fighting for dominance or for the respect of the silent, watching flock. I am fighting to survive. I am fighting to get back to the small, warm cabin in the woods. The flock watches in a stunned, unsettling silence. Their jeers died days ago. They expected a swift, brutal execution. They are seeing a display of endurance that defies their laws. This is not the brother they knew. This is not a gargoyle they understand. Kale sees their awe, and it fuels his rage. He's not just beating my body, he's trying to shatter my soul. He is furious that I will not break. He steps back, his chest heaving, his silver eyes molten with a frustration that boils over into pure, concentrated venom. He smiles, a slow, cruel curving of his lips. He knows where my heart is now. He knows how to kill me. "When I am done with you, traitor," he hisses, his voice a low, intimate promise of violence. "I will visit your little flock. I will take the female for my own. I will show her what a real alpha is." The world stops, right before I snap her pretty human neck. A sound. It rips from my throat, a sound of pure, unadulterated murder. It is not a roar of stone. It is the scream of a dark elf's soul, the honor that made me defy a god, and the primal, possessive rage of the gargoyle finally, perfectly merge. Mine! The taunt does not break me. It ignites me. A white-hot, terrifying reserve of strength, born of a promise to a human woman, floods my broken body. Kale's eyes widen. He has made a fatal mistake. He has threatened my mate. I am no longer enduring. I am attacking. I launch myself at him, a missile of broken stone and raw, savage fury. He raises his arms to block, his movements arrogant and practiced. He expects a broken wreck. He gets a berserker. My fist connects with his jaw, not with the strength of a general, but with the raw, desperate power of a mate protecting his den. The sound of his stone jaw cracking echoes across the clearing. He stumbles back, shock and pain warring in his eyes. The fight is no longer one-sided. It is a blur of black blood and gray stone. I am slower, but I am fueled by a madness he cannot comprehend. I use his arrogance against him, anticipating his movements, his patterns. He strikes where I was a moment ago, and my claws, shattered and blunt, rake across his face. He howls. He comes at me, his wings flared, a dark cyclone of rage. I do not meet his strength with my own. I use the last of my ancient training. I drop, sweeping his legs out from under him with my bladed tail. He crashes to the ground, the impact shaking the snow from the trees. Before he can rise, I am on him. My knee is on his chest, my broken, bleeding hand wrapped around his throat. My other hand, claws extended, is poised to strike the killing blow. I have him. He is pinned. He is beaten. The flock watches, their breath held. This is the law. The victor kills the vanquished. The title of Alpha is mine. I look down at Kale, at the brother who cursed me, who tortured me, who threatened her. The urge to kill him, to rip his throat out, is a physical, burning need. But then I look past him. I see the flock, their cold silver eyes, waiting for a new Alpha to lead them. And I feel nothing, not belonging, not victory, only a vast, cold emptiness. This is not my family. This is not my flock. My flock is in a small, warm cabin, waiting for me. I do not want to be their Alpha. I just want her. I look back at Kale, his eyes wide with fear and the expectation of death. I snarl, the word a possessive, defining truth. "She is mine!" And instead of ripping his throat out, I shift my weight and drive my elbow down onto his left wing, where it meets his shoulder. The sound is not a crack. It is a sickening, wet shatter of stone and bone, a sound that will haunt my dreams. He screams, a high, piercing sound of pure, unadulterated agony. It is a non-lethal blow, but it is a permanent one. He will never fly again. He will never lead. His dominance is broken. The fight is over. I stand over my defeated brother, the victor. By their law, the flock is mine. I look at them, one by one, their faces a mask of stunned, awestruck confusion. Without a word, I turn my back on all of them. I am broken. I am bleeding. My body is a map of agony. Every step is a fresh hell. The adrenaline fades, and the pain of 4 days of torture crashes down on me like an avalanche. I stumble away from the clearing, leaving my past, my brother, and my old life behind me. I fall to my knees in the snow, my body finally surrendering. But then I see her. An image in my mind, her face, her tear-streaked, beautiful face, her wish, I will not fail. With a groan that tears the granite of my soul, I force myself back to my feet. I begin the slow, agonizing, impossible journey back to her. I'm coming, Rose. Christmas is not over.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 22. Rose. The oil in the lamp sputters. The wick flares, a final, desperate point of light, and then dies, plunging the edge of the forest into absolute, frigid darkness. And with it, my hope dies too. The cold, grey light of dawn is beginning to stain the eastern sky, a flat, merciless colour that promises nothing but another day of survival. The carols from the village have long since faded. He must be dead. The thought is a cold, heavy stone in my gut. He is dead. He fought, and he is gone. I am a fool, a stupid, hopeful fool, for standing out here all night, waiting for him who was probably dead before the snow even stopped falling. My heart is breaking into powder, unable to be salvaged or saved. My body is numb, my feet 2 blocks of solid ice inside my boots. I am so tired, so utterly, profoundly tired. I turn my back to the trees, to the dark, hungry void that swallowed my saviour. It is time to go back. Back to the cabin. Back to Lily. Back to the long, cold, lonely life that is my destiny. Suddenly, a sound breaks through my thoughts. A heavy crash in the trees behind me. The sound of a massive body falling, of branches snapping like twigs. My heart stops. I whirl around, my hand flying to my throat. He stumbles out of the shadows. It is not the proud stone god who left me. It is a ruin. A wreck. Sapir is covered in a lattice of new, horrific wounds, cracks and fissures that seem to have shattered his very skin. Black, viscous blood, frozen and sluggish, mats his entire body. His left wing is torn, hanging at a useless, broken angle. He is a map of agony. But he is alive. He sees me. His silver eyes, the only part of him that is not broken, find mine across the snow. A sound tears from his chest, a low, grating groan that is part relief, part agony, and all my name. Rose. He takes one more lurching step toward me, and then his legs, his massive pillars of stone, finally buckle. He collapses to his knees, then to his chest, a mountain falling to the earth. My grief, my despair, it all vanishes, burned away by a sudden, fierce, white-hot need. I run to him, my numb feet stumbling in the deep snow. I fall to my knees at his side, my hands hovering over the landscape of his broken body, not knowing where to touch, not knowing how to help. "You're alive," I sob. The words a raw, broken sound. "Oh gods, you're alive." He lifts a trembling, shattered hand, his claws retracted, and lays it against my cheek. His skin is impossibly cold. "Promised," he grates, his voice a bare thread of sound. "Christmas is not over." I'm half mad with a mix of joy and terror. "We have to get you inside." Getting him back is a nightmare. He cannot walk. I am half dragging, half guiding him, his massive arm draped over my shoulders, his weight an impossible burden. He is a dead weight of stone, groaning with every step, but he moves. He forces his broken body to obey, his focus fixed on the cabin, on home. When we finally burst through the door, he collapses onto the thick fur rug by the hearth, a fallen titan. The cabin shudders. Lily is asleep on her cot, her breathing still shallow, her face still pale. But she is clutching the small carved wooden bird he made. Japir sees her. Despite his agony, despite the black blood pooling on my floor, he lifts his head. He stretches out a trembling hand, his fingers gently, impossibly, brushing a strand of golden hair from her face. The sight of it, this broken, dying monster, still finding the strength to be tender to my child, breaks my heart. The dam of my control shatters. I am on my knees beside him, my tears falling hot and fast as I scramble for my healing supplies. "You're here, you're alive, that's all that matters." I clean the frozen blood and grime from a deep, jagged crack across his ribs. "What did he do to you?" "The gauntlet," he says, voice a low vibration of pain. Then, "Kyle." He opens his eyes, the silver in them burning with a cold, triumphant fire. "He lives. I broke his wing. He will not lead. He will not fly." "You won," I breathe, my fingers tracing the new, raw wounds. "I am outcast," he says, as if it is a confession. "The flock is his. I have nothing." "You have us!" I cry, my voice breaking. I look up from his wounds to his face. "You have me." His gaze holds mine, and I see the warrior, the monster, and the male all merge into one. "Lily," he rasps, his gaze flicking to the cot. "She is safe. I blocked the bond. I built a wall. I could not let her feel the gauntlet. The words hammer my heart. He has sacrificed a lot. He suffered all that. 4 days of unimaginable pain. He suffered it alone. He cut himself off from the life source that sustained him, all to spare my daughter the pain." The last of my walls, the last of my fear, dissolves into nothing. My touch changes. My fingers, which had been tending his wounds, are now just touching him, caressing the hard, warm plane of his chest, tracing the lines of his face. He is mine to heal, mine to protect, mine. His eyes darken, the silver burning with a new, different kind of fire. A low growl starts deep in his chest. He captures my wrist, his grip surprisingly strong, and pulls my hand to his mouth, his lips brushing my knuckles. "Rose," he whispers, his voice thick with a raw, desperate need. He kisses me. It is not the savage claiming of our first time. It is a kiss of desperate relief, of a man who has walked through hell and found his way home. It tastes of blood and cold and a promise fulfilled. He pulls at the laces of my dress, his movements clumsy with pain and haste. I pull back, panic flaring. "Sapir, Lily!" He lifts his free hand, his palm glowing with a faint silvery light. He aims it not at me, but at the cot. "She will sleep," he rumbles. "She will dream of hope of Christmas, I promise." The magic flows from him, a gentle, shimmering wave that washes over my daughter, her breathing instantly deepening into a profound, peaceful sleep. He pulls me down to the rug, his arms caging me. He is weak, but his need for me is a living, breathing force in the small cabin. "I thought I would never see this face again," he whispers, his voice raw, He presses his forehead to mine, his eyes squeezed shut. In the dark, with the pain, I only saw you, I wanted to come home. I thought you were dead, I cry, the tears I'd held back now streaming freely. I thought you'd broken your promise. Never. He kisses me again, a deep, branding kiss that tastes of his very soul. He is so gentle. He lays me back on the thick bear fur rug, his movements slow, deliberate, as if I am a fragile, priceless thing. His mouth traces a path from my jaw, down my throat, to the hollow of my collarbone. So beautiful. He rumbles against my skin, his hot breath sending shivers through my entire body. My rose, my wish. I am undone. I am enamoured. My hands move over him, rediscovering the hard, warm landscape of his body. But my fingers find the fresh, raw edges of his wounds. Sepir, I'll hurt you, I whisper, trying to pull away. Your wounds. A snarl, low and possessive, vibrates through me. This heals me. He growls, his silver eyes blazing. Your touch is the only thing that does. He buries his face in my neck. I imagined this. Every blow they landed, I imagined this. He moves as if to cover me, but I stop him. No, wait. My own voice is breathy but firm. I will not be a passive, broken thing. Not anymore. Lie down.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
I think of Kyle still out there. I think of the villagers and their fear. I think of the long, cold winter ahead. And I am not afraid, not of any of it. Sepir is here. He came home.
Chapter 23. Sepir. I wake to the scent of baking bread. It is a warm, yeasty human smell. It is the first thing my senses register, and it is an anchor of such profound, simple peace that it is almost painful. For almost 1,000 years, I woke to the cold, sterile smell of stone and ice. For the last few weeks, I woke to the scent of blood or fear, or the suffocating alien warmth of the cabin. This morning I wake to the smell of home. My body is in shards, a map of shattered stone and torn muscle. Every breath is a low, aching grind of cracked ribs. But the pain is a distant drum, muffled by the impossible softness of the fur rug beneath me and the living, breathing warmth of the female tucked against my side. Rose. She's still asleep, her face turned toward me, her breath the soft, warm puff against my chest. Her scent of woman and sleep, and the lingering, musky traces of our union, is branded into me, a claim more permanent than any scar I have claimed her. And she, in her own soft, human way, has claimed me. The thought is a weakness that has become my greatest strength. I lie still, a broken mountain on her small fur rug, and I do not move. I simply feel. I feel the warmth of her skin through her thin nightdress. I hear the soft crackle of the fire she must have stoked before lying down with me. I smell the bread browning in the small, cast-iron oven. This piece is a terrifying, fragile, beautiful thing. I am a creature of war, of violence, of cold, hard law. I don't have a clue how to exist in a world that contains this. A floorboard creaks. My eyes snap open, a growl forming in my throat, my body tensing to shield Rose, an act that sends a white-hot spike of agony through my shattered wing. But it is not a threat. It is the child. Lily. She stands by the hearth, her golden hair a wild halo in the morning light, her face split by a grin of pure, unadulterated joy. "It's Christmas," she whispers, her voice a loud, excited hiss. "He came! He came!" She scrambles to the small, drooping fir tree in the corner, the one I hung her paper snowflake on. Beneath it are two small, clumsily wrapped parcels. Rose stirs against me. A soft, sleepy sound, her eyes fluttering open. "Merry Christmas, little bird," Rose murmurs, her voice thick. Her gaze finds mine, and a slow, beautiful flush creeps up her neck. She does not move away. She does not cringe. She simply looks at me, and in her eyes, I see the echo of the promises we made in the dark. "Merry Christmas, Mama," Lily chirps. She retrieves one parcel and runs to Rose, thrusting it at her. It is a small, lumpy thing. Rose opens it to find a string of smooth, gray river stones, polished to a dull shine. "Oh, Lily," Rose's voice is thick with tears. "It's beautiful. Thank you." "I found them in the summer," Lily beams. "For you." This is the tradition Rose spoke of. This giving. It is not a tribute to a stronger power. It is not a payment for a service. It is a piece of themselves. An exchange of affection. The dark elf in me, the part that carved a bird in a fit of emotion I didn't understand, recognizes the ritual. The gargoyle is baffled. Why give away a perfectly good stone? Then the child turns to me. Her face is a grave mask of pure, solemn importance. She is holding a single, folded piece of hide. "This one is for you, Sir Knight," she says, her voice full of awe. "I am a broken 7-foot monster. I have the blood of my brother on my hands. I am an outcast, a traitor, a thing of violence and death. And this small, fragile creature is offering me a gift." I force my aching body to move, propping myself up on one arm. The floorboards groan in protest under my weight. I hold out my hand, the one that is not shattered, my claws carefully retracted. My hand is a slab of scarred granite, trembling from the effort. Lily places the small, folded hide into my palm as if it is a holy relic. I open it. It is a drawing done in charcoal and some faint berry juice dye. It is clumsy. The lines are childish, the proportions all wrong. It shows 3 figures. One is small, with bright yellow hair, her hand held high. One is taller, with brown hair and a green dress. And the third is a massive, gray shape with huge black wings and glowing silver eyes. He's standing behind the other two, his wings wrapped around them, shielding them. A family. The fragile piece of hide, this nothing, this clumsy scrawl. It is the most priceless treasure I have ever held. It is more valuable than any jewel, more potent than any sword. It is a symbol. It is belonging. A low rumble, sound I have never made, escapes my chest. It is not a growl. It is something else. "Thank you," I grate, the words thick in my throat. I carefully, so carefully, fold the hide and hold it in my fist, a new, more powerful heart. "My turn," I say. My voice is a raw rasp. Rose looks at me, confused. I reach, wincing as my torn muscles scream, for the small satchel I've kept at my side. The one thing I retrieved before the gauntlet. I pull out the small carved bird. Her breath hitches, her eyes fly into my face. "It is a tradition," I say, the words rough and unfamiliar, dredged up from an eon of forgotten memories. "Of my people, the dark elves, before the stone." I hold it out to her, the small, pale bird resting in my massive, scarred palm. "When a male wishes to join a female's flock, he offers a token, a suitor's gift, a promise to her and to her family." I look from her to Lily. A promise to protect, to provide, to cherish. Her face, which I have seen marked by fear, by despair, by passion, now crumples with an emotion I have never seen. A pure, unadulterated joy that is so bright it hurts to look at. She does not speak. Her hand, trembling, closes over the bird. The tears that spill from her eyes are not tears of grief. She accepts it. She rises from the rug, unashamed of the thin nightdress, and walks to the small tree. With a reverence that makes my stone heart ache, she hangs the small wooden bird on the highest branch, right next to Lily's paper snowflake, a suitor's token, and a child's drawing. Our new family crest. She turns back to me, her eyes shining, her lips parted to speak. A sharp, sudden knock echoes from the cabin door. Instinct. Primal, absolute, and faster than thought. Before Rose can even take a breath, I am up from the rug. The agony is a white-hot fire, but it is irrelevant. I am moving, my broken, massive body a wall of pure, protective fury. I place myself between the door and my flock, my claws sliding from my knuckles, my wings flaring to shield them both from sight. A low, lethal growl tears from my mouth, a promise of death to whatever, whoever, has dared to threaten this peace.
Chapter 24. Rose. The sharp, sudden knock on the cabin door is a sound that shatters the fragile peace of the morning. Instinct, primal and absolute, takes over. Before I can even take a breath, Sepir is a 7-foot wall of lethal, protective fury. He is off the fur rug in a single, fluid motion that must have cost his broken body an eternity of pain, but he makes no sound. His massive, scarred form is planted between me and the door, a living, breathing shield. His wings, even the torn one, flare to hide us from view. His claws slide from his knuckles with a soft, sick snict. A low, lethal growl vibrates through the floorboards, a promise of death to whatever is on the other side. The warm Christmas magic of the morning evaporates, a phantom mist in the face of this cold, hard reality. This is what he is. A warrior, a monster, a shield. This is my new life, and it is a life that will be lived on the edge of a blade. Sepir, wait, I whisper, my hand on his arm. His stone skin is rigid, thrumming with a contained, violent energy that makes my teeth ache. The knock comes again, lighter this time, hesitant, human. It's not him, I say, my voice shaking but firm. I learned his brother's malice. I saw his arrogance. Kyle would not knock. He doesn't relax, not fully, but his growl subsides to a low, warning rumble. His silver eyes are fixed on the wooden door, a predator waiting for the trap to spring. It's all right, I say, more to convince myself than him. I'll get it. I slide past him, my body brushing the cold, hard wall of his. My heart is a frantic bird in my chest. What if it's not Cale? What if it's Elder Tom? What if he's brought a mob, seeing the smoke from my chimney, come to finish the work the orc started, to drive the monster out while he's wounded? My fingers, slick with a sudden cold sweat, find the therapy stone in my pocket. They tremble as I lift the heavy iron bar. The door groans open, complaining against the cold, and I peek outside, my body tense to slam it shut again. It is not a mob. My breath leaves me in a sharp, disbelieving hiss. It is a small delegation, 4 people standing at a safe distance on the snow, their hands full, their shoulders hunched against the cold. I recognise them. Fendrel, the burly man with the beard who helped me carry Chepir inside. Ilara, the woman whose young son Chepir had saved from being trampled. The other 2 are the baker and his wife, their faces still smudged with soot from the fire that nearly took their home. They look terrified. Their knuckles are white where they grip their offerings. Their breath plumes in the frigid air. But they are here. They have not run. They are resolute. My gaze drops to what they are holding, a large, steaming loaf of golden Christmas bread, the scent of cinnamon and raisin carried on the air, a dark bottle of spiced wine, the kind reserved for feast days, and a cloak, A massive, heavy thing of stitched-together furs and wool, crudely made, perhaps, but impossibly large. Large enough for him. Ilara takes a hesitant step forward, her eyes darting from me to the massive, growling shadow in the cabin behind me. She is shaking from head to foot, her gaze flicking between Chepir and the snow, as if she cannot bear to look at him for too long. "Rose," she starts, her voice a thin, reedy thing. We came to say thank you." She steps forward, her arm outstretched, and places the loaf of bread on the doorstep. It is not a gift. It is an offering to a god. She scrambles back as if she expects the door to slam shut. Fendrel moves next, his face grim, but his eyes steady. He sets down the bottle of wine. "You saved my daughter," he says, his voice thick and rough. He doesn't look at me. He looks past me, into the shadows of the cabin, addressing Chepir directly. We are in your debt." The baker's wife is last. She holds the massive stitched cloak in her trembling hands. It's not much," she says, her voice a whisper, her eyes filling with tears. "The wool is from my grandmother's loom. The fur is all we had. But the nights are cold. We do not want our guardian to be cold." Guardian. The word hangs in the air, as momentous as a vow. My own eyes sting with tears I refuse to let fall. This is a word of protection, a word of belonging, a word I never thought I would hear applied to him, to us. I look behind me. Sepir is still a statue, his form wreathed in shadow, but his claws have retracted. His head is tilted, that familiar bird-like gesture of intense, curious focus. He is not watching them as a threat. He is watching them as a puzzle. Elder Tom is not here. His absence is a statement, a concession. The tide of fear, his greatest weapon, is beginning to turn. The village, or at least a part of it, has made its choice. "He is welcome here," Ilara says, her voice gaining a small measure of strength. She finally lifts her chin and meets my gaze. "We do not understand him, and we are. We are afraid. Gods we are. But we are also grateful. Snowflake Creek is grateful." I look at Chepir, waiting. This is his moment. His world is one of violence, of dominance, of challenges and death. This is something else entirely. This is gratitude. This is community. This is acceptance. How does a monster, a warrior, respond to this? He takes a slow, ponderous step forward. His broken body moves with a stiff, painful grace, his bare stone feet silent on the floorboards. He fills the doorway, a dark, shattered god, dwarfing the small, brave delegation. They shrink back, a collective gasp of fear, but they do not run. He looks at the gifts on the doorstep, the bread, the wine, the cloak. His silver gaze lingers on the cloak, on the clumsy human stitches that hold it together. Then he lifts his head, his ancient silver eyes meeting theirs. The tension in the air is so thick I could cut it with a knife. The tension slowly, finally drains from his shoulders. He gives a single, stiff, dignified nod. It is enough. It is an acceptance. Ilara lets out a breath she seems to have been holding since the orc attack, her hand flying to her chest. Fendrel gives a curt, relieved nod of his own. Without another word, their terrifying, courageous duty done, they turn and scurry away, almost running in their haste to be gone. I close the door, the bar falling back into place, and lean against it, my legs suddenly weak. The cabin is filled with the rich, warm scent of the Christmas bread. A fragile, impossible peace settles over the room. We are not outcasts. Not completely. We have a future. We might actually have a future here. I turn, a slow, watery smile on my face. Chepir is still staring at the door, as if he cannot process what just happened. He is a general of an ancient war, a king-killer, and he has just been undone by a loaf of bread and a patched cloak. Does this mean you're staying forever, Sir Knight? Lily's voice is small and clear in the quiet room. She is standing by the hearth, her gaze fixed on Proththea, her small face filled with a vast, heartbreaking, hopeful question.
Chapter 25. Sipir. Forever. The child's word echoes in the hollow spaces of my mind, a small, bright sound against the vast, cold silence of millennia. Does this mean you're staying forever? Forever is the stone sleep. Forever is the curse. Forever is the endless, grinding march of centuries, measured only by the slow erosion of wind and ice. I have existed for ages. I have never considered a future. The concept is alien. Gargoyles do not plan for forever. We endure until we are broken. Yet I look at the clumsy drawing clutched in my fist, the three figures, the shield of my wings, and the word takes on a new, terrifying, and desperately wanted meaning. My body is slowly mending. The deep cracks seal, the raw agony recedes to a dull, constant ache. Rose's strange, gentle ministrations, her herbs and poultices, seem to accelerate the healing far faster than stone sleep ever could. Or perhaps it is simply her presence, the constant, unwavering warmth of her beside me on the rug, that knits my broken body back together. We exist in a fragile bubble of peace. The villagers, after their hesitant offering, keep their distance, but their fear has changed. It is no longer the blind terror of encountering a monster. It is the wary respect one gives a chained wolf. They know I am dangerous, but they also know I am their danger now. I watch Rose move among them. From the shadowed doorway of the cabin, I see her barter smoked elk meat for winter vegetables. Fendril nods to her, a gesture of respect he would never have offered the lonely widow before Ilara smiles, a small, genuine curving of her lips. They speak to her now, not with pity or scorn, but with a cautious deference. She is no longer the outcast. My presence, the very thing that brought Kael's wrath down upon us, has inadvertently given her a new standing. She is protected. She is claimed. And the humans, pathetic and fearful as they are, understand the power dynamic. They know she belongs to the guardian of the mountain. The knowledge sends a surge of dark, possessive satisfaction through me. But it is mingled with something else. A strange, unfamiliar pride. She holds her head higher. The weariness is still in her eyes, but it is tempered by a new confidence. She is not just surviving. She is living. As my strength returns, instinct takes over. This territory is mine. The cabin, the clearing, and now, by extension, the flimsy collection of human dwellings clinging to the mountainside below. They are part of my flock now, whether they know it or not. Night becomes my domain once more, but I do not hunt for sustenance alone. I patrol. My massive form moves like a ghost through the snow-laden pines that ring the village. My heightened senses reach out, tasting the wind, listening to the secrets of the night. I scent a lynx stalking too close to a sheep pen and send it fleeing with a low growl. I hear the distant crunch of boots, bandits perhaps, and let my shadow fall across their path, a silent, winged promise of death that sends them scrambling back down the mountain pass. I am the village's nightmare, and I have become its silent, watchful guardian. During the days, I rest in the cabin, absorbing the warmth, the sounds, the life of it. The constant presence of Rose is a quiet, maddening torment. The memory of our joining is a fire beneath my stone skin. I watch the way she moves, the unconscious grace in her hands as she stirs a pot, the way the firelight catches the red highlights in her brown hair. And I see the way she looks at me. The fear is gone. The awe, the fascination, the gratitude, those are still there, flickering in the depths of her moss-green eyes. But beneath them is something new, something deep and quiet and terrifyingly constant. It is a look that speaks of shared burdens, of quiet understanding, of belonging. It is love, a quiet, resilient, human love. And I feel utterly, profoundly unworthy of it. What is forever for a creature like me? A monster? An outcast? Kale is still out there. Broken, yes, but alive. My old flock knows where I am. They know my weakness. This peace is an illusion, a fragile bubble that could shatter at any moment. How can I promise her a future I cannot guarantee? How can I offer forever when my very existence invites death? The conflict is a silent war within me. The possessive gargoyle wants to lock her away, hide her from the world, keep her safe in a cage of stone. The ancient dark elf warrior knows that is not living. And the new thing, the creature Rose is awakening, simply wants to be with her. To smell the bread baking, to hear the child laugh, to feel her warmth beside me in the dark. Forever with her is the only future I want, and I do not know how to secure it. One evening I am perched, unseen, on the roof of the sturdy stone tavern at the very edge of the village, my gaze sweeping the snow-covered valley below. The sounds of muffled laughter and music drift up. Humans celebrating their survival, their Christmas peace. I hear another sound. Closer. Elder Tom's reedy, complaining voice. He stands just below, huddled with another man I do not recognize, their backs to me. Peace? Tom scoffs, his voice a low, bitter whisper. This isn't peace, Boren. It's a truce. A pause. But the other one, it's gone, Boren says. The big one drove it off. Drove it off? Or just postponed the inevitable? Tom spits onto the snow. I heard them, you know. Before the fight, they spoke the common tongue, the new one. They called our guardian a traitor. It spoke of their flock, of an alpha. My stillness becomes absolute. He heard. These things aren't solitary beasts, Boren, Tom continues, his voice low and urgent. They have laws. They have leaders. Our monster. He defied his own kind for her. His disgust is palpable. He has an enemy now, a powerful one, and where do you think that enemy will strike when it wants revenge? Boren says nothing. His presence here isn't a shield, Tom hisses, his words striking me like Kale's fist. It's a beacon. He's painted a target on this entire village. This peace won't last. He has brought his war to our doorstep. The elder shuffles away, leaving his poison hanging in the cold night air. He is right. My protection is also a threat. My presence, my very existence, endangers the only thing I have ever truly wanted to keep safe. Forever is not a promise I can make. It is a danger I inflict.
Chapter 26. Rose. The days following Christmas settle into a strange new rhythm. The world outside our cabin thaws slightly under a weak winter sun, the snow turning slushy in the clearing, but inside the fragile peace holds. It is a peace underscored by a constant humming tension, an awareness of the massive, wounded creature who now shares my space, my life. Sepia heals with an unnatural speed. The deep cracks fade to silvery lines, like veins in quartz. The raw agony that contorted his features has eased, replaced by a watchful, brooding stillness. He moves stiffly, his broken wing held tight against his back. But he moves, and his presence fills every corner of my small home. He is too big for this life. He sits by the fire, his knees drawn up nearly to his chin, his horns scraping the low ceiling beams if he forgets to duck. He tries to help, his ancient warrior instincts apparently including a baffling need to provide, but his attempts are often near disasters. Yesterday, he decided the leaking patch in the roof needed immediate attention. He lifted a replacement log, a beam that would take 3 village men to haul, as if it were a twig. Then, aiming for the gap, he misjudged his own strength, his massive stone fist punching clean through the adjoining roof planks with a sound like a thunderclap. He froze, looked down at the splintered wood and the sky visible through the new, much larger hole, and let out a low, guttural growl of pure, self-directed fury, his claws extending and retracting. "It's all right," I'd said, my voice calm, though my heart was hammering. My fingers found the worry stone in my pocket. Dealing with a frustrated 7-foot gargoyle requires a certain delicacy. It's an old roof, easily fixed. Now we are fixing it, or rather I am directing, and he is obeying, his massive form perched precariously on the roof beams like a disgruntled raven. "Slowly," I instruct from the floor, my arms crossed. "Just ease it into place, Chepir. Don't push." He is holding the heavy log beam again, his brow furrowed in concentration, his silver eyes narrowed. He moves with painstaking slowness, his immense strength leashed, guided only by my voice. The muscles in his back and shoulders bunch and shift beneath his stone skin. He is magnificent, terrifying, and completely focused on not destroying my house further. The beam slides into place with a soft thunk. He looks down at me, a silent question in his eyes. "Perfect," I say, unable to keep the smile from my voice. "Now hold it steady while I wedge the supports." He nods, his expression unreadable, but I see the tension ease slightly from his shoulders. He holds the beam with impossible stillness while I work, my own smaller human hands fitting the wooden wedges that will secure his repair. We work in silence for a time, the only sounds the scrape of wood, the crackle of the fire, and his low, resonant breathing. It is the most ordinary, extraordinary thing I have ever done. We prepare for the new year. It feels important, somehow, to mark the passage of time, to acknowledge that we are building something new. Lily wants decorations. We have no coloured paper, no ribbon, but we have pine boughs, gathered from the lower branches of the trees Sepir felled. Their sharp, clean scent fills the cabin. Lily directs the operation like a tiny general. "Sir Knight, you put the big ones up high. Mamma, we need more pine cones for the mantle." Chepir, still moving stiffly, takes the largest boughs. His reach is effortless, tucking the green branches amongst the rafters, creating a fragrant canopy above us. His movements are careful now, learned from the roof incident. He watches me, waits for my nod, before placing each branch. My job is the smaller touches. I tie bundles of dried herbs with twine, rosemary for remembrance, thyme for courage, and tuck them amongst the pine. Lily arranges pine cones and smooth white stones on the mantelpiece, creating another miniature landscape. We work together, the three of us, in the warm glow of the firelight, a silent, shared act of building a home. Our hands brush as we both reach for the same pine bough. His skin is warm, textured like river stone smoothed by centuries of current. A jolt, sharp and electric, shoots up my arm. Our eyes meet. His silver gaze is intense, possessive, holding the memory of our joining, the heat of his claim. My breath catches, the air crackles. Then Lily demands his attention for a particularly stubborn pine cone, and the moment breaks. But the heat lingers, a low, simmering awareness that is now a permanent part of the air we breathe. 2 days later, he has become quieter. The brooding stillness has returned, but it is different. It is not the quiet of healing, but the tense, coiled silence of waiting. I see him standing by the shuttered window, long after Lily is asleep, staring out at the moonlit snow, his silhouette a study in contained tension. I hear the low grind of his fist clenching in the dark. He is waiting for Kyle, or for the flock. He is waiting for the other shoe to drop. The realization settles in my stomach like a cold stone. We cannot live like this. I cannot live like this. Watching him, waiting for the sound of battle, for the inevitable arrival of the violence that shaped him, I fled Torvin's predictable cruelty. I cannot now live under the shadow of Kepir's past. I find him by the hearth one evening, after Lily is asleep. He is sharpening his claws on a piece of stone, the rhythmic scrape, 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 a strangely soothing sound in the quiet cabin. His focus is absolute, his movements economical and precise. I sit on the stool across from him, my hands wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The silence stretches, comfortable, familiar. But tonight, it feels different. Charged. "You're waiting for him, aren't you?" I ask softly. The scraping stops. His head lifts, his silver eyes finding mine in the firelight. He does not pretend to misunderstand. He gives a single sharp nod. "Always," he rumbles. "They know where I am. They know my weakness." His gaze sweeps over me, possessive and fearful. My heart aches for him, for the impossible burden he carries, for the choice he made. "This isn't weakness, Chepir," I say, my voice quiet but firm. I gesture around the small, warm cabin, at the sleeping child, at the ridiculous paper snowflake still dangling from the beam. This is life, messy and complicated and good. I rise and walk to him, kneeling on the rug before him. I take his massive, scarred hand in mine. His claws are retracted, but the sheer power contained within his grip is humbling. "We cannot live in fear," I say, meeting his gaze. "We cannot wait for the shadows to find us." I lean forward, pressing my forehead against his cool, stone brow. "You told me this is your flock now. You, me, Lily." My voice drops to a whisper. "Flocks face danger together. Whatever comes, Kapir, we face it together." He does not answer for a long moment. His hand tightens around mine, his thumb brushing against my knuckles. A low sound vibrates in his chest. Not a growl, but something deeper, more resonant, a sound of acceptance. Later, I lie awake on the fur rug, Lily asleep in her cot, Tipir a solid, silent mountain of warmth beside me. The fire has burned low, casting long, dancing shadows. His breathing is a deep, slow rhythm, the sound of the earth itself. He sleeps, but even in sleep, his body is curled protectively around me, one massive arm thrown over my waist. I watch the play of embers on his stone face, the hard lines softened in repose. I see the ancient warrior, the terrifying monster, the gentle giant who hangs paper snowflakes, the being who endured torture to keep his promise. The male who looks at me not with scorn, or lust, or even just need, but with a fierce, possessive tenderness that feels more real, more safe, than anything I have ever known. The realization hits me not like a thunderclap, but like a slow, dawning sunrise, filling me with a quiet, certain warmth. I am in love with him.
Chapter 27. Sapir. Another night comes. The high peaks are my domain. Cold stone, honed by an eternity of wind, bites at my healing skin. It is a familiar, clean pain unlike the agony of the gauntlet. This cold holds no malice. It simply is. I stand on the highest ridge overlooking the valley, a silent winged sentinel bathed in the thin silver light of the waxing moon. Below, the village of Snowflake Creek is a scattering of faint lights, huddled against the vast, indifferent darkness. And nestled in the forest, a single, brighter point. Her cabin, home. The word still feels foreign, ill-fitting, like a borrowed cloak. But the image it conjures, Rose's face in the firelight, the child's drawing clutched in my fist, sends a deep, unfamiliar warmth through my stone core. A warmth that wars constantly with the cold knot of dread Tom's words planted in my gut. His presence here isn't a shield. It's a beacon. He is right. Every night I patrol, every shadow I cast, every bandit I deter, it is an act of claiming this territory. An act that screams my presence to any who might be watching Kale is broken. Yes, but he is not dead. And our kind holds grudges longer than mountains hold snow. A flicker of movement below, on the lower scree slope. Not an animal. Too deliberate. Too silent. Instinct takes over. My body becomes one with the shadows of the cliff face, my silver eyes narrowed, scanning the darkness. A shape detaches itself from the jumbled boulders, moving with a speed and silence that is achingly familiar. Gargoyle. My claws slide from my knuckles. A low growl builds in my chest. Has Kale returned already? Is he foolish enough to challenge me again, even with a shattered wing? The figure halts, still cloaked in shadow, and raises a hand. A gesture of supplication, not a challenge. Then a voice, low and urgent, carried on the wind. Feminine. "Sapper, it is Lyra. I must speak with you." Lyra. The name echoes from the distant past. A young female from the flock. Quiet. Observant. One of the few who never seemed to share Kale's overt cruelty. I remember her watching me during the long centuries before my defiance, her silver eyes holding a flicker of something different. Not fear, curiosity. Caution wars with that flicker of memory. This could be a trap. Kale is nothing if not cunning. But the desperation in her voice, it feels genuine. "Show yourself," I command in a low growl that rolls down the mountainside. She steps out of the shadows into the moonlight. She is smaller than I remember, leaner, her gray stone skin pulled taut over sharp angles. Her wings are held tight against her back, and she keeps glancing nervously toward the peaks behind her, as if expecting pursuit. She has come at great risk to be seen speaking to me. Kale would flay her alive. "What is this, Lyra?" I demand, keeping my distance, my body coiled, ready. "A warning," she says, her voice barely a whisper against the wind. "You must leave this place. You must take them and disappear." My stone heart gives a cold, heavy lurch. "Kale." She nods, her eyes wide with a fear that is not faked. "He is changed. The breaking, it did not humble him. It fueled him." She shivers, a tremor that runs through her stone frame. "His wing. Disappear. It heals. Faster than it should. The rage. It feeds the stone, knits the bone. He sits on his peak and burns. And the others, the most brutal. Vol Sith. They flock to his fury, they whisper of purification, of vengeance. Every word is a hammer blow against the fragile peace I have found. Kale healing? Impossible. A shattered wing bone takes decades for our kind, unless the rage is truly that strong. A dark, consuming fire that overrides the natural law of stone. "He plans to attack?" I ask, my voice a low grate. "Worse." Lyra takes a hesitant step closer, her voice dropping lower still. "He plans obliteration. He speaks of burning the taint from the mountain. He means the village, Shapir. He means to slaughter them all, to leave nothing but ash, to erase the shame of your weakness." Her gaze flicks down toward the valley, toward the single point of light that holds my world. "He speaks of the female, of the child. He will start there." A roar builds in my chest, a pressure of pure, murderous fury that threatens to crack my already scarred skin. He would dare. When? The word is a snarl. Soon. Lyra wrings her stone hands. He gathers his strength. He rallies the faithful. The whispers say, the next full moon. The full moon. Less than a week. My gaze snaps to the sky, to the growing, pregnant curve of the moon hanging cold and distant. Not enough time, my body is still healing. I'm not at full strength. Why tell me this, Lyra? I ask, my voice rough with suspicion. Why risk his wrath? She looks down, her shoulders slumping. Because what he becomes, it is not us. It is not the flock I pledged to, the breaking. It should have brought humility instead. It brought madness. She looks up, her silver eyes meeting mine, holding a flicker of the old warrior code, I thought long dead in all but me. There are others, not many. Makor, Gar. Those who saw your strength in the gauntlet. We will not join Kale's hunt. But we are not strong enough to stop him. We can only offer this warning. She bows her head, a gesture of respect I have not seen in 1,000 years. Fly far, Chipir. Protect your new flock. May the stone sleep find you only when you wish it. As silently as she appeared, she melts back into the shadows, a fleeting ghost of loyalty in a world of betrayal. I stand alone on the high ridge, the wind whipping around me, colder than ever before. The fragile peace, the hope of forever, shatters into a million icy fragments. Kale is coming. Madness is coming. Death is coming. I turn my gaze back to the valley, to the single point of light. I picture Rose inside, her hands moving with quiet grace, her soft humming filling the small space. I picture Lily, asleep in her cot, clutching the clumsy drawing of our family. My protection does not help. It is a beacon. Tom was right. I've painted a target on their backs. Slowly, deliberately, I descend the mountain, my movements heavy. Each step a confirmation of the cold, hard reality that slams into me with the force of Kale's fist. I have not ended the threat. I've only postponed the execution. The axe is about to fall.
Chapter 28. Rose. He returns before the moon is high, a silent shadow detaching itself from the darkness of the tree line. The cabin door groans open, letting in a blast of frigid air, and then closes with a soft, controlled click. But something is wrong. The quiet, watchful peace that has settled between us is gone. It has been replaced by a cold, hard stillness that radiates from him like the chill off a glacier. He stands just inside the door, his massive form filling the space, his silver eyes fixed on nothing, seeing something far beyond these four walls. His stillness is absolute, the same terrifying, focused stillness he wore when Kyle's call first echoed down the mountain. My heart gives a heavy thud. The worry stone is instantly in my hand, its smooth coolness a pathetic anchor against the returning tide of fear. Sepir. My voice is a small, hesitant sound in the sudden, tense quiet. He does not answer immediately. He just stands there. Then, slowly, deliberately, he turns his head, his silver gaze finding mine across the small room. The warmth, the hesitant tenderness I have begun to see in his eyes is gone, replaced by the cold, hard light of a warrior assessing a battlefield. Tom was right, he says, his voice sounding like low grumble that vibrates through the floorboards. My presence here. It is a beacon. Ice trickles down my spine. I rise slowly from my stool by the hearth, my hand tightening on the worry stone. What happened? What did you hear? The elder speaks truth, even in his fear. He takes a step further into the cabin, his massive form seeming to suck the very warmth from the air. This piece is an illusion. Kyle heals. He knows my weakness. His gaze sweeps over me, possessive and filled with a cold, hard dread. The flock knows where I am. They know what I value. They will not let this stand. They will hunt us. My stomach plummets, a sickening lurch that leaves me hollow. I knew Kyle lived. I knew the danger wasn't truly over, but hearing it spoken aloud, hearing the cold certainty in Sapir's voice, it makes the threat real tangible, a wolf circling just beyond the firelight. They will come here, he states, the words flat, absolute. Not just Kyle, others. They will come to cleanse the taint, to reclaim their general or to execute the traitor. He looks at me, his eyes filled with a grim, ancient weariness. And they will destroy everything in their path to do it. The village. This cabin. He doesn't need to say the last part. Us. His instinct, the primal urge of a creature who has survived for millennia, surfaces. We cannot stay, he commands. Tonight. We pack what little you have, we flee, deep into the mountains, where they cannot find us. Flee. Hide. Run. The words are a slap, a cruel echo of a past I thought I had finally escaped. I see Torvin's face, sneering, telling me to be quiet, to be invisible, to make myself small, so his anger wouldn't find me. I feel the phantom ache of old bruises. No. The word is quiet, but it drops into the tense silence like a stone. Sepier's head snaps toward me, his silver eyes narrowing. Rose. No, I repeat, stronger this time. My fingers release the worry stone. My spine straightens. Running is what I did with him, hiding, making myself small so the monster wouldn't find me. I take a step toward Shapir, toward the monster who is my monster now. I will not do it again. This is my home, Lily's home, these people. I gesture vaguely toward the village. They brought us gifts. They called you their guardian. They are trying. They are human, he snarls, the word an epithet. Soft, weak. They will break, or they will betray us to save themselves. I am human, Kyle, I concede, meeting his furious gaze without flinching. Maybe they will fight. They fought the orcs. They died fighting the orcs, he roars, taking a step toward me, his massive form radiating frustration and fear. You think they can stand against gargoyles? Not alone, I say, holding my ground. But they have an advantage Kyle doesn't expect. They have us. They have you. And they have these mountains. They're mountains. His confusion is plain on his face. He is a general, a warrior who thinks in terms of strength and force. He does not understand the power of home, of community. An idea, wild and desperate, sparks in my mind. Wait. I turn and rummage in the old chest where I keep Torvin's few remaining possessions maps. He was a trapper, and if nothing else, he knew these mountains. I pull out the rolled, brittle parchments and spread them on the floor by the firelight, weighting the corners with stones. Sapir watches me, his stance still rigid, his suspicion clear. Look, I say, kneeling beside the maps, my finger tracing a line. This is the pass Kale came through, yes? The main route from the high peaks. He gives a curt, reluctant nod. It's wide here, I continue, my mind racing, the practical, survival-focused part of me taking over. Easy for them to fly through or march. I move my finger. But here, Scar Ridge, the path narrows. The cliffs are sheer ice this time of year, treacherous footing. My finger taps another spot. And above it, see this bowl? It holds snow deep into the summer. One loud noise, one tremor. Avalanche, he breathes, his silver eyes suddenly sharp, focused. The general has returned. Exactly. I trace another line. And if they try to come from the south through the Wolfjaw Valley, there are caves, deep ones, big enough even for... I hesitate, looking up at him. For you, perfect for an ambush. He crouches beside me, his massive form eclipsing the firelight, his gaze fixed on the maps. He is silent for a long moment, his stone finger tracing the lines I indicated, his ancient mind processing the terrain, the possibilities. I can almost see the calculations happening behind his eyes. The humans? He says finally, his voice rough. They fear me. Why would they fight for me, against my kind? Because you fought for them, I insist. Because you are their guardian. Because Lily is one of them. Because I am one of them. I lean closer, forcing him to meet my gaze. Let me talk to them, Sepir. Let me try. Fendril, Elara. They are grateful. They are afraid, yes, but they are strong. Stronger than you think. He studies my face, his expression unreadable. The shock is fading, replaced by something else. A dawning, grudging respect. He is seeing me not just as the female he claimed, the soft creature he must protect. He is seeing a partner, an equal. I push myself to my feet, my heart pounding with a fierce, defiant resolve. I will not be hidden. I will not be a treasure locked away while he fights my battles. I look him directly in the eyes, my voice clear and steady. You are their guardian, Chepir, but I am one of them. Let me fight with you, not hide behind you.
Chapter 29. Sapir. Let me fight with you. Her words echo in the sudden stillness of the cabin. They are not a plea. They are a statement, a demand, and they strike me like a gong to the heart. My first instinct, raw and absolute, is to refuse, to snarl, to tell her to hide behind the walls I will build with my own body, to stay safe while the violence rages. She is soft, fragile, made of moonlight and warm bread, not of stone and killing rage. But the thought of Kale's claws, or any claws touching her, it ignites a fire in my gut so hot it threatens to consume me. But I look at her. She stands before me, small and human, her feet planted firmly on the floorboards of her home. Her chin is lifted, her moss-green eyes blazing with a fierce, defiant light that matches the warrior spirit I thought long dead within myself. She is not asking for permission. She is asserting her place, at my side. She is not a treasure to be hidden. She is a queen defending her territory, a warrior in her own right. The realization is a shock, a recalibration of everything I thought I knew about strength. I accept her declaration with a silent, heavy nod. She will fight with me, not behind me. The defenses you spoke of, I grate, my mind returning to the map she had shown me. The Scar Ridge, the Wolfjaw Caves, they are sound tactics. Her tactical mind, honed by a life of scraping survival from these unforgiving mountains, is sharp. Unclouded by arrogance or the lust for glory, it is the pure, clean logic of ensuring the den is safe. For a moment, reviewing the traps she laid out on parchment, I allow myself to believe it might be enough we could fortify, we could fight, we could win this battle. But the cold dread Tom's words ignited coils tighter in my gut. This is not enough. We can fight Kale. We can fight the handful of butchers loyal to him. We might even win this battle. But Kale is not the true disease. He is merely a symptom. The flock is the disease. Their law. Their cold, brutal certainty that weakness must be purged, that anything different must be broken. If I defeat Kale again, another will eventually rise. Another alpha, perhaps Lyra's madness made manifest, will smell the human scent on me, will sense the Purna blood, and will come to cleanse this mountain. We will spend our lives looking over our shoulders. Rose will never know the peace she wished for. Lily will never be truly safe. Forever. The word mocks me. Unless I do not just cut off the head of the serpent, unless I destroy the serpent itself, the old ways, the alpha structure, the blind obedience Kale demanded. It is a chain around all our necks. It's what allowed the Great War to happen. It is what allowed the curse. It is what drove Kale to madness. I cannot simply defeat my brother. I must break his ideology. I must shatter the foundation upon which his power rests. I rise from my crouched position by the hearth, my body aching, but my mind clear with a cold, absolute certainty. Rose looks up, startled by my sudden movement, her hand instinctively going to the worry stone I now know she keeps in her pocket. "What is it?" she asks, her voice tight with returning fear. "It is not enough," I say, my voice a low grate. "Defeating Kale changes nothing. Another will come. The law remains." "Then what do we do?" she whispers, her eyes searching mine. "I challenge," I state. The words feel momentous, a turning point not just for me, but for my entire race. Not just Kale. I challenge for the alpha leadership of the entire flock. Her eyes widen. "But you said you don't want it." "I do not," I confirm. "I do not want to rule them. I want to free them. And us." I see the dawning understanding in her face. The path ahead is dangerous, perhaps impossible, but it is the only path to the future she deserves. "I will give them a choice," I continue, the plan forming, cold and hard as the peaks outside. One Kale would never offer, one no Alpha has ever offered freedom. I look down at her, my silver eyes holding hers. They will have two paths. Leave this mountain, leave this valley, scatter to the winds and find a new life, unburdened by the old laws, live in peace. And the other path, she whispers. My claws slide out, long and sharp. They stay. They follow Kale's madness, and they face the unified defense of this village. Protected by me, a true Alpha defends his territory, to the last stone, to the death. It is a declaration of war, not just against my brother, against everything I once was, against the savage, brutal heart of my kind. Rose stares at me, her face pale in the firelight. Then slowly a fierce, almost terrifying smile touches her lips. It is the smile of a warrior queen accepting a declaration of war, a smile that mirrors the fire now burning in my own soul. Good, she breathes. Let them choose. Her validation, her immediate acceptance of this suicidal path, steals the air from my lungs. She is not afraid. Or rather, she is afraid, but she is standing with me anyway, fighting with me. The sight of her, small and human and utterly fearless in the face of my monstrous world, shatters the last of my cold control. I reach for her, my massive stone hands surprisingly gentle as they cup her face. She leans into my touch, her eyes blazing with the trust that I will die to protect. I will return, I vow, my voice a low, grating rasp. I will fulfill my promise. I know, she whispers, her hand coming up to rest on my chest, over the place where my heart should be. I lower my head, and my mouth finds hers. The kiss is raw, possessive, a desperate infusion of strength. Mine into her, hers into me. It is the taste of the battle to come, the promise of the forever. We will either win together or lose apart. It is everything. When I pull back, we are both breathless, the air crackling between us. Her eyes are dark, her lips swollen. Mine. I turn to the door then, my newly forged purpose a white-hot inferno in my veins. My broken wing aches, a reminder of the fight ahead, of the limitations of my battered body. But my resolve is absolute, tempered by her fire. I step out into the cold pre-dawn air. The stars are beginning to fade. I launch myself right into the sky, my wings beating against the thin air, carrying me upward toward the highest, most desolate peak. I land on the summit, the wind screaming around me, tearing at my wounds. The world unfolds below, a sea of mountains and shadows. I fill my lungs, drawing in the icy air, gathering my strength, my rage, my promise. And then I throw back my head and roar. It is not a sound of simple fury. It is not the territorial challenge Kale issued. It is the formal, ancient cry of Alpha challenge, imbued with my will, my magic, my absolute, unbreakable intent. It is a sound that shakes the very core of the mountain, that rolls across the peaks and down into the shadowed valleys. It is a declaration that will carry for miles, heard by every gargoyle within a week's flight. A war is coming. Let them come.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 30. Rose. The roar echoes. Even hours later, as the weak winter sun climbs into a pale sky, the sound seems to linger in the air, a physical vibration in the bones of the mountain. It was a sound not of this world, a declaration that shook the very foundations of the valley, a challenge, a promise of war, and every soul in Snowflake Creek heard it. Fear, cold and sharp, has gripped the village tighter than the winter frost. Doors remain barred. No smoke rises from chimneys. The brief, fragile hope born from the orcs' defeat has been shattered, replaced by the terror of a far greater, more ancient conflict descending upon us. They heard the Alpha challenge. They know what it means. Sepir is elsewhere. He left before dawn, vanishing into the high peaks after that world-shaking roar, leaving me with a kiss that tasted of fire and promises, and a silence that is now filled with the frantic hammering of my own heart. He left me to face this. He left me to lead. My fingers find the smooth, cool surface of the worry stone. Its familiar weight is the only solid thing in a world tilting on its axis. I cannot let fear win, not Tom's fear, not my own. Fendrel, I say, my voice louder than I expect in the tense quiet of the cabin. Lily looks up from where she is drawing by the fire, her eyes wide. I need the villagers. I need them now. The largest cabin, Harren's home, miraculously untouched by the fires, serves as our meeting place. It is crowded, suffocatingly so. Every villager who can still stand is packed inside, their faces pale, their eyes darting nervously toward the door, toward the mountains. The air is thick with the smell of stale fear and wood smoke. They stare at me as I stand before the cold hearth, Harren's wife having refused to light a fire, afraid the smoke would draw unwanted attention. They stare with a mixture of awe, terror, and resentment. I am the woman who brought the monster into our midst, the woman whose presence is the eye of this coming storm. Elder Tom stands near the front, his arms crossed, his face a pinched mask disapproval. He is waiting, I know, to pour poison into their ears. I take a breath, my hand clenched around the stone in my pocket. I am not the timid, broken widow anymore. I am Sepir's mate. I am the Guardian's voice. You all heard the roar, I begin, my voice clear and steady, cutting through the murmurs. You heard the challenge. Sepir. The Guardian. He has called out his own kind. A wave of low moans and whispers ripples through the crowd. He did this to protect us, I continue, pushing down the tremor in my voice. His brother Kale, the one who came before, he gave Kepir an ultimatum. Kill Lily. A collective gasp goes through the room, mothers clutching their children closer. Or face Kyle's wrath. Kyle planned to destroy this village to burn us all out, to erase what he called Sepir's weakness. I let the words sink in, let them understand the stakes. Sepir refused, I say, my voice ringing with a fierce pride. He chose us. He chose this village. He fought his brother, and he won. But Kyle lives and others of his flock. They follow Kyle's path. They see us as a taint to be cleansed. So he has brought his war here. Tom's voice is shrill, cutting through the stunned silence. He has painted a target on all our backs. We must flee. Take what we can carry and run before these demons descend upon us. His words find fertile ground. Heads nod. Fearful whispers rise. He's right. No match for creatures like that. Flee while we still can. Flee where? I demand, my voice sharp, silencing them. Into the mountains, in the dead of winter, with children. How many would survive the journey? How many would freeze or starve before the spring thaw? I look around the room, meeting their terrified eyes. How many of you think Kale would simply let us go? He wants purification. He wants us dead. Running only means dying cold and alone in the snow. The silence returns, heavy and grim. They know I speak the truth. We cannot outfight them, I admit, my voice dropping. Sepir himself is wounded, but we do not have to fight like them. We fight like us. We know these mountains. I unroll the brittle maps, spreading them on the floor, weighting the corners. The villagers crowd closer, their fear momentarily forgotten, replaced by a desperate curiosity. Sepir, the guardian. He is a warrior, I say, my finger tracing the lines on the map. But he fights like them. Head on. Strength against strength, Kale will expect that. He will expect Sepir to meet him on open ground. I tap the narrow, treacherous path marked Scar Ridge. He will not expect an avalanche. A murmur of understanding, of dawning, dangerous hope. He will not expect traps, I continue, pointing to the Wolfjaw Valley. Pits hidden under the snow, deadfalls triggered by ropes. We know the paths. We know the weak points. I look up, meeting Fendrel's eyes, then Ilara's. He will not expect us. Traps? Tom scoffs, pushing his way forward. You think we can stop creatures of stone with traps? With sticks and stones? This is madness, Rose. You are leading us all to slaughter. He saved my son. Ilara's voice is quiet, but it cuts through Tom's bluster like a knife. She steps forward, her face pale but resolute. That guardian. He saved my boy when the orcs came. He stood between us and death. She looks around at the others, her gaze fierce. Are we to hide behind our doors while he fights our battle alone? Are we to let him die for us again? Are we going to cower forever? What makes you think that if the gargoyles let us go, another band of orcs won't come? He is one of them, Tom insists desperately. A monster. He will turn on us. He hasn't yet, Fendrel growls, stepping forward to stand beside Ilara. His massive frame is a solid wall of defiance. He bled for this village. He brought down the elk when we were starving. He stands watch every night. He looks at me. Tell us what to do, Rose. We'll fight. It is the breaking of a dam. Another voice calls out, I, for my home. And another, they won't take our children. One by one, then in a flood, they surge forward. The fear is still there, etched onto their faces, but it has been forged into something new. A cold, hard anger, a desperate, unifying resolve. They will not run. They will fight. They turn to me, their eyes expectant, waiting for their leader. Elder Tom stands alone, his face a hard mask of disbelief and fury. He has lost them. His fear has no power here anymore. He turns, his shoulders slumped in defeat, but his eyes glitter with malice as he looks back at me. You fool! He spits, his voice dripping with venom. You think you can lead. You think you can win. You will kill us all with your misplaced faith in that thing. He shoves his way through the silent crowd and storms out of the cabin, slamming the door behind him, leaving his curse hanging in the suddenly unified air.
Chapter 31. Kapir. The moon hangs full and cold, a perfect accusing eye in the star-dusted sky. It bleeds silver light onto the snow-choked pass, illuminating the jagged teeth of Scar Ridge. The air is thin here, biting cold, tasting of ice and ozone. This is the place she chose. The kill box. The stage for the end of my world, or the beginning of a new one. I stand alone in the narrow defile, my feet planted on the frozen earth. My body is a ruin held together by sheer will, and the memory of her kiss. Every breath sends shards of agony through my cracked ribs. My broken wing is a dead weight, strapped tight against my back with strips of hide she provided. But I am here, and I am waiting. My senses stretch out, tasting the wind, listening to the silence. Then a faint scrape of stone on stone from the darkness above. A flicker of movement against the moonlit cliffs. They are here. Kale arrives first, landing with a heavy, arrogant thud 20 yards before me. The moonlight glints off the newly healed bone of his wing. It is a scarred, ugly thing, twisted at an unnatural angle, a permanent reminder of our last encounter. But it holds his weight. He is functional. He is furious. His silver eyes burn with a cold, murderous light. Behind him, others land. One by one, they detach themselves from the shadows, forming a semicircle. Vol and Sith, the twins, their faces blank masks of brutality. Makor, the old, scarred warrior who seemed to waver during the gauntlet, his expression unreadable now. Gar, whose hand I crushed, his face a knot of sullen resentment. 8 others, the hardest of Kale's enforcers, their collective hatred a palpable force rolling down the pass. There's a dozen, a war party, an execution squad. Kale steps forward, his tail lashing the snow. He expects fear. He expects submission, followed by a swift, brutal death. He opens his mouth to speak, likely to gloat, to pronounce my sentence. I give him no chance. My voice, raw and grating, echoes in the narrow pass, louder than I intended, imbued with the ancient authority I have denied for 1,000 years. Warriors of the flock! They startle. Even Kale pauses, thrown off balance. I am not addressing him. I am addressing them. You came here expecting a judgment, I continue, my gaze sweeping over the assembled gargoyles, meeting their cold silver eyes one by one. You came expecting the execution of a traitor. You follow the old law, the law of the Alpha, the law of strength through dominance. I gesture around us at the cold, unforgiving stone, the biting wind. Look at your existence. 1,000 years of stone sleep, punctuated by brief moments of violence and territorial disputes. We hoard power. We crush weakness. We obey the strongest. And for what? To sleep again? To wake again? Colder, harder, more alone than before? My voice drops, taking on the rough cadence of remembered pain. I have slept that sleep. I have lived that life. It is not life. It is merely endurance. A slow surrender to the stone. A murmur ripples through the warriors. Not agreement. Confusion. This is not the language of their kind. Kale offers you more of the same, I say, finally turning my gaze to my brother. His face is a mask of incredulous fury. More blood. More dominance. More cold. More nothing. Silence, traitor, Kale snarls. You dare! I dare! I interrupt, my voice rising to a roar that shakes the loose scree on the cliffs above. By right of our last combat, I'm the Alpha! I defeated him! I broke him! I point a clawed finger at Kale's twisted wing. He leads you now only by my mercy. Another ripple through the flock. Shock. Disbelief. But they saw the fight. They saw him fall. They know I speak the truth according to their own brutal law. And as Alpha, I declare, my voice ringing with an authority I did not know I possessed, I give you my first and only decree. I pause, letting the weight of the moment settle. You are free. Silence. Absolute, stunned silence. Even the wind seems to hold its breath. Free! Makor, the old warrior, speaks the word as if it is a foreign language. Free, I affirm. The old law is broken. Kale's claim is void. My claim, I shake my head, is forfeit. I offer you a future Kale would never conceive of a choice. I gesture back down the pass, toward the valley, toward the world beyond these peaks. Leave. Leave this mountain. Leave Praj, if you wish scattered to the winds. Find your own territories. Build your own lives. Unburdened by alphas. Unburdened by the endless cycle of dominance and death. Leave. In peace. I see it then. A flicker. In Makor's eyes. In Gar's. Even in the blank faces of the twins. A dawning, terrifying possibility. Freedom. An idea none of them has ever dared to contemplate. Kale sees it too. And it drives him mad. Lies! He shrieks, his voice cracking with fury. He turns on the hesitant warriors. He speaks with the tongue of the human filth that has corrupted him. Peace! Freedom! These are weaknesses, sentiment! Our strength is in the flock, in obedience, in purity. He points a trembling, clawed finger at me. He is tainted. He offers you nothing but dissolution. He would see our kind wither and die in isolation. He turns his burning gaze back to me. You pathetic, broken fool! You think they will choose your empty words over strength? He throws back his head and roars, a sound of pure, commanding fury. Attack! Kill the traitor! Then we descend. We burn the village. We slaughter the humans. We cleanse this mountain of his weakness, starting with the female and the Purna spawn. His command echoes through the pass. The moment stretches, taut as a bowstring. I brace myself, my broken body screaming in protest. Makor hesitates. Gar shifts his weight, his gaze uncertain. Two others exchange glances, their resolve wavering. The seed has taken root. The idea of choice is a powerful, dangerous thing. But Kale does not wait for obedience. Seeing his authority challenged even for a heartbeat shatters his control. With a roar of pure animalistic rage, he lunges not at the hesitant warriors. At me. His claws, sharp and deadly, aim straight for my throat. The final battle begins.
Chapter 32. Rose. My heart is a frantic drum against my ribs, so loud I fear they will hear it down in the pass. The cold air burns my lungs, each breath a ragged gasp. Beside me, Fendrel shifts his weight, the crunch of his boot on the icy snow echoing like a gunshot in the tense silence. I shoot him a look, and he freezes, his face pale but resolute in the moonlight. We are hidden. Crouched behind a low outcrop of rock on the ridge overlooking Scar Ridge Pass, the narrow defile Sapir identified as the most likely point of attack below us. Bathed in the cold, silver glow of the full moon, the scene is a tableau from a nightmare. Tapir stands alone, a broken, bleeding statue of defiance. Facing him is Kale, radiating a palpable, predatory menace, and behind Kale, a dozen more dark shapes, a silent, menacing army of stone and fury. My breath catches. So many. I watch Tapir speak, his voice too low for me to hear the words, but the sound rolls up the pass, a low, grating rumble of authority. He is addressing the flock, not Kyle. He is reasoning with them? Then Kyle's furious shriek echoes, sharp and clear. Attack! Kill the traitor! Burn the village! My blood runs cold. This is it. Kyle lunges. The movement is impossibly fast, a blur of dark stone and flashing claws aimed at Sapir's throat. My heart stops, but my hands are steady. My voice when I speak is a low, clear command that cuts through the sudden chaos below. Now, Fendrel! Fendrel doesn't hesitate. He takes the heavy axe he carries, not as a weapon, but as a tool, and swings it with all his might against the thick anchor rope looped around a protruding boulder. The rope groans, splinters flying, and then snaps with a sound like a thunderclap. Below, the battle has erupted. The gargoyles loyal to Kale surge forward, a wave of dark stone and murderous intent, moving to overwhelm Sapir, but their charge falters as a massive shadow falls over them from the cliffs above. The net. Woven over 3 frantic days from every spare rope in the village, reinforced with salvaged chains from the smithy and weighted with heavy stones. It falls, a vast, dark web against the moonlit snow. It lands perfectly, blanketing the narrowest part of the pass. A chorus of enraged, surprised roars erupts from below. 3 of the charging gargoyles are caught, tangled in the heavy ropes and chains, their wings pinned, their claws scrabbling uselessly. They thrash like netted beasts, their fury incandescent. Ilara! Now! On the opposite ridge, Ilara, her small form barely visible in the darkness, repeats Fendrel's action, her own axe severing a second anchor rope. The sound that follows is not a crack, but a deep, groaning rumble from the mountain itself. The snowpack on the high ledge above the pass, the one Sapir and I identified, shudders cracks appear, and then, With a deafening roar that drowns out even the gargoyle's cries, the world turns white. An avalanche. Not a massive one, not enough to bury them completely, but enough. Tons of snow and rock cascade down into the pass, hitting the far side of the net, sealing the defile. It is a solid, impenetrable wall of white, instantly separating Kale and the 4 warriors closest to him from the rest of the flock. The kill box is sprung. Chaos erupts below. The trapped gargoyles roar in fury. The ones cut off roar in confusion. Kale, momentarily distracted by the avalanche, whirls, his face a mask of disbelief and incandescent rage as he realizes he has been outsmarted by humans. "Archers!" My voice is sharp, carrying over the din. "Loose!" From hidden positions along both ridges, a dozen villagers rise. They are farmers, bakers, weavers. But tonight, they are soldiers. They draw their bows, arrows already nocked, the tips wrapped in oil-soaked rags, and set ablaze from small shielded lanterns. A volley of flaming arrows arcs down into the pass. They are not aimed to kill. Gargoyle hide is too thick for mere arrows. They are aimed to confuse, to distract, to burn. The arrows rain down amongst the trapped and separated gargoyles. One strikes a wing, the flames catching on the leathery membrane. The creature shrieks, batting at the fire. Another arrow lodges near a gargoyle's eye, the sudden flare of light blinding it momentarily. Panic, a very un-gargoyle-like emotion, begins to spread amongst Kale's warriors. They are being attacked from above, separated, their alpha momentarily occupied with Sapir. Their discipline breaks. I allow myself a single fierce surge of triumph. It's working. Our plan, born of desperation and knowledge of our home, is working. One of the netted gargoyles, larger than the others, lets out a roar of pure, focused fury. It is a gargoyle with a broken hand. With a surge of incredible strength, he rips through the heavy ropes, chains snapping like thread-iron hooks embedded in his stone skin, tear free in sprays of black blood. But he ignores the pain. He is free, and he is enraged. He looks up, his silver eyes scanning the cliffs, searching for the source of his humiliation. Past the archers, past the rock slide, directly towards the outcrop where I stand, directing the battle. His furious silver gaze lands directly on me.
Chapter 33. Sapir. Rose. Gar's silver gaze locks onto her hiding place on the ridge. I see the recognition, the fury, the intent. He is wounded, enraged, and he has found the source of his humiliation. He gathers himself to launch, to bring his vengeance down upon her. A roar tears from my throat, a sound that is unrelated to the Alpha Challenge, little to do with the flock. It is pure, possessive male rage. The thought of his claws, any claws touching her, obliterates the pain in my body, burns away the exhaustion. Mine. Kale is momentarily forgotten. The chaos of the past fades to a dull roar. There is only Gar and the threat he poses to her. I intercept him mid-launch. My broken body moves with a speed born of pure, desperate fury. I slam into him, a collision of stone and rage that sends us both crashing back into the snow-filled pass. He's larger, less injured, fueled by brute force, but I am fueled by her. He scrabbles, his claws tearing at me, aiming for my eyes. I ignore the pain. My focus is absolute. I catch his arm, the one whose hand I crushed days ago. He howls as my grip finds the already weakened stone. I twist, putting the last of my strength into the movement. Bone and stone shatter. His arm hangs limp, useless. Before he can recover, before he can bring his other arm to bear, my bladed tail whips around. It finds the soft joint where his wing meets his shoulder. I drive it in deep, then rip. The sound of tearing sinew and cracking bone is obscene in the sudden quiet. Gar collapses, shrieking, his wing mangled, his arm useless. He is neutralized, broken. I rise, panting, black blood dripping from a dozen new wounds. The immediate threat to Rose is gone, but the battle is far from over. The chaos her traps created has had its effect. The flaming arrows have died down, but the pass is choked with smoke and the smell of burning pitch. The netted gargoyles are still struggling, their roars echoing in the confined space. The warriors cut off by the avalanche mill in confusion, their leader separated, their attack broken. And Kale is pure, incandescent rage. He sees his warriors trapped, separated, confused. He sees me standing over the broken form of Gar. He sees his authority, his dominance, shattered by human tricks and my own defiance. He comes for me. This is not the calculated assault. This is a berserker's fury. He moves like a dark whirlwind, his claws a blur, his functional wing beating erratically, throwing him off balance but adding unpredictable speed to his attacks. He is faster than me, stronger, less injured. I am a stone wall. I take the blows, my body screaming in protest. A claw rakes across my face, narrowly missing my eye. Another blow connects with my already cracked ribs, sending a blinding spike of agony through my chest. I stagger back, my vision graying at the edges. Rose, her wish. I find my footing. I endure. I watch him, his movements fueled by rage, not strategy. He's overcommitting, leaving himself open. He expects me to break. He expects me to fall. He lunges again, claws aimed at my throat. The same move he attempted at the start. Predictable. This time I'm ready. I sidestep the lunge, letting his momentum carry him past me. As he stumbles, off balance, I bring my bladed tail around in a vicious horizontal arc. It connects solidly with the back of his knees. Stone cracks. Kale roars in agony and surprise as his legs buckle beneath him. He crashes to the snow, landing hard on his shattered wing. I am on him in an instant. My knee pins his chest. My claws find his throat. He stares up at me, his silver eyes wide with disbelief, then narrowing into pure, venomous hatred. "Finish it, traitor," he spits, blood bubbling at the corner of his mouth. "Claim your alpha position. Rule this pathetic, broken flock you have created." The remaining warriors watch, silent and still. Makor, the twins, the others. They wait for the inevitable. The law demands it. The victor kills the vanquished. I look down at my brother, at the architect of my curse, at the monster who threatened my mate, my child. The urge to rip his throat out, to silence his poison forever, is a burning need. It would be justice. It would be easy. But I see Rose's face behind my eyes. We face it together. I see Lily's trusting smile. This is not their way, and it is no longer mine. No. A colder, harder part of me whispers. The threat remains. As long as he breathes, he will plot. He will return. He will never stop until Rose and Lily are dead. The code I live by screams mercy. The alpha instinct demands finality. The promise I made to Rose demands safety. Safety. Forever. My resolve hardens. Kale cannot be allowed to threaten them again. Mercy is a luxury my new flock cannot afford. My claws tighten. Kale's eyes widen in shock, then in grudging understanding. He sees the shift in me, the final hardening. Made you weak, he rasps, a final defiant curse. No, I growl, the word of final judgment. She made me strong. And I end it. A single, swift, brutal finality. The sound echoes in the sudden, absolute silence of the pass. I rise, Kale's black blood dripping from my claws. I turn to face the remaining warriors. They stare, frozen, at their fallen alpha. At the brother who just broke the ultimate taboo, yet fulfilled the ultimate law. Kale is dead, I declare, my voice ringing with an authority none of them can deny. His path ends here. His madness ends here. I look at them, one by one. Makr, Gar, struggling in the snow. The twins, the others, trapped or hesitant. I offered you freedom, I say, my voice low, grating with exhaustion. The choice remains. Leave this mountain. Live in peace. Find your own way. My gaze hardens. Or stay. Follow his madness. And face me. Makr looks at Kale's body, then at me. He gives a slow, heavy nod. Without a word, he launches himself into the air, his powerful wings carrying him away into the night, away from the flock. One by one, the others follow. Gar struggles to his feet, cradling his broken arm, and limps away into the darkness. Even the twins, after a long, silent exchange, take flight, vanishing over the peaks. Soon I am alone in the pass, surrounded by the wreckage of battle, Kale's cooling body at my feet. It is over. The flock is broken. The past is severed. I stand over my brother's corpse, the alpha by right of combat, the leader of nothing. It is over, I whisper, the words carried away on the cold wind. I turn my back on him, on the violence, on the old ways. I hurl myself into the air, my broken wings screaming in protest, my body a map of agony. I fly, not towards the high peaks, but towards the ridge, towards the small, flickering light of a lamp held in a steady human hand. Towards her.
Chapter 34. Rose. Silence. It falls over the pass like a heavy shroud, absolute and terrifying after the cacophony of battle. The roars, the clash of stone, the roar of the avalanche we unleashed below, in the moonlit killbox, lies the still dark form of Kale. Above, the last of the attacking gargoyles are fleeing into the night, vanishing over the peaks like scattered, malevolent birds. My breath leaves my lungs in a ragged, shuddering gasp. It's over. It's truly over. My legs, numb with cold and terror, threaten to buckle beneath me. I grip the icy rock, my knuckles white, staring down at the scene of devastation. We did it. Our desperate human plan. It worked. Beside me, Fendrel lets out a long, shaky breath, the axe still clutched in his white-knuckled grip. Elara is leaning against the rock face, her eyes closed, tears streaming down her face, tears of relief, not sorrow. The handful of other villagers who manned the ropes and arrows with us are silent, their faces pale masks of shock and awe in the stark moonlight. A sound. The heavy scrape of stone claws on rock nearby. The whisper of massive wings displacing air. I turn, my heart leaping into my throat. He lands beside me on the narrow ridge, his massive form solid and real. He is a ruin, a landscape of cracks and chipped stone, black blood sluggishly oozing from a dozen wounds. His broken wing is a mangled, useless appendage. But he is here. He is standing. His silver eyes, ancient and weary, find mine in the darkness. The sheer, overwhelming relief washes over me, so potent it feels like drowning. Tears I didn't know I still had spill hot and fast down my frozen cheeks, I don't think. I just move. I launch myself at him, my arms wrapping around his massive, stony waist, pressing my face against the cold, hard plane of his chest. He is so cold, yet beneath the surface, I feel the deep, geothermal heat of his life, the slow, steady beat of something vast and powerful. He lets out a low groan of pain as my momentum jars his battered body, but his arms, the uninjured one, and the one still stiff from the orc poison, come around me, holding me tight against him, a living shield. A fortress. Mine. It's over, I whisper, my voice muffled against his chest. It is over, he rumbles, the vibration deep and resonant against my ear. Kyle is dead. The flock is broken. Free. Free! The word hangs in the air, tasting of impossible hope. Fendrel clears his throat behind us. Guardian. His voice is rough, filled with awe. Sapir eases his grip, turning his head slightly, though his arm remains firmly around my waist. He looks at Fendrel, then at Ilara and the others. He sees their faces, pale but resolute. He sees the spent bulls, the severed ropes. He understands. He gives them a single, stiff, acknowledging nod. The same nod he gave when they offered their gifts. Respect. "We should return," he says, his gaze dropping to the faint lights of the village far below. Lily. Lily. Our daughter. Our future. The journey back down the mountain is slow, agonizing, but we do not go alone. Fendrel and the others form a protective, if slightly terrified, escort around Sapir. He leans heavily on me, his breath coming in harsh, grating rasps, but he walks with the dignity of a returning king. As we reach the edge of the tree line, the sounds begin. Shouts, laughter, cheering, the villagers. They are pouring out of their homes, lamps held high, their faces turned toward the mountain pass, toward us. They saw the gargoyles flee. They heard the final, terrible silence. They know the battle is won. They see us emerge, not just me, not just the monster, but Fendrel, Ilara, their neighbours, flanking the wounded guardian. They see their own people returning alongside him, victorious. A different kind of cheer goes up now, deeper, more personal. Fendrel lets out a booming shout. "He's back! The Guardian is back! And we held the pass!" The crowd surges forward, meeting us in the clearing. It is a raw, cathartic wave of pure, unadulterated relief. They surround us, their faces alight with gratitude, clapping Fendrel and the others on the back, offering hesitant, awed thanks to Sapir. "We did it!" Ilara cries again, but this time she is looking at all of us, her eyes shining. "You all saved us!" Hands reach out, clapping Sapir on his massive stone back, the sound a dull thud like striking granite. Someone thrusts a heavy mug of steaming ale into his hand. He looks down at it, baffled, before giving that slow, almost imperceptible nod of thanks. They are not shrinking away. They are welcoming him, celebrating with him. In the centre of the village square, a massive bonfire roars, casting flickering orange light onto the snow-covered roofs, turning the humble village into a place of magic. They lead us toward it, a tide of joyous, relieved humanity. For the first time, Chepir walks among them not as a hidden threat or a terrifying spectacle, but as their protector, their champion, walking beside the woman who led their defence. A figure pushes through the crowd. Elder Tom. My breath catches. His face is pale, his eyes wide as he takes in the scene, the cheering villagers, the accepted monster, the triumphant defenders. He looks humbled, defeated. He stops before Sapir, who looms over him like a storm cloud. The crowd falls silent, watching. Tom clears his throat, his gaze dropping to the snow. I was wrong," he says, his voice barely a whisper, yet it carries in the sudden hush. He lifts his head, meeting Sapir's silver gaze. "I let fear rule me, you, and Rose, and all of you." He gestures to Fendrel and the others. "You saved us." He takes a deep, shaky breath. "On behalf of Snowflake Creek, I offer our deepest gratitude, and my apology." He bows his head, a gesture of profound submission. "You are, truly, the guardian of Snowflake Creek." A collective sigh of relief goes through the crowd. The last bastion of fear has fallen. Before Sapir can react, before I can process the enormity of Tom's capitulation, a small figure bursts through the legs of the crowd. "Sir Knight!" Lily. Her face is alight with pure, unadulterated joy, the strange, empty coldness gone from her eyes, replaced by vibrant life. She launches herself at Chepir's legs, her small arms wrapping around his massive thigh. Chepir looks down at her, and the hard warrior mask on his face cracks. Slowly, carefully, wincing against the pain in his ribs, he bends. He scoops her up, his massive hands impossibly gentle, and lifts her high into the air. She squeals with delight, her golden hair flying, her laughter echoing in the firelit square. He holds her there, perched on his shoulder like a small, bright bird on a mountain peak, and turns, showing her to the cheering village. A symbol, our strange, impossible, powerful family. The monster, the widow who fought beside him, and the child who started it all. The family that has saved them. The cheering washes over us, a wave of warmth against the cold night air. Amidst the celebration, amidst the noise and the firelight, Kapir's gaze finds mine. He looks at me, truly looks at me, and the weariness, the pain, the ancient sorrow in his eyes is eclipsed by something else. An expression of such profound love, such bone-deep relief, that it steals the breath from my body and makes my heart ache with a fierce, burning joy. This is it. The end of the running, the end of the hiding. Our life is finally, truly beginning.
Chapter 35. Sapir. Peace, it is a foreign concept, a word learned like Christmas or cherished, yet it settles over the small, warm cabin like a layer of fresh, undisturbed snow. The days following the battle bleed one into the next, marked not by the expectation of violence, but by the simple rhythms of life. The scent of wood smoke, the sound of the child's laughter, the quiet presence of Rose. It feels breakable, like a thin sheet of ice over a dark, deep lake. My body heals with unnatural speed, the cracks sealing, the deep aches lessening. But my mind remains coiled. Alert, Kale is dead. The flock is scattered. But the memory of the threat lingers, a phantom itch beneath my stone skin. Forever is a fragile promise. I watch her. Rose. My Rose. She moves through the village now not as an outcast, but as a leader. They seek her counsel. They bring her offerings, a basket of winter apples, a newly knitted shawl. Fenderil consults her about reinforcing the village palisade. Elara asks her advice on storing dried meats. They respect her. Her quiet strength, the steel I recognized from the beginning, is now visible to them all. And they accept me. Not with warmth, not truly, but with a cautious deference. They call me guardian. They leave offerings of carved wood or strong ale in the clearing. They understand that her protection extends from me, and mine from her. We are a matched pair, a flock of two with the small, bright son of the child at our center. She is my mate. In flesh, in battle, in spirit, but not in name, not by the rights of my ancestors. The old ways, buried beneath a millennium of stone and rage, stir within me. Before the curse, before the endless wars consumed us, there were traditions, rites of binding, ways to make permanent what the heart claimed. A human life is a flicker, a moth's wingbeat against the vast, slow grind of my existence, but this flicker, this Rose, I wish to bind her light to mine for as long as her flame burns. The decision settles, hard and absolute as the mountain's core. I must make it official, permanent, unbreakable. I find her outside the cabin, splitting firewood, or attempting to. The axe is heavy, her movements strong but inefficient. I watch the play of muscle in her back, the stubborn set of her jaw mine. I take the axe from her hand before she can protest, my stone fingers closing over hers for a brief, searing moment. Her breath hitches. Her eyes meet mine, wide and questioning. I must leave, I say, the words a rough grate. Fear flickers in her eyes, immediate and sharp. The memory of my departure for the gauntlet, the days of silence, the terror of my return. It is still raw. Where? Her voice is tight. To the heart of the mountains, I explain, my gaze holding hers, willing her to understand. A journey I must make alone for a tradition of my people. She searches my face, her fear warring with the trust that has slowly, painstakingly bloomed between us. I see the question she cannot ask, will you return? 3 days, I vow. No more, I will return. She lets out a slow breath, the tension easing slightly from her shoulders. She trusts me. The knowledge is a profound, aching weight. She nods, a single, sharp gesture. Be careful, Chipir. I allow myself to touch her face, a single rough caress of my thumb against her cheek. Always. Then I turn, before the urge to simply take her back inside, bar the door, and keep her locked away forever overwhelms me. I launch myself into the cold, clear sky, my wings, even the damaged one, beating a powerful rhythm, carrying me up, towards the ancient, jagged peaks where the world was born. The caverns breathe ice. They are veins deep within the mountain's heart, places untouched by sun or season, where the silence is absolute and the darkness is a living entity. This is where the first stone of Praj cooled. This is where magic bleeds raw from the rock. For 3 days I navigate the labyrinthine tunnels, my silver eyes piercing the gloom. My body protests the exertion, the old wounds aching in the profound cold. But my purpose is absolute. I search for the faint, telltale luminescence, the cool silver light that pulses like a trapped star within the deepest rock seams. Moon crystals, they are rare. Harder than diamond, colder than ice. Yet they pulse with a soft, internal light, absorbing the faint magic of the world and reflecting it back tenfold. They are not mere gems. They are symbols. To my ancestors, my clan, they represented permanence, eternity, a bond as strong, as enduring, as the mountain itself. They are the heart of the mating ritual, an offering, a promise, forever. By the 3rd day, my search is rewarded. I find a cluster nestled deep in a virgin seam, pulsing with a gentle, ethereal light. Extracting them requires care, strength, the knowledge of stone I learned millennia ago. My claws, tools of war, become tools of creation, carefully chipping away the surrounding rock until the crystals come free, cool and smooth and alive in my hand. A dozen perfect, luminous stones, enough to mark the ritual circle, enough to bind her light to mine. My task is not yet complete. A mating offering requires more than just a symbol. It requires proof. Proof that the male can provide, that he can protect, that he can sustain the flock. I leave the frozen heart of the mountain and hunt under the cold, clear sky. My prey is not chosen for sustenance, but for significance. A great elk, larger than the one I first brought her, its antlers a crown against the snow. Its life is forfeit. The kill is swift, clean, a necessary sacrifice. It is dusk when I return. The lights of Snowflake Creek twinkle in the valley below, small, hopeful stars against the encroaching night. The scent of wood smoke draws me home. I land silently in the clearing before the cabin, the massive elk carcass slung over one shoulder, my other hand filled with the soft, pulsing glow of the moon crystals. This offering is not just for her. It is for the village, my territory, my extended flock, a symbol that the Guardian provides. The door opens before I reach it. She stands silhouetted against the warm firelight, her hand raised to shield her eyes, waiting for me, always waiting. My stone heart gives a slow thump. I drop the elk carcass in the snow, a dark offering against the white. Then I hold out my other hand, opening my fingers. The moon crystals pulse, casting a soft, silvery luminescence onto her face, reflecting in the depths of her wide, wondrous eyes. This is my promise, my forever.
Chapter 36. Rose. He stands before me, a dark mountain against the twilight snow, the massive carcass of an elk slung over one shoulder, like a hunter's trivial prize. But it is the offering in his other hand that steals the breath from my lungs. He opens his fingers, and the clearing floods with a soft, ethereal silver light. It pulses gently, like captured moonlight, like a cluster of fallen stars held captive in his massive, scarred palm. They are stones, crystals of some kind, glowing with an inner luminescence I have never seen. The light illuminates his face from below, carving sharp shadows under his brow, turning his silver eyes into molten pools. My heart gives a slow, heavy thud against my ribs. 3 days. He was gone for 3 days on a journey he had to make alone. For a tradition, I see the weariness in his stance, the new faint lines of strain around his eyes. He endured the cold, the darkness of the mountain's heart, for this. Slowly, ponderously, he kneels. The movement is shocking. This creature of impossible pride, this ancient warrior, this alpha. He kneels before me in the snow, a mountain humbling himself. The elk carcass slides from his shoulder with a soft thud. Forgotten. He holds out the glowing stones, his gaze locked on mine, intense, unwavering, filled with an emotion so raw, so profound it makes my knees weak. What are they? I whisper, my voice a thin thread against the quiet of the evening. Moon crystals, he rumbles, the sound a low vibration that I feel in the soles of my feet. From the heart of the mountain. They are a beginning. He places the glowing stones gently on the snow between us, arranging them in a loose circle that pulses with soft silver light. Then he reaches for my hands, his stone fingers, impossibly gentle, closing around mine. His touch is warm, solid, real. An anchor in a world that has suddenly tilted on its axis. I do not know your human ways, he says, his voice becoming a low, rough rasp. The words you use, marriage, they are insufficient. He looks down at our joined hands, then back up at me, his silver eyes burning with a fierce, possessive fire that holds no threat, only terrifying devotion. My people, the dark elves, before the stone, we had a right, a binding, not of flesh which fades, not of promises which can be broken. His grip tightens almost imperceptibly, of the soul. My breath catches. The air crackles with a power that feels ancient, elemental. The pulsing light from the moon crystals seems to intensify, casting strange, dancing shadows around us. It is a bond, he continues, his voice deepening, taking on the resonant cadence of a vow spoken across centuries. Forged in magic, sealed in will, a connection that lasts beyond the stone sleep, beyond the turning of ages. It is eternity, Rose, an eternity I wish to share. With you. Eternity. The word hangs between us, vast and terrifying and beautiful. He is not asking for a season or a lifetime. He is asking for all of it, for everything he is, for as long as the mountains stand. You asked for my name, he murmurs, his thumb brushing rough patterns against my knuckles. You asked what I am. For 1,000 years I was cold stone vengeance, survival, nothing more. His gaze searches mine, raw, vulnerable in a way I have never seen. You are the only warmth I have ever known, the only light. He lifts my hand, pressing his cold lips to my knuckles, a gesture of profound, almost reverent possession. Be my mate, Rose, he breathes, the words a low, grating plea that shatters the last vestiges of my fear. Be the anchor of my soul, as I am the guardian of your life. Bind yourself to me, as I am already bound to you. Tears stream hot and fast down my face, blurring the silver light of the crystals, the stark lines of his face. He is offering me everything, not just protection, not just provision. Himself, his broken, monstrous, magnificent soul. For eternity. But, Lily, I whisper, the name a knot of fear in my throat. What about Lily? Eternity is a word for gods and monsters, not for little girls. She will grow old. She will leave us, while I stay the same. The unspoken question hangs heavy between us. How can I accept an eternity that my daughter cannot share? His expression softens, a rare, almost imperceptible easing of the harsh lines around his mouth. The bond, he says, his voice quiet, the one that chains my life to hers, it is incomplete, unstable. He looks toward the cabin, where Lily sleeps, safe and warm. Cale believed severance was the only answer. He was wrong. He turns back to me, his silver eyes holding a new, fierce light. It does not need to be broken, Rose. It needs to be completed, forged. He brings my hand to his chest, pressing it flat against the cold, hard stone over his heart. The Perna blood anchors me to life, but the mate... His voice drops, thick with meaning. The mate anchors the soul, our binding. It will stabilize the connection. It will pour my strength, my life, through you, and into her. It will protect her, sustain her. He pauses, his gaze intense. She will share our life, Rose, for as long as we endure. The breath leaves my lungs in a sharp, whooshing gasp. He is not just offering me eternity. He is offering it to Lily, a future, a life safe from the slow decay of time, sheltered under his eternal protection, a life with us, always. It is too much. It is everything I never dared to wish for, safe, protected, cherished, forever. My hand comes up, trembling, to touch his face. His skin is cool, textured like granite, but beneath it, I feel the thrum of his ancient, powerful life. The monster who haunted my dreams has become the anchor of my reality, the guardian of my heart. There is no hesitation. There is no doubt. There is only this man, this monster, this love that feels as vast and enduring as the mountains themselves. My voice is thick with tears, barely a whisper against the vast silence of the night. Yes.
Chapter 37. Sepir. The peak is sacred, older than memory, older than the curse, older even than the dark elves who first walked this world. It is a fang of raw granite piercing the belly of the night sky, bathed in the cold, pure light of the full moon. The wind howls a lonely, ancient song around us, whipping the thick furs I laid down, stealing the warmth from bare skin below. The village of Snowflake Creek is a scattering of insignificant embers against the vast, dark tapestry of the valley. She stands before me, shivering slightly, not from cold, but from anticipation. Wrapped only in the thickest wolf pelt, her skin glows like pearl in the moonlight, her moss-green eyes wide and luminous, reflecting the starlight. She is impossibly beautiful, impossibly fragile, impossibly mine. Tonight, we make it permanent. We forge a bond that even the stone's sleep cannot break. I kneel before her, the cold rock biting into my knees, a willing supplicant before my queen. In my hands I hold the moon crystals, gathered from the mountain's heart. They pulse with a soft, silver light, illuminating the space between us, casting her face in ethereal shadows. This place, I begin, my voice a low, grating rumble, rough with emotions I am still learning to name, is where the sky meets the stone, where the old magic sleeps. It is where my ancestors, before the endless wars, bound themselves. I arranged the dozen crystals in a circle around us on the flat rock, their combined light pushing back the oppressive darkness, creating a sacred shimmering space under the watchful eyes of the stars. This is not the taking of flesh, I continue, my gaze locked on hers, pouring every ounce of my soul into the words. It is the weaving of spirits. A promise witnessed by the mountain, by the moon, that my strength will be your shield, that your warmth will be my anchor, that my life... I pause, the words still strange, still new, is yours utterly. I hold out my hand, palm up, claws retracted. The ritual requires an exchange, a mark, a merging of essence. Her breath hitches, but there is no fear in her eyes. Only trust. Absolute, terrifying trust. She nods, a single decisive gesture. With painstaking care, I extend a single sharp talon. I trace a small, intricate symbol, the ancient rune of my house, the mark of belonging, onto the soft skin of her shoulder. Just above the curve of her breast, it is a feather-light touch, barely breaking the skin. Yet a single perfect drop of crimson blood wells forth, stark against her pale flesh. My beast stirs, the scent of her blood a primal call. But this is not about hunger. This is about reverence. I lower my head and touch my tongue to the wound, tasting her, taking a part of her essence into myself. It is sweeter than any wine, more potent than any magic. It burns through me, a brand of ownership freely given. Mine. Then, it is her turn. I offer her the small obsidian knife I carried from the caverns, its edge honed sharp enough to mark even my stone skin. Her hand trembles slightly as she takes it, the dark blade impossibly small in her grasp. "Where?" she whispers, her gaze searching my chest. I touch the spot directly over the place where my heart should be, where the ancient wound from the Great War still aches with phantom memory, where the warmth of her has begun to thaw the stone. "Here." She takes a deep breath. Her eyes meet mine, filled with love, with resolve. She presses the tip of the blade against my skin. I feel nothing but the faint pressure she pushes harder, biting her lip in concentration. A thin, shallow line appears on my chest, a faint scratch on granite. No blood wells forth, only a faint trickle of the dark, viscous fluid that serves me now. It is enough. She has marked me, claimed me. The ritual is complete. The vow is made. But the magic requires consummation. I rise, pulling her up with me, into the circle of pulsing moonlight. The furs fall away, leaving her gloriously, beautifully bare before me, my mate. "I would carve you onto my mind," I growl, my voice thick with a need that is suddenly overwhelming, a raw, aching hunger that demands to be fed. My gaze devours her, the curve of her hip, the swell of her breast, the soft shadow between her thighs. Every line, every shadow, every perfect, soft inch. I kiss her. My lips trace the line of her jaw, the delicate shell of her ear, the pulse fluttering madly in her throat. "My rose," I whisper against her skin. "My life, my eternity." This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort, and as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
We lie together in the circle of light, under the silent witness of the stars, bound by magic, by passion, by a promise whispered on the wind. After centuries of cold, of stone, of solitude, I'm finally home.
Chapter 38. Rose. The descent is slow. Each step down the treacherous, snow-covered path is a careful negotiation, my hand gripping Kepir's massive, steady one. He moves with a stiff, pained grace, the ruin of his body held together by sheer, stubborn will. But he moves. He is here, beside me. On my shoulder, beneath the thick fur cloak the villagers made him, a faint warmth pulses. I touch the spot through the fabric. The mark he gave me last night, the intricate rune carved with his claw, sealed with his essence. It glows with a soft, silvery light, visible even through the layers, a mirror to the fainter, simpler line I drew upon his chest. Bound. The word feels impossibly large, ancient, and utterly, terrifyingly right. Below us, the lights of Snowflake Creek twinkle, brighter than I have ever seen them. Smoke curls from every chimney, carrying the scent of roasting meat, baking bread, and something sweet and spiced. It smells like a celebration. Sepir halts beside me, his silver gaze fixed on the village. A low rumble starts in his chest. Not a growl of warning. Something else. Confusion. Awe. They celebrate? He grates, the words rough. They celebrate you, I whisper, my hand tightening in his. Us. As we reach the edge of the tree line, the sounds wash over us. Laughter, music from a fiddle I haven't heard played in years, the roar of a bonfire that rivals the one Kyle sought to ignite for our destruction. They see us. A cheer goes up, a raw, joyous sound that echoes off the mountains. They pour from the village square, not with fear, but with lamps held high, their faces alight with welcome. Fendrel is at the front, his booming voice cutting through the din. They're back! The Guardian and Rose have returned. They surge around us, a tide of relieved, grateful humanity. We are swept along, Sepir moving with a stiff, regal dignity through the parting crowd, his hand never leaving mine. His presence beside me is an undeniable statement. We are not a woman hiding a monster. We are leaders returning from a victory. Their victory. The village square is transformed. A massive bonfire crackles in the centre, sending sparks dancing into the star-dusted sky. Long tables groan under the weight of food. Roasted meats, loaves of fresh bread, steaming pies, winter vegetables. Offerings are piled respectfully near the fire's edge. Carved wooden figures, bundles of precious firewood, even small pouches of coin offerings for the Guardian of the Mountain. They press mugs of hot spiced wine into our hands. They clap Sepir on his massive stone back, not flinching now from the feel of him. He accepts it all with a quiet, stoic grace, his silver eyes missing nothing, the sheer overwhelming humanity of it all clearly baffling him. But he does not pull away. He stands solid and unwavering, my anchor in this joyous storm. "Mama! Sir Knight!" Lily's excited shriek cuts through the noise. She barrels through the crowd, launching herself not at me, but at Sepir. He braces himself with a soft grunt of pain, but he catches her, swinging her up into his arms. She throws her arms around his thick neck, planting a smacking kiss on his rough stone cheek. "You're here." "Yes, little bird," I say gently, my heart swelling with a fierce, protective love for this strange, impossible family. Lily beams down at the crowd from her perch. Then, her face takes on an expression of great solemnity. She wriggles, pointing to a small, makeshift altar set up near the fire, where a worn, leather-bound book rests. "It's time," she declares. Confused murmurs ripple through the crowd. Lily slides down Sepir's frame and marches to the altar, picking up the book. She clears her throat importantly. "We, don't really know how gargoyles get married," she announces, her small voice carrying surprisingly well in the sudden hush. "But Mama said you're a family now. So, we're doing the human way too." My breath catches. Lily. She planned this. She opens the book, my mother's old book of hearth tales and blessings, and begins to read with childish gravity. "By the, warmth of the fire, and the light of the moon, and the strength of the mountain," her brow furrows as she struggles with the words she must have pieced together herself. "We say you are, together, Sepir and Rose, a family, forever and ever." She looks up, beaming. "The end." A beat of stunned silence. Then, laughter, warm and affectionate, ripples through the crowd. Sepir stares down at Lily, his face utterly unreadable. Then something shifts. The harsh lines around his mouth soften. The stone cracks. He smiles. It is not a baring of teeth. It is not a predator's grin. It is a genuine, breathtaking, earth-shattering smile, a warmth so profound it steals the very air from my lungs. It transforms his face, making the monster vanish, revealing the ancient, honourable soul beneath. The villagers gasp, then they cheer, louder than before, a sound of pure, unadulterated joy. The fiddle strikes up a lively tune. Fendril claps Sapir on the shoulder again. "Well, Guardian, tradition demands the first dance." Sapir looks utterly lost. He glances down at me, a silent plea in his silver eyes. I take his hand again. "It's all right," I murmur, squeezing his stone fingers. "Just follow me." And so we dance. It is the strangest, most beautiful, most awkward dance Snowflake Creek has ever seen. I, small and human, leading a 7-foot-tall, wounded god of stone in clumsy circles around the bonfire. His movements are stiff, hampered by his injuries and his sheer unfamiliarity with the concept. But he tries. He watches my feet, follows my lead, his massive frame moving with a surprising, hesitant grace. The villagers clap and cheer, their faces alight. They are not just celebrating a victory, they are celebrating us, our impossible union, our new beginning. Later, as the celebration begins to wind down, the fire burning low, the villagers drifting back to their homes filled with food and hope, we stand near the dying embers. Lily is asleep in Sapir's arms, her head pillowed on his massive shoulder, her small hand clutching the drawing she made him. The night is quiet again, peaceful. Sapir looks down at me, his smile gone, replaced by an expression of such profound love, such bone-deep relief, that it makes my heart ache with a fierce, burning tenderness he endured hell. He faced his past. He chose us. He leans down, pressing his forehead to mine, the gesture achingly familiar now, a silent communication that needs no words. Mine. Forever. My hand, of its own accord, comes up to rest gently on my stomach. A secret, a tiny flickering spark of new life ignited in the heart of the mountain during the ritual under the cold moon, a new beginning, already taking root. It might be too early to confirm, but there's this feeling telling me that it is what is. I have conceived. I don't question it, and believes in it wholeheartedly. His silver eyes widen slightly as they follow my gesture. Understanding dawns, and the smile returns, softer this time, filled with a universe of awe and wonder. Our future has already begun. Epilogue. Rose. 5 years later. The air is sharp and clean, carrying the scent of pine smoke and roasting goose. Below, Snowflake Creek glitters under a fresh blanket of snow, the lights strung between the cabins twinkling like fallen stars against the blue twilight. It's Christmas Eve, and the sound of carols, sung with gusto by slightly off-key but joyous voices, drifts up the mountainside. 5 years. Sometimes it feels like a lifetime, sometimes like only yesterday. I lean against the stone railing of the balcony, pulling the thick fur cloak tighter around me. Our home is different now. No longer a tiny, drafty cabin cowering at the edge of the woods, but a proper house, built sturdy and strong, half carved into the mountainside itself. Stone and wood, warmth and strength, seamlessly blended. Sapir's design, mostly. My insistence on actual windows that open, his grudging concession from here, we can see the whole valley, a vantage point fit for a guardian. The village thrives. The empty, burned husks left by the orc raid are gone, replaced by new homes, a sturdier smithy, a mill by the creek that runs even in winter now, thanks to some clever channeling Kepir helped Fendril devise, mostly by lifting boulders the size of oxen. We are prosperous, safe. The looming peaks that once seemed so menacing now feel like sheltering arms. No bandits dare trouble a village guarded by a 7-foot gargoyle, with a stare that can freeze blood. Even the winter seems less harsh, somehow. Or maybe it's just the warmth we've built here, a defiant fire against the cold. A small body slams into my legs, arms wrapping tight around my knees. I look down, my heart giving a familiar, fierce squeeze. "Maman, look!" Torry, named for the grandfather he'll never know, a reclaiming of a name from bitterness to hope, beams up at me, his face alight. He has my warm brown eyes, my stubborn chin, but his hair is the black of Kapir's dark elf past, and nestled against his back, tucked beneath his small woolen tunic, are two small, grey, leathery bumps wingbuds. Still clumsy, still mostly hidden, but undeniably there. He is 4 years old, a whirlwind of impossible energy, a miracle of stone and flesh. He holds up a small, intricately carved wooden bird, almost identical to the one Sapir gave me 5 years ago. "Papa made it, for Lily." "It's beautiful, my little rock," I murmur, ruffling his dark hair. He squirms, giggling, already trying to wriggle free. A shadow falls over us, vast and familiar. I look up. Chapir hovers in the air just beyond the balcony railing, his massive wings, the broken one long since healed, though still bearing the jagged scars of his battles, beating a slow, powerful rhythm that barely stirs the air. Perched high on his broad stone shoulder, incredibly, impossibly, is Lily. My daughter, no longer a small, fragile child, but a young woman of 13, poised on the cusp of adulthood. Her golden hair is plaited with winter berries, her face alight with concentration and laughter. She has her father's Perna grace, a lithe strength, and thankfully, none of my clumsiness. The emptiness she felt after Chapir blocked the bond faded the moment he returned, replaced by a vibrant, humming energy. The completion of our bond, the three-way circuit Sapir forged, has anchored her, strengthened her. She shares our life, our longevity, though the thought of eternity still sometimes makes my human heart clench. "You're leaning too far forward, Tor," Lily calls down to her little brother, her voice clear and bright. "Keep your shoulders back, like Papa showed you." Torry puffs out his chest, his tiny wing buds giving a hopeful, useless flutter. "Like this?" "Perfect," Lily laughs. "Now just glide." From his perch on Sapir's shoulder, she demonstrates, leaping gracefully into the air. She doesn't fly, not yet, but she catches the updraft from the cliff face, gliding in a smooth, perfect arc down to land softly on the balcony beside me. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling. Sapir lands a moment later, the stone underfoot barely trembling, his movements possessed of a quiet grace that still takes my breath away. He looks content. The ancient weariness is still there, etched into the lines of his stone face, but it is softened now, overlaid with a deep, abiding peace. He is still a monster, a creature of terrifying power, but he is our monster. He reaches out, his massive hand surprisingly gentle as he tucks an errant strand of hair behind my ear, his thumb brushing my cheek. The simple touch sends a familiar jolt of heat through me, the bond between us a low, constant hum beneath my skin. Mine. The thought is no longer terrifying. It is simply fact, as the mountain owns the stone, as the sky owns the stars. Torry runs to him, wrapping his arms around Sapir's massive leg. "Papa, did you see? I almost flew." Chapir rests a hand on his son's head, the gesture impossibly tender. A low rumble vibrates in his chest. "Almost, little stone. Soon." He looks at me then, his silver eyes holding the warmth of the firelight, the depth of eternity, and a love that still makes my practical, scarred heart ache. He doesn't need words anymore, not always. I see it all in his gaze, safe, protected, cherished, the wish he fulfilled. He steps behind me, his solid presence a familiar comfort. His massive arms come around me, around Lily, around Tori, who is still babbling about flying, and then his wings unfold, enclosing us completely. A living shield of warm stone and leathery membrane, shutting out the cold, the world, everything but us. His flock. Together we look out at the twinkling lights of the village, at the peaceful valley bathed in the soft glow of Christmas Eve. The carols drift up, songs of hope and peace. 5 years ago, this mountain was a place of fear, of cold, of lonely survival. He was a monster in the shadows. I was a widow bracing for the end, and Lily was a fragile child unknowingly holding the key to it all. Now it is home, a strange, impossible, fiercely protected home, built on the foundations of a brutal winter, destined to last for an eternity of warmth.